All right, let's do it. I forgot to play the intro. Whoopsie on me there, but we are live. Thank you for joining us today. Today we have a very different show. Well, maybe not very different. We're always standing for the biblical truth, but we won't be talking about Islam today. Instead, we'll be talking about what many of you may have already heard, or perhaps have not heard in any way. So, very prominent individual, more than 1 million followers, a guy by the name of Carson. His channel is Forbidden Knowledge or Forbidden Truth, something along those lines. And he went on a podcast. He's been doing this for years, going on prominent podcasts, spreading misinformation about the biblical text, about Christianity. But this time, things were a little bit different. We'll get right into it. Welcome, Mary.
Hello. So I stream here every Tuesday. We'll probably have some people who are like, who are these people? Mostly focusing on Islam, but also talking about other topics in the sphere of Christianity and things of that sort. And today we are talking about Billy's appearance on a podcast that was actually one of his very, very good friends. So remember, everything that goes forward, this is Billy's treatment of his very good friends. Billy's stepson is best friends with this man's stepson. They're in the same neighborhood and they're very close. Billy says that they fly planes together. Other people have also testified to them being very.
Looks like maybe Mary froze up there, unless it's me. Well. We seem to have lost Mary. Great start to the program today. Hey, you know what I forgot to say? I forgot to say welcome to Reason Answers.
It's as good as waging war against Allah and His Messenger.
Can you hear
so
me?
You dropped there for a minute, Mary, but you're back now.
All right, there we go. I was like, what's going on? Help. All I saw was my shared screen. So, oh yeah, I can see you talking alone now. Nice. All right, so.
Yeah, because, the YouTube's delayed, but we are back. All is good.
So anyway, his friend, though they'd been close, was kind of troubled by some of the things that Billy had been saying. It's not like he was a follower of him professionally or listened to him professionally, but he was like, I don't think that all the stuff that you say is necessarily I'm comfortable with. I'm not sure that it's supported. I don't think that it's true. Why don't we have someone who can talk about this on my podcast with you? Because I'm not a studied person. I don't really feel comfortable really talking about it. And originally it was just going to be them, but then he got kind of really uncomfortable. And 24 hours before, he contacted both Billy and Wes Huff and said, hey, Wes, would you talk to Billy? Billy, I would like Wes Huff to talk to you. Now, this is not a formal debate. It is a podcast. And it was a discussion or an informal debate in the context of this. This is the only thing in which Billy has any sort of standing on, that it wasn't a formal structured debate and was never meant to be. And, a lot of people are calling it a debate because it really was, an intense conversation back and forth, although the tone remained casual. There was lots of material, lots of factual things brought up, that kind of thing. So it was a debate, but not a formal debate. It was an informal debate, a discussion. And there was no moderator. It was a podcast host. So Mark, the podcast host, had arranged this as a third person.
Oh no, Mary seems to have frozen up again. What she's tried to say is that the host of the podcast, I'll just say my perspective. My perspective is that he has taken a lot of criticism A lot of people have said what a horrible moderator he is, how he was ruining the conversation by butting in and such. But actually, he has done the world a great service, because this is not a formal debate. He was the host of the podcast. It was completely reasonable for him to ask questions. Now, yes, he comes across as very ignorant, having no clue what he's talking about. But that's the whole point, right? He's the host. He's trying to get this information. He's trying to figure out what the truth of the matter is. So that's my first thought on this whole thing, that the Mark, the moderator, or so-called moderator, has taken a lot of unfair criticism, because people have labeled this a debate, which it's fair to say that this is an informal debate, that it, because we use that term, right, for things that aren't a structured debate. But it is not, he is not a moderator. It's not a formal debate. There's not time limits. So he is not overstepping his bounds as moderator. It is, in fact, his podcast, his show, that this is on. So he has every right to ask questions and talk. And no, Mary, you are not back. It is just me. No, you. Sadly. So the point is, right? The point is that whether he, perhaps he's trying to help, in the sense that he's trying to clarify his position, trying to get him to say something competent and actually answer the questions, but he's not mishandling the job of moderator by quote unquote taking sides or something along those lines. And yeah, he's the first victim, right? He's the first victim here. He's the first person that Billy attacked long before any of us even found out about this, really.
Yes. And let me go ahead and start on this. I did a speed test. My speed's great. That actually caused me to lose you for a second, because I was maxing out my upload. But my speed test passed fine, so I'm not sure where the issues were. But if you could share my screen.
Absolutely. Yeah. So
if you guys, let's see if I am sharing my volume as well. Let's see if you guys can hear.
Nope.
Can you?
Not sharing volume.
Okay. Let me try again. Goodness, this is not a. It ought to be sharing.
Having all kinds of tech issues here today, Mary.
Right?
Of all days, right?
Nope. Okay, I will.
Don't watch all the time. I regularly have this kind of issue, but Mary is normally perfect.
I've never had this issue, so I will just start sending you. Let me send it to you in email, my entire thing, and I'll tell you which one to play. Okay?
Yep, I can do that. We can improvise. We're professionals. Yeah, you can
just click on each one as it comes up. So
you can hear Mary. That's not the issue here, right? You could not hear her screen share, so she stopped it to reshare with sound, and then she can't get it to reshare at all. So very, very competent. We are all amazing professionals here.
Crackhead clown individuals.
Might or may not be a fair description of us, but
Are you here at all? Did I get lost again?
No. You're still there, Mary. I'm just waiting for that email.
Okay, it came in. My face was huge, so.
And there you go. Mary dropped again. Right after asking me if she was still there, Mary drops off again. And of course, she's seeing it on a delay if she's watching on YouTube, so she doesn't realize right away when this happens. So just great all around. Just great all around here. Are we up for discussions or ... Yeah, we're up for discussions. I mean, so skeptical. Yeah. You probably aren't familiar with my channel. You don't know what I do here. But here's how I do things. We have a period of time where we do a presentation, and then we open it up for discussion. So if you're still around in a little while, we would love to have you come up and try to defend Billy or whatever your intention is. So here comes Mary back to the scene, this time with no video. Hopefully she doesn't drop again. You are back, Mary?
Everything's playing. Wait one second.
So say perhaps she can't hear me.
No, I can hear you. Can you hear me? I've got something
Yes,
playing in the background now, which is very annoying. Let me see.
Yeah, that's entirely on your end.
Yeah, I know, but I don't know where it is.
Well, what
it was on my phone for some reason. As soon as I pulled up my phone, it started playing. All right, so let's see if this will work. Again, I did my test and it's fine.
I don't know. I don't know, Mary. I promise you it's definitely on your end this time.
All right, well.
I mean, it could be the software or something.
Yeah, I'm getting 260 megabits per second upload. So.
Yeah, like it could be the third-party interface that we use to connect is having issues.
Yeah,
I don't know, but it's not my computer and it's not my internet connection, and from
for
what you
once,
know, it's not you, so I don't know.
All right, can we go ahead and bring up the
Yep. So you just want me to load the first YouTube video on this list?
And just when you go to the precise second, and I'll just yell stop because I didn't put stop on that one. But most of them have end times too.
Perhaps. All right.
The first two don't.
Just give me 1 second to call this up and get my screen share in order here. And then share it with the audience. All right, so we are ready to go here. Well, maybe we're ready to go. 1 second.
Yeah, if you just pull it up and then paste it in immediately into the screen or into the window.
Yep, just 1 second here.
Yeah, because they're all just different timestamps, so jump right to the correct place.
Once we get this first one, I think it'll go smoother. Maybe. Hopefully we don't lose Mary again and have me have to stall until she comes back.
So, and Wes Huff was actually really disappointed with what was going on. Why? Because he wasn't able to talk about most of the things that Billy liked talking about. All right, go ahead. Oh, take off Snoopy's.
Yeah, I was going to take off. Face was huge because that's like what you said right before you disconnected.
Yeah, but whenever you start to disconnect, sometimes it pops up just you. And I'm like, oh no. So anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, but you actually realized it a little while after it happened. Anyway, regardless, we're playing the video.
Years.
Okay.
Yeah. But since I was 6, I was studying aerospace technology, which then led me into understanding more about advanced technologies and then finding the link between advanced technology and ancient civilizations and going on literally a 25-year, what's that, 27-year now, goodness, trek around the world. Been around the world now over 18 times. Last year, spent 9 months in hotels.
I remember.
As you know, you were my witness, leaving this big old mansion behind and not going home at all. And
all right, go ahead and pause it.
Traveling nonstop to achieve it.
Yeah, so real quick before Mary says what she wants to say, key moment there is like, you're my witness. You remember me not being in my mansion. So obviously pretty close, right? Pretty close, these two. And I don't know. Again, I don't know what Mary's going to say, but a lot of what Billy talks about has nothing to do with Christianity. He talks a lot about aliens and conspiracy theories and stuff like that.
He's one of those who believes that the aliens are those who are written down as gods. So it's all related to that. It's all related. This is all alien conspiracy nonsense, ancient aliens trash. and that Carlson used to be his name, I believe, but Billy Carson is the prime shoveler of this nonsense now that Discovery or the History Channel is off to doing something else. So he, again, what is his background? What is his expertise? He liked planes when he was 6 years old. So that necessarily means that he's an expert in aerospace, because everyone who likes planes when they're 6 and continues liking planes and aerospace becomes experts on those topics. And he's been traveling the world for 25 years. Now, he also claims to be now this is the conversation with Wes Huff, someone who's knowledgeable, where he's playing it down. Now let's see what he says when he is not with someone who is that kind of person, right?
Yeah, just real quick. Since request from the audience, the individual closest to me on your screen is Wes Huff. He is a biblical scholar, in particular focuses on manuscripts. In the center is the host of the podcast. Wes he lives far away, so he's called in for a virtual appearance. And then on the far end of your screen is Billy Carson.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So you want me to go to the next item on?
And I'll tell you when to stop that one too. That's the other one that I didn't bother to do on
these ancient sites.
Who he really is, okay, and in his own words. All right, so we're gonna watch this.
My body. I open my eye, turn to my left. There's a guy standing there. Right away, when he handed me a bottle of water, I said, "Oh, here comes another one." He was trying to convert me into Christianity, right? He hands me the bottle of water. I said, "You know what? This time I'm gonna take this damn water. I'm gonna have a conversation with these people." And the guy goes, "Have you taken Jesus Christ as your personal Lord and Savior?" I said, "No. Why would I do that?" He goes, "What do you mean?" I said, I am God." "You're God?"
Oh.
"What are you talking about?" "Oh."
Yeah,
No.
Yeah, it gets worse. It gets much worse.
Well, I said,
wait till you hear like his argument here.
"Yeah, I'm God and God is me. The same divine spark that created everything in the entire universe is the same divine spark that's inside of every atom inside of my body. And so by that method, I am God and God is me." And so
That's it. That's the argument for his claim that he's
atoms inside his body.
Yeah. So it's basically like take the ocean. If you take a drop of the ocean has the ocean in it, so therefore the drop is the ocean.
That's great.
Right. Yeah. He should have drank that water, man.
Well, yeah. Let's.
So did you want me to play more, Mary?
Yeah. Keep going. Wait until he finishes up.
Okay.
Because he's going to make a specific claim about himself.
He hasn't truly revealed yet who he really is.
for you, and so is this young lady as well. We're all the same. We're all part of that same one divine consciousness. That threw him off right away. Then because he's a program code, he couldn't even
because it's crazy
conceive of what I had just told him. He didn't even have an epiphany with that. He went right back into his pitch.
See, I think this actually does. He didn't do this intentionally. I think this actually does kind of reveal like his modus operandi. Okay, I think he's trying to go against the grain. Like ultimately, that's what he wants to do. Like he's calling everyone else a bot. He wants to be the ultimate non-bot. Like that is his ultimate. Like if a bunch of people say one thing, he wants to believe the other thing. He wants to go and read these other texts, kind of superficially, but then be like, okay, well, I'm going to come away with a completely different conclusion than everyone else because I have the ultimate autonomy. Like I'm the ultimate non-bot in the world. Maybe I'm misinterpreting things, but that kind of seems to me like some of his motivation, his real motivation. But
and I have to disagree, if you'll pause for a second. I disagree. I believe that Billy Carson reveals his heart whenever he speaks about the presumed motives of other people. He's actually talking about himself. So every time you hear him talking about what other people are doing and what they want, it's what Billy Carson wants. He's speaking from his heart. That is absolutely my belief because I've listened to quite a bit of him now, and it's a pattern. Go ahead.
I would say which may not be different than what you're saying actually, is that he wants to say things that will get him attention and get him famous, which means taking antithetical positions where you go against the grain. So not entirely different than what Cameron was saying there, but the motivation isn't, well, I just want to, I just feel that reality is really messed up and they are out to get you, but rather it's, I want to be famous. This is how I get famous.
I think it's a conscious scam though. And whenever he speaks about it's a con, it's a scam. He's
yeah. That's exactly what I'm saying.
So yeah. So that's what I mean. You'll notice that he'll say, they're not mistaken. They're not deluded. It's a scam. He's on the scam. He's giving the line. He's giving the pitch. He's in on it, because that is what Billy Carson actually is.
And Nicodemus triggered the new animation, Water from Waters. If you don't know what that's in reference to, you will by the end of the evening. So congratulations, Nicodemus, being the first to trigger that. And Hope County Apologetics says, how do you double like? Well, I think you convinced someone else to like the video as well. That's how you get 2 likes in for your money. So if you haven't yet, be sure to like this video. Make sure this spreads far and wide. This story is absolutely blowing up. All kinds of people are talking about, even on Billy's own channel, the vast majority of the comments are making fun of him and calling him out on his incredibly pathetic performance, but also his incredibly pathetic behavior after that performance.
Yeah, and we'll cover that. Let's just get to where he says what his expertise is, because this is super important.
Absolutely. So continue this video.
Yes.
So unless you guys have anything else, I'll keep playing this.
Yeah, keep going.
And I said, okay, I'll listen to you if you can answer some questions. Can you answer some questions? And I said, when was the Bible written? And he goes, oh, it was written thousands of years ago. I said, oh man. I said, no, the Bible wasn't written thousands of years ago. I said, do you even know who wrote?
When was it written? Like a dozen years ago? When?
It was written after Muhammad.
Yeah.
Well, he seems.
I think he seriously believes that the King James Bible it just appeared on the scene with no history behind it, and that's when the Bible was written. I think he might seriously believe that, actually.
I don't think he believes anything coherent. He just says,
well, yeah, he may not believe it, but that's certainly what he has in mind, at least, right? That the King James Bible is the first ever Bible. Anyway, let's continue.
To be preoccupied with the King James Version, so maybe he thinks that's what the Bible is. Who knows?
Just stopping for a second here. Chosen 11. You should all be ashamed. Billy Carson told the truth, and now he's being hated because of it.
Hang on. We want everyone who is here from Billy Carson to hang on, because he's going to promise to bring the receipts, and I will show side by side. I will show his Sinai Bible, pictures from it, because it's online, and I will show you how you can find it too. Oh, and I need to send. Oh no, I'll be able to share that because it's not volume. And I will show you how to find this online and show you how easy this is, how incredibly easy this is. All right. So let's just keep going. We need to get to his claim, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, but Chosen 11, I'm glad you're here. I hope that you actually listen and think. Anyone, right, as Mary just alluded to, anyone can go and look this up for themselves. Just saying that he's telling the truth because you like what he says is kind of sad, really. So I hope that's not what you're going to do.
All right. Well, okay. We're about to get to the part where he reveals like who he really is.
The Bible? Oh yeah, Paul, Peter, John. I said, oh my God, listen, man. I said, you happen to stumble into one of the world's foremost experts on biblical texts, the Torah, the ancient tablets in the world. That's who.
That's who you're talking to. Yes, yes.
That's who you're talking to right now. So we can stop now. So keep in mind that the context of this is that Billy represents himself as one of the foremost of the world's experts one of the world's foremost experts. He knows more than anyone. So he would know correct terminology. He would know what language things are written in. He would know what is inside the texts, according to him.
Right?
Do you
Foremost
think
expert.
that someone is a foremost expert in the world and has no idea what is inside a book?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would be quite extraordinary if the foremost expert in the world doesn't know the name of the text that he's talking about, or
any of its contents. So I want everyone to realize that he is claiming all of his ancient alien stuff that he charges people money for and makes a fortune on by telling them the inner secrets of the world, that all of this is based on his expertise. He has studied this for 25 years. He's the number one. He's the GOAT. He's the best. He knows it more than anyone else. And we will see whether or not this is true. So, after the debate went out, or the conversation, he later posted this supposed rebuttal where he promises to bring the receipts. And it's just 20 seconds. We'll stop at 20 seconds of the next one.
Absolutely.
And we will see what these receipts actually consist of later on. But I want to show you that he will promise to bring receipts. And then I want all of you guys who follow Billy Carson to tell me whether or not he brought the receipts when it ends. Because I got a secret for you guys. Guess who he asked for about the receipts? Did he go to his library of many, many books? Did he go to his own notes, or his pictures that he took from other things, or his own translations? Or did he go to an AI chat bot and type something in and try to get an answer that he could post and call receipts? Guess what? I believe he used Chat-GPT. Given the format of it, it appears to be Chat-GPT responses, and his questions are often discernible from it. And they're hilarious because even when it isn't hallucinating, the Chat-GPT responses actually, and this is why I didn't want to tell you ahead of time, actually call him out and disprove him. And say, I don't think he understands the words that he's reading, but I think you guys can. I think that all of his followers will understand the words that are there when you don't have the flash and, ooh, I'm special, I'm so smart, I'm going to read this really fast so you won't get it. That he is called out even by the weird questions he asked Chat-GPT to try to get things out of. All right. So that's what I kept from you, Thaddeus.
Yeah, St. Pat here says these false Christians you see on your screen are called Antichrist, and the only thing they agree on is their mutiny. No idea what the heck you think you are talking about. I don't know how you know who I am and that I am an Antichrist when, as far as I know, you've never been on this channel in your life.
Because he thinks he's God.
He's
already said.
I don't know.
God, so.
I mean, I don't know who this guy is. I don't even know why he is saying that. But it couldn't be based on any facts, right? Because he literally has no idea what I do or who I am. Yet apparently I am an Antichrist or something. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
We can't take you seriously.
Bogged down. If we respond to all the Billy guys in the chat. Yeah.
I got this, Mary. I got this.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Okay. Because there have been a number.
I'm only responding to a few.
All right, cool.
But this is how I do things, right? I interact with you.
That's who we are dealing with. Let's play one more time.
Really.
All right. So if you'll jump to the next one.
Yep, I was already on.
Oh, sorry.
Like I was just telling you guys, it's Billy Carson, aka Forbidden Knowledge. There's going to be a lot of people in here tonight. Got a lot of people popping in here tonight. It's going to be a long night. Got a lot to cover tonight. Got a lot to cover. All right. And as you know, I always bring the receipts. So it's going to be a good talk. Okay.
All right. That's it.
He brings the receipts, guys. He's going to bring the receipts.
Just keep in mind, he's going to bring the receipts. So we can jump to the next one. It goes all the way to 405.
You see, unlike this gang that use the name of Christ as their battle shield to go do evil things and do a lot of things behind the scenes that are very dark and to try to create this global network for little old Billy Carson. They have to attempt, and it's a bad attempt. They have to network with hundreds of thousands of people all over the world to supposedly end Billy Carson's career. Well, they don't realize.
I'm sorry, but it cannot possibly be that delusion to think that
He is.
hundreds of thousands of people have
Mhm.
banded together to try to end my career.
Well, he's a conspiracy theorist, so he's telling everyone that everyone's against him. They need to give him money and support him because he's against all the powers of the world. So, yeah, just keep going because it gets even better. Not quite halfway through.
Wow.
Realize they not only are they not ending my career, they're making me more famous because they call my name out every 5 minutes. I'm on their tongue and their lips
We're making him famous, guys. That's why he's trying to sue us.
every minute of the day. When they go to sleep, they dream about me. When they wake up, the first thing they do before they kiss their wife or their boyfriend, they talk about me. They post me and call my name 24 hours a day, nonstop. They're absolutely infatuated with me. And because of that, and because of what they have done now, they have created this whole energy field. That's what's behind me now, this flower of life energy.
Energy
They've
field,
created
people.
this energy. There's only one force that exists in the entire known universe. One force, one consciousness. There's only one. And that one force can be used for darkness and it can be used for light. Just like the Jedi. The Jedi will use the force for dark.
Yeah, just like the
Jedi will use the force for
just like the Jedi. Everyone knows the Jedi are factual.
light, and the Empire will use the force for darkness. It's up to the wielder of the power. But the true masters know how to turn that dark energy into light. So all this energy that they're in their crock pot stirring up, we're gonna attack Billy Carson. We must do everything we possibly can, including making fake accounts, making bots and robot accounts to comment and hate and try to thumbs down videos and attack and threats against his 12-year-old child, threats against his family.
If anyone actually made threats against his family, which is quite possible, then
I don't
that's
think
on
they
you.
did.
You are a sick individual for doing that.
He has.
Which I'll go over in a little bit as they try to track down his goons or whatever you call these people, these zealots, track
These
down,
goons.
find out where I
I'm a
live,
goon,
want
people.
to show up where I'm going to be, want to beg their followers for money to try to investigate and research me.
Hey, you said that's where you told me to stop it, but that was a perfect place to stop it because you said
Yep.
whenever he talks about other people, he's talking about himself, begging people for money. Yes, that does sound about right.
Well,
doesn't it?
also there's the fact that what is he talking about? Other people's families. No one else had. If you watch the whole thing, he basically says that he's going to make family life hell for Mark if Mark doesn't make this all go away. And so he actually threatens the happiness of Mark's child and of Mark's wife and threatens to come between them and basically is saying about how he's going to groom Mark's wife into continuing to oppose Mark because Mark is married to a nominal Muslim woman. So of course she doesn't care what kind of lies he says about anything really religious because she's not a real Muslim. And, Mark is kind of a baby believer. And he wants to destroy this man's family. And that's the real truth of it. Whenever it's chilling when you get to that part. Now, he goes in long detail, completely unnecessary detail about things about this man's family that we are not going to talk about. But this part's important. But I want everyone to notice that Christ's consciousness is the source of all evil in his world. So if you do not believe that Christ's consciousness, because he said Christ's consciousness is power, everybody has Christ consciousness, all that, it is all evil, as well as any good that you want. You just make it whatever you want to be. Now, Note that he declares, and he says this a bunch of times, all the people who are criticizing him are bots sent by the cabal, but they're
Hey,
also
Mary, how much were you paid by the cabal?
zero, negative, because I just bought
Me
these
too.
pretty new
In
lights,
fact,
which
I don't
nobody
even
can
know
see.
about this cabal. I'm doing it for free, and I could be being paid.
Yeah,
Oh,
right.
man.
But notice also, all of the people in his chat are bots, but they're also real people that he's benefiting from simultaneously, right? He's making money from them, and also they're all bots. And now notice that Billy will lie throughout the stream about the number of people watching it. I watched it live. The YouTube numbers are not correct, but they are not off by, he declared that there were 11,000 people when there were 6,000. They're not off by that much. They're not off by that much. And he kept making the number go up, even though a lot of people left. So people left. People left during his stream. And he declared that the number was going up as it was going down. So he's massively dishonest. If you were in that stream, you knew he was lying when he said the numbers. So Chosen 11, were you in that stream? Did you hear him say, we have 10,000 people when he had 7,000, and then we have 11,000?
Hold on a second, Mary. Does he have other channels that he could be simulcasting to, like on Twitter or?
No, he was talking about his
TikTok
YouTube
or whatever.
No, he wasn't adding them up. He was not adding them up. He was talking about his YouTube stream.
I just trying to help him out here, because unlike Chosen 11, I am not a bot. It's so funny. He's talking about how all these bots are attacking him, and Chosen 11, who presumably is a human being, keeps sending the same messages over and over and over again in chat, while, of course, saying that Billy's just revealing all the truth. I am not a bot. I have some real thoughts to make on this matter. So Chosen 11, show you're not a bot. Show you're listening. Say, I am listening to you. Here is something on topic, or I guess we'll just have to put you in timeout because you are a bot.
And notice that he also talks about how people are trying to find out where he lives. Who knows where he lives? Mark knows where he lives. They're neighbors. Like, if this were a dark cabal, they would already know where he lives. It would be blasted from here to there to the hither and yon. I'm sure if I wanted to, I could find out where Billy Carson lives in Florida, which he said right there, in his gated community, and I could blast it to the world. There'd be no point, because guess what? We're not jihadis. Nobody's coming after him physically. Anyone can look it up, I'm sure, because he's a famous person. It's fairly easy to find out where famous people live. But nobody's been talking about where he lives. Not even his neighbor, who absolutely knows where he lives. Now, he gave out his neighbor's number address, not street name, but his number on screen. But yeah,
well,
completely
if he
over
gives
the
out
top.
his neighbor's address, doesn't that kind of give his own address? Just saying.
Yeah. Well, he gave the number, not the street name.
Oh, okay. Just the number, in case you want to adjust the number, but he didn't reveal the street name.
Probably because he didn't want to dox himself. I bet he would have.
He didn't do that. He didn't accidentally dox himself. But
and
I just want to say, literally millions of people are aware of this. Millions of people have seen it. It is highly possible that some random individual gave a vague threat. I mean, I get threats sometimes from Muslims. So it's possible that some people gave vague threats.
I don't think
come on, man, grow up.
I don't think he checked his own messages for that. So I don't think that makes any kind of difference. So anyway,
and I'll also say that there was another comment, which is also true, that every single time someone comes under pressure on the internet, they claim they're getting death threats.
Yep.
Which I find really hard to believe, and maybe not this case.
Know, right?
I don't know, but in many cases, it's like you had a stupid TikTok video. People are not making death threats.
No. So I want to highlight two very short other pieces that I want to show that Billy himself says he cannot be damaged by his critics, and he welcomes the attention because it converts into money for him. So if you will play just the next two sections back to back.
Wow. Sure thing. And I will say that he might be correct, right? He might actually get more attention and therefore more money because of this. because people will laugh at him. And if he doesn't
Yeah.
mind being the clown, a lot of people might be tuning in to laugh at him, at least for the next couple months.
But it also
So-
means he has no stance for damages, and he's already said that he welcomes this.
Well, there's two
So
reasons,
he
actually,
cannot be
maybe
making
three.
a claim on this because he says he's welcoming it. He's glad of it because it makes him money. So no damages, and he's glad of it. Nothing spiritual either, because he converts it to good spiritual energy too.
And it's weird that his followers are here in the chat attacking us when he himself says that this is bringing him benefit. So what's your problem, guys? This is bringing him benefit.
First reason is clout. These defenders or defendants, I'm sorry, are actually clout chasers. That's what they are. They're pure clout chasers. Nobody really cares to know who these people are, except for the people that are in their religion and which is not even a religion. It's more than religion. It's more like a cult. Because I know.
So the funny thing here is that many people have made coverage on this, have like 600, 700,000 subscribers, yet technically less than his 1 million, but hardly unknown nobodies. But apparently they're just chasing clout.
Real Christians. And I know cult people. This is a cult that they're involved in. I know real Christians, good friends that are real Christians. And what they're in is not Christianity, it's something totally different. So let's break it down tonight. We got 5,400 in the live chat.
I think that's
we got to get some
it.
people in here. Make sure you guys share.
Or was it 626?
No, it was
Nope,
still
nope,
going.
it's longer. Sorry.
Yeah. Still more to that.
Yep, go ahead.
5 minutes in, 5,400. That's a bit improbable, but who knows? This did get tons and tons of publicity from
I
all
believe
this
that
clout
one.
chasers.
Yeah, I think his first number was actually accurate, and then he started lying as he went on.
Because it wasn't going up, so then he just started to
Well,
increase
it did
right?
go up some. It went up to 7,000 and something. That was the highest I saw. But he had to keep lying
Which,
about
to
it.
be
'cause
clear,
he
is a ton of people
Yeah.
for a live stream.
But
But
he predicted that it would hit 10,000. So
he pre-predicted that, so he
1,000.
had to hit it then.
So he had to hit it. So he had to lie about it when it didn't go up that high.
Gotcha. All right, let's continue.
Share this video. We need more people in here. Get this video shared to everybody you can possibly get it out to. Get it on out there.
Working on it.
Let's see if Billy Carson's career is really going to come to an end. You see, you can't end the career of an independent man, a self-made man. I don't have any corporate contracts. I didn't sign a book deal with a major company. I own my own publishing company. I didn't sign a clothing deal with a clothing company. I own my own clothing company. Nice threads too. My own watch. My own shoes, my own everything. You can't shut down somebody or end a career of somebody that that didn't sign a TV deal with a major network. I own my own TV network. It's not going anywhere.
Network.
You can't shut down somebody or end a career of somebody that has over 140 social media accounts with over 10 million followers. And I really call you guys 10 million leaders. Because I don't have followers. I create leaders on my network.
10 million, huh?
So you see, you can't really shut them down. You can't really end a career. All you can do is blow me up. And that's exactly what's been happening.
So he supposedly has 10 million leaders. He presumably shared this on all his social media. He wanted everyone to watch this. I don't know how many views it has. Maybe like 100,000, 200,000. Somewhere in that vicinity. I think I saw earlier today it was 100 and something. Let's just say 200,000.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Out of his 10 million
million.
followers,
Mhm.
200,000 watched this, except based on the comments, probably like 80% of the people who watched it to make fun of him, laugh at him, criticize him. So his 10 million followers don't seem to be all that dedicated, if you ask me.
Yep. All right. So again, he said he cannot be hurt by this and he will be helped. So go
And
to
I
the
think
next
in the
one.
short run, he will be, right? Because you
Yeah,
can be
very
famous
short
for
run,
being
yep.
a clown. Now, where it will hurt him is no one will take him seriously. Potentially, at least. People will stop taking him seriously, and he'll have to be a self-parody in order to continue to get views. That's possible. But I think if all he cares about is views, then yeah, he's got a good chance of continuing to get views in the short run. So, we're just helping him out get more views. That's all we're doing here today. All right. So anyone who thinks that we're out here trying to destroy him or whatever, we're just helping him out getting the views. 144,000 was the views on this as of right now. So I was correct that it was 100 and something earlier today. It's 144 as of right now. Let's get to the next clip.
You're ending Billy Carson's career on these two questions. Really? No, you're building my career. And to add proof in that fact, this is the most people I've ever had on a live video. Let me see. Let me go back to my live chat real quick before I pull up this PowerPoint. Where are we at now? I'm at 11,499 people. The most.
No, he wasn't. He was at 6,000.
You guys doubled my popularity on a live video in one day. Thank you so much.
Well, in fairness, I did check his other recent live streams, and this video definitely got more views than his recent one. So we did increase his popularity, but again, 80%, maybe more, tuning in to watch the car crash, right? To watch the train wreck and see what he's going to do to dig himself deeper now. They're not there because they believe in you. They're not there because they are persuaded that you're an excellent teacher and they're so happy that you've illuminated the truth. They're there because they think you're a clown. And that brings in viewers. Being a clown brings in viewers.
Yep. And if you jump to the next one, we will explain, according to Billy, why it would be that Wes Huff would want to talk to him and why Wes Huff can't have knowledge if he talks to him. So
you did want me to play another 45 seconds or so here.
Oh, wait, that one. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, yeah, he didn't say the special line. Go ahead. Here it comes.
All the dark energy, all your listeners and all your followers and all your cult people and all your people that are in your organizations that are coming to watch my video with that dark energy. How are we going to see the fall of Billy Carson? That's dark energy, that frequency that's coming here. You see this behind me? That's the face of God. God's not a man flying around with a magic wand granting wishes. God is a frequency, and it's your job to tune in. Y'all didn't tune in. See, I'm tuned in. So all this dark energy that you're bringing toward me, I've alchemically converted that energy into money.
All right, that's fantastic.
Oh, into money, not into like good vibes or good benefits for his followers or anything, but no, money, right? That's the first thing that comes to his mind is I'm going to convert your dark energy into money.
So Mr. Kalin said that it's okay if he didn't know about the Bible, but I showed earlier, I'm sure that he was not here then, that he has declared that he is the foremost expert in biblical matters, biblical manuscripts, and ancient writings, that he's one of the highest experts in the world. He said that this is his lane. He said that in so many words. He is world's foremost expert, one of the world's foremost experts. You can go back and see that. So it is not true that this is not his lane. This is his niche. This is his expertise. So if he's wrong about this, he said, Mr. Keelan, go back to the beginning, go back a bit. And he absolutely said,
it's fine.
Let's
just play it for him.
Yeah, let's play it again. Let's play it again.
So this is your buddy here, right? This is your buddy saying that he's an expert.
Last probably 2
You can
years.
just use the
But
text on the screen.
I was studying aerospace.
No, it's not that one. It's the second
technology.
one where he says foremost expert.
Sorry.
Which then led
They're
me
both
into
clips were labeled
understanding-
expertise in my defense. I didn't know which one Mary wanted me to go.
Foremost scholar, the one labeled foremost scholar.
Who he really
so you'll
is.
need to skip ahead to
in his own words. All right, so we're gonna watch this. Was it written like a dozen years ago?
A little more.
A little more?
Yeah, it's a little after that.
Who happened to stumble into
Here you go.
the world's foremost experts on biblical texts, the Torah, the ancient tablets in the world? That's who.
There you go. Okay. Your own words. One of the world's foremost experts on the biblical text. Okay, that's not technically the word Christianity, but guess what? What he was embarrassed on isn't Christian doctrine. What he's embarrassed on is what the texts say.
So, right there, one of the world's foremost experts on the biblical text, and it's the text that he was embarrassed on, as we will go on to show. So, if we find out, according to him, why it would be that no expert would speak to him to disagree with him. That is The one that's labeled 1040 for the stop.
Yep. All right. So we're going to another clip here. Obviously, we're not like playing through the entire 2-hour thing. And you know what? I encourage everyone to go and watch his entire live stream where he defends himself.
It's horrific.
Just, make sure that you are sitting down at the time. You're not drinking anything, because you might faint and pass out from laughing too hard. You might spit water across the room. Who knows, right? All right, let's see here what we got.
Yeah, drop his.
If somebody has real knowledge, if their word is so powerful, if their holy words that they know and all their history that they supposedly know is so incredible and so true, why they got to do all this for little old Billy Carson? Why they got to come for little old Billy Carson? Right? Why is that? It seems as if they just don't have the power they thought they had.
Right? Now, what now?
So they didn't have the power.
Hold on, Mary. Let me answer this question first. Why would anyone come for little old Billy Carson? Maybe because he's leading thousands, maybe even millions of people astray, taking them away from the truth and condemning them to hell. I think that's a pretty good reason to go after him.
But Billy Carson doesn't think it would be. That's the important thing. Billy Carson does not think that sending 10 million people, according to him, to hell should be a reason for people to go and talk about it. So
Mr. Right? I think that this is an attack easy to see. I think that applies to your own words here, because no one said he got something wrong. Now he's a fraud. He was a fraud long before he got something wrong.
Yes.
Because
he
literally doesn't know the names of the texts that he's the foremost world expert on.
Right. And someone else says he charges people for his information. All the info he's been giving people are wrong. He doesn't even know the names of the texts, and then he lies about what's inside of them. And then when he's caught out, he tries to get Chat-GPT to say something that looks smart. But it's still not really sensible, because if you ask it a weird question, it won't say, that's a ridiculous question. What are you talking about? That's weird. So next, he then, and actually, I will skip the actual text of this, but I will bring up my little summary of it. So then he says that, in fact, now guess what? He has the police involved. So
oh no, he's going to send the police after us for criticizing him, a public figure.
The Canadian Royal Mounted Police, here if you can share mine, who then told him to go to the Vancouver police. If you can show my screen. This is kind of interesting, because guess where Wes Huff lives? And he even said the University of Toronto at some point. So he knows that Wes Huff lives in Toronto. Toronto versus Vancouver is a flight of nearly 5 hours and is a 42-hour drive. But he claimed that he and his lawyer are in contact with the Royal Mounted Police, and that they told him to contact the Vancouver police on literally the other side of the country, and that they are going to get him because this is the organized crime and a cabal, and that the Combined Forces Special Enforcement Unit of British Columbia, the wrong province, is investigating them. Why are they investigating them? I will show you. Because it's a street gang organization, and Billy Carson is so ignorant. And again, he talks about things and he hopes that you won't look it up. This is a street level gang. This is not about sophisticated money laundering. This is not about forgeries or fake products or anything else. This is street level gang activity unit. Because apparently these people are part of like the Crips, the Bloods, and the Wesley Huffs. We're all huffers, and we're huffing, and we're a street gang who comes after people. He's like, oh, it's like RICO is what he says. No, this is a street crime organization. Look at the text. It is a street crime street level organization. He is lying about this. The Royal Navy Mounted, or excuse me, the Canadian Royal Mounted Police did not send them over to Vancouver for a guy. Supposedly, the University of Ontario is implicated in this too. Did not send him to these people. A street level gang, anti-gang, where they walk the streets, try to talk to kids, convince them not to join gangs, have nothing to do about that. Yes, he is a good scammer, and people are getting dumber. Have you looked at anything he said?
Hold on, pause, Mary. Perry, I want to read the comment. Mista is right on. He's exactly right on for once. So he knows nothing about what he talks about. I mean, technically he knows something. Like he knows words to say, but he has no real knowledge, no deep knowledge. Anyway, he must be a really good scammer. In fact, he is. Or people are just getting dumber, which is probably also true. The people in this chat that are coming here to defend him certainly don't seem to have any coherent thoughts in their mind. He must know something about what he talks about. Yeah, technically he knows something. He knows enough to say magic words and speak them with confidence and fool people who don't know anything at all, right? If you've never heard of any of the texts he's talking about, you don't know how ridiculous, you couldn't possibly know how ridiculous it is to make the claims he makes. So he knows enough terms and vague knowledge of texts to put on a good show, and that's all that matters.
Yes, and then if you continue, he also said he contacted the Canadian Anti-Fraud Center, which is for like phishing attacks and stealing people's checks and email scams and phone scams and things like that. He says, because it's a scam. No, that's not how anything works. That's like contacting the FCC, right? In the US. It would have nothing to do with organized crime. Like, because it's a crime, it's a scam. He's lying to all of you. I cannot believe that people didn't bother to look this up. And that's really the thing. He tickles their ears. It's like, oh man, this guy's deep. They're really out to get him. And so that's what they go after. So I won't actually play the entire section, but it ends at 12 minutes and 37 seconds. It starts at 604 seconds, and you can watch that on your own. Then he goes on to explain, why did he get beaten like a drum? Why did Billy get bodied? And he says the reasons are that Mark was threatened or bribed or both to put this out there. Now, keep in mind that Billy was telling Mark that he was going to sue him if he brought it out. Billy was telling Mark, oh, I'm going to destroy your family, basically, and the relationships that you have. Do you really want to upset your wife? Do you really want to get on the outs with the father of your son's best friend? Do you really want to do all this stuff? But no, Mark was being threatened by Wes Huff, who had never spoken to the man in his life before. And also, when Billy came to Mark's house uninvited in the middle of the night and rang the bell after midnight, it was totally going to be friendly. It does not matter. Okay, I have a weird sleep disorder. I'm usually up at 3 a.m., 2 a.m., 4 a.m. No one on the planet would show up to my house without notifying me and getting a yes after midnight, no matter how late I stayed up, because that's not cool. That's not cool. He does not mention in that context the legal threats that he made. He mentions in other contexts how he's going to destroy him. But no, Mark was threatened by whom? By Wes Huff, for heaven's sakes.
Yeah, totally.
So, and then Billy later goes, and then he why is everyone out to get me? And he says, oh, it's because they're doing it for clout, they're doing it for money, they're doing it out of jealousy, but also this is a worldwide powerful organization that has millions of dollars and hundreds of thousands of active conspiracists in it. And it has hordes of bots and that are sent after him, which is, in his words, a cyber attack and is legal, illegal, and against the law. It's a good thing he let us know that it's both illegal and against the law. Look at 3530. That is a timestamp for that, in which he says, so at the same time, they don't have money, they don't have clout. Billy's more successful and has more of these things. And simultaneously, they are a worldwide organization of millions of dollars and hundreds of thousands of active conspiracists. Both of these things can't be true. He must be lying. either people are doing it for clout, money, jealousy, or they're trying to suppress the truth, and they have millions of dollars and hundreds of thousands of people who are active conspiracists. Not all the people they dupe, but the active conspiracists. Okay? So, Billy also states that the people against him have no money. He has said this too, and he will bankrupt them, and he doesn't care whether he wins or not. And that's specifically not so much against Mark, who has some money, good deal of money. He's quite wealthy. But the other people involved, he's like, oh, I'm going to destroy them. And I don't care whether or not I win. What does that mean? It means that he has admitted publicly to conducting lawfare, which is illegal. Oh, what's the word? Illegal and against the law. We need to say both because otherwise Billy might not understand. It is illegal and against the law. Also note that these people who are powerless, who have no money and will be bankrupted, they also control the world narrative, and they're also spending millions of dollars to get Billy. So this is Billy's logic. And he spent like nearly an hour ranting and raving over this nonsense as people are like, get to the point, get to the point. So then he gives reasons
so, hold on,
why.
Mary. Let me just summarize that, right? He both claims that these are unknown nobodies attacking him for clout, and that it's a vast conspiracy with nearly unlimited resources. It's got to be one of the, well, it could be neither, but of course it is neither, but it can't be both. Weird stuff.
And yes, Billy has been saying this for years, but his friend Mark didn't really pay attention to him and what he was saying because he knew him socially, not professionally. He began listening and was troubled and was like, hey, I'd like someone to discuss this with you. He's like, of course. Billy was too arrogant to look up Wes Huff and find out that he would be destroyed and just showed up unprepared. But he says that he did such a bad job, first of all, because he was sick. And he spent like 10 minutes telling everyone what a poor, pathetic person he was and how sick he was and just got out of the hospital and they were taking advantage of him. I don't care. I could be giving birth with a baby coming out of me. And if you had asked me these kind of questions, I still could have slapped you down. Like, no, you were not. You were out of the hospital. You were walking around fine for all your drama, and you chose to be on this. No one made you be on this. And you knew what the topic was going to be. I'm going to give you what Billy's receipts are. They're Chat-GPT. Now,
we'll get to that.
Yes.
But the point, right? We've got from an hour in. He's still just like going on and on about this conspiracy from nobodies, all set to take him down. And we got so many people watching. Please share this to get more people watching. You think, right? You think if he had some hard-hitting evidence that proves that there's a conspiracy out to get him, he'd spend like maybe 10 minutes introducing it. They'd dive into that evidence. Guess not.
No, he just wants more money, so he wanted to stream as long as possible and hold it out for as long as possible. He also knew how bad his evidence actually was. So he's hoping that people wouldn't hang around to see
an hour in or 2 hours into a 3 hour and 24-minute video. A lot of his followers are going to watch a few minutes, get bored, and think, he must have brought lots of evidence later in the video. And we got, Mista here who claims that he doesn't follow Billy. He doesn't know anything about it. He's just here to reveal the truth that there's a vast conspiracy to undermine Billy. And that's what he's standing against. Yeah. He doesn't follow him. He has no idea, but he knows what he's been up to for the last several years, but he doesn't follow him. Got it, Mista.
Yep.
We're totally buying it. Just keep going.
So he also said he did a terrible job because he was taken advantage of while he was sick and wasting away, and it was terrible. He also said they staged the whole thing, and Wes was constantly disconnecting to keep Billy from talking and then shutting him out. Now, what actually happened was that Wes's connection was poor at the very beginning, and Wes had to come back on before the discussion even began. They had not yet spoken to Wes. And Billy was just talking to his friend Mark, and he froze once, came back in, and nothing else happened. He was never disconnected again. Keep in mind, he claims that he was disconnected over and over and over again. Oh, and by the way, he said he was so sick, he was coughing all the time. And he told them, he told Wes that he was coughing so much. But then he said, but I bet that got cut off. Here's the thing. I challenge you to find in the uncut, unedited version that was put up on Huff's channel recently, where Billy was coughing, because I have canceled because I'm coughing too much. I'm like, I can't do a stream because I'm coughing, because guess what? I was coughing. I didn't sit for an hour plus and not cough. But apparently he was coughing all the time until the moment it started rolling, then he never coughed. And he made claims like, oh, I'm sure it's edited out. It's a continuous stream from one moment to the next. There are no cuts in it.
Yeah.
He didn't cough.
It's pretty difficult actually to hide a cut. Right?
Yes.
It's not easy to do as someone who edits videos all the time, and sometimes trying to hide cuts of my own talking because I messed up, right? And I want to cut out a portion, and I think it's ugly if it's obvious. It is not easy to do by any means. And if he was coughing constantly, then how come in his long 10, 15-minute monologues, there's not a single cough?
Yes.
I don't know.
So,
and why would someone edit out coughing of all things?
Well, they said they were might have to edit out because he might have a coughing fit is what he was claiming. But of course that never happened. And a lot of times in podcasts, you would edit out a coughing fit, but you also wouldn't do a podcast.
Oh, yeah.
Fits,
so to be clear, right? If this had aired, it did briefly air as a podcast, and then that was taken down very quickly.
And it was taken down because of Billy's threats.
Right, because of Billy's threats. But if you're editing a podcast, you remove some boring bits. You might edit people stumbling, where they're just saying because they're trying to think of something. Sure, you'd edit out stuff like that.
Yeah, and
might edit out coughing, but there'd be lots of cuts, right? There'd be lots of obvious cuts where you edited out coughing. You're not trying to hide something. You're not going to go through extra effort to hide the cutting out of the cough.
You're just trying not to.
What nonsense.
So go ahead and show the one that ends at 30:36. It's right after Billy Carson coughing his claim. I don't think that people need to see this. By the way, Billy Carson's coughing claim ends at 24:02. So for future people, if you want to go to his stream where he supposedly rebuts everyone, it's before that, but I don't think everybody wants to see that. But if you go to
and we are here to get more views for him. He only has 144,000 views, being ratioed massively, by the way. He has 1.1 million subscribers. People with 100,000 subscribers are getting 1 million views. Massive ratio going on, but won't worry about that, right? That's just part of the conspiracy from all these nobodies.
Slick. So every time I had something really important to say or a deep question to ask, defendant number 2 video would just magically disconnect. Boop, he's off again. Oh man, he's off again. I don't know what happened. The first time it happened, I was like, that's strange, because it didn't happen when he was talking, and his video was very clear and crisp, like almost 4K. Then he comes, he gets back into the live feed, to the whatever app they were using. I'm not sure what kind of app it was. He's back on. He's dialed back in. Now I'm trying to ask my question. I'm getting overridden with other texts, other words from defendant number 1. He's overriding what I'm trying to say, everything I've got to ask. He's talking over me. I'm the person that's there supposed to be in this debate. I can't even get a word in.
Wait, what is he talking about? What is he talking about exactly? I don't understand, Mary. Can you fill me in? Who is defendant number 1, defendant number 2, defendant number 3? There's only, it's essentially just him and Wes talking. Do you even know what he's alluding to?
Yeah. Sorry, I was filling up my tea. So he's claiming that basically every time that he wanted to give a good answer, he had great answers to give, but Wes would pretend to lose connection to interrupt him and keep him from doing that. And that it was all a horrible conspiracy. That's it. That's all he's claiming. I know he's
acting like there's multiple people conspiring again.
Well, Mark was conspiring with him. It was all planned out, is what he's claiming.
Right. So that maybe brings 2, but he's saying there's 3 people.
Oh, there's an editor who's going to hide this all.
The third is the editor.
Here's the thing. It was released without any edits and any cuts. Therefore, that's not possible because there aren't any cuts in any of those places.
Yeah. and who knows what he, really wanted to talk about. It's funny because
I want
to make a point. So Wes put out a video a month ago right? So before any of this was made public, saying that he talked with Billy, that he debated him. He wasn't sure if it'd ever see the light of day. He said, but it's really unfortunate. We never got to talk about any of the stuff that he usually talks about because he was struggling so bad on the things that we never got to any of that stuff. And now here Billy is saying, well, we didn't talk about the things I really wanted to talk about. We only talked about the things I brought up and then had no answers and immediately tried to change the subject. Got it. All right. I think a bit more to go on this one. Yes.
Yes.
And as soon as I say one thing, the other guy, defendant number 2, he's overriding and talking over me. I'm just sitting there patiently, just quiet, okay. You can see me, I'm just sitting there. Then all of a sudden I have something powerful to say and a response to say, boop, video disconnects right when I start talking again. No more video feed gone. I'm like, this is crazy. Now I see what's going on. This is an actual setup, because every time he would come back and start talking dogmatically and talking all this garbage, he would then pick up his cup and do this and give a smirk. So,
oh my goodness, he drank while he was on live stream. I guess I better do that.
So I saw Dan at that moment. I realized, oh, this is a contrived setup video to make me look like I'm some type of dummy and I don't know what I'm talking about. So they can go bragging to all their Christian buddies and friends in their cult and, oh, he didn't know the answer to these 2 questions. Not really. Again,
so he knows the answer to the question.
What anyone. Hold on, Mary. Hold on. No one has criticized him. He didn't know the answers. He thought he gave answers, right? It's not they said, I don't know, I have to look that up. That's not what anyone's saying whatsoever. He gave nonsense answers. So if he's saying he didn't know, then he's admitting to making up nonsense on the spot instead of just being honest. And there's more than 2 questions.
And by the way, African intelligence, you will have the chance to see whether or not what he is saying actually happened. So I want you to look with your own eyeballs. He's telling you what happened. Then I want you to tell me in about 30 minutes whether or not this happened or whether or not Billy Carson is lying to you. Because I'm telling you, he never drops off during the actual conversation that he's talking about. He's talking about specifically the New Testament conversation at the beginning. Never drops off, and you will see.
Well, this is the level of intelligence from African we got here. The Bible is written by the Illuminati. And I think so I saw this comment and I thought, okay, he was just trolling us the whole time. Ha, you got us. You were pretending to be a dumb follower of Billy, but you're really just a troll. Sadly, I'm pretty sure he's not.
Yeah, he is. He's not trolling. That he actually is a follower of Billy who believes these things. So let's actually look at. Now we can go to. Oh, and he also says that it was faked. It was faked. There's dubbing and fakery. By the way, I'm one of the mods in the chat in there. Just so you know, Mr. Kalen. I'm too many Marys. My no doubt.
So Mista, I assume that your volume's on. Type my volume is on, and then I've asked you this like 20 times.
His volume's on because
your research. What is your evidence? What is your evidence of this other than Billy himself claiming it? How are we supposed to do our research and conclude that this was a setup? Where's the video exposing all this?
Yeah,
I can tell by the comments. You can tell what by the comments.
We are going.
He has. Hold on, Mary. Hold on. He has 1 million followers. Surely one of his followers can go and make a documentary about all the evidence that he was set up, and we don't have to just rely on his word against the word of everyone else and all the visual evidence. But do your research.
You can do your research in a second when you actually look at it. You can see whether or not this happened. Now, he also claims that his words will be dubbed over. So it wasn't just that he didn't get to say what he wanted. He was made to sound stupid by dubbing and deep fakes. And I want to look at his actual claims that these deep fakes were made. Next,
that's the name of this video, right? Or the thumbnail of this video.
Yeah, that's the thumbnail.
So deep fake.
He says he did badly in this. The third reason he did badly in this debate or debate-like conversation is because he was dubbed over and deep fakes were made of him. And here is his declaration that this is what happened.
All right. So let me grab that next time stamp there. All right. So we're going to hear, I'm sure, good proof, because this is a very serious allegation, right, of people deep faking this. I'm sure we'll have very good proof.
And if it is wrong, then he has committed, then he has slandered these people, and he is potentially liable in court for slandering people.
So African intelligence, I'm not ignorant about the origins of the Bible, but clearly you
Billy
are.
is. And we will show that Billy is ignorant about the origins of the Bible. So if you have been following him, you've been following him to hell.
Now, another thing that came up was this. I wasn't talking. This is all the talking being done for me. So I caught this and I remember it because I haven't watched all these videos. I watched about 30 minutes of one of them and I realized how much editing was done, how heavily edited and dubbed that was. And I realized it was garbage. Let me show you what I mean by dubbed. This is a video of me. Let me see if this is it here. Let me find this. Where's this video at? This is a video of me speaking in Korean.
안녕하세요, 여러분. 저는 빌리 카슨입니다. 포비든 노랫개로도 알려져 있죠.
Okay, and you can stop it because it's just going to be this. So,
what does this have to do with anything?
Actually, check what's the time stamp on that one? How much longer? Oh yeah. So he's saying that you can make deep fakes. Yeah, it's a deep fake of him speaking Korean. So everything else is a deep fake too. That's what he's saying.
Oh, except it's not
Korean.
really a deep fake. It's just a dubbing, right? Because it's probably, I don't know, right? But it's probably saying a translation of what he actually said in the clip, which wouldn't make
that one
fake,
is
just make it dubbed.
Right. So this one, he's saying that you can change their words. So you can use software to use your own voice to sound like you're speaking another language that you cannot speak, and you can sync up the video to it. So it is a deep fake, meaning that it altered his mouth at the same time. So he's being dubbed over, and it is a fake, a deep fake. So he is claiming that they made him look like and sound like he was saying things that he wasn't. That is what he claimed.
So a very wise person pointed out this problem to me several months ago, that, yeah, deep fakes are bad, right? That you're making it look like someone's saying something they're not. But a much bigger problem is that anyone can now claim whatever they actually said, they didn't say.
But the thing
here's
is,
the thing, the technology is not that good.
No,
if you play it back frame by frame, you will see glitches in these deep fakes, right?
Yep.
And that's not what you see here.
Right. And that is not what you see, is not a deep fake. He's lying. So he's lying about the disconnection. He's lying that he was coughing all the time and so sick that he was coughing. And he's lying that it's a deep fake and dubbing whenever he sounds stupid. He's saying, yeah, I sounded stupid, but I couldn't reply. And he was disconnecting, and there was dubbing and fakery, and I couldn't think because I was too sick. Which one was it?
Yeah, all these excuses, right? Abista says it's not a deep fake. Well, I'm not claiming it's a deep fake. He's claiming it's a deep
fake. So,
and this is the guy who's your only source of it being a setup is claiming it's a deep fake.
Okay, and he's going to say also that he did not get an opportunity to rebut the things that Wes said. So I want you guys to hear his claim before we see the actual exchange, so you can tell whether or not he actually had a chance or not. So that's the next one.
And I'm like, okay, whatever. So I give my answer about the gospel of Jesus' wife, to what I knew about it. Not even a deep answer, just a very surface answer. I'm just like, whatever, man. I'm just.
That's accurate. Definitely not a deep answer. Definitely all the knowledge he had, but blatantly wrong.
I'm just surviving at this moment. And then the gentleman, defendant number 2, he comes back with all this rhetoric about it's a known fake and it's this and that. So, sorry, I had to put this up there. It was a setup. I mean, Wes was using Chat-GPT. Let's say theoretically, he didn't have, theoretically, he didn't have the knowledge and he used Chat-GPT. How would that in any way make Billy look like an idiot?
The important part is that he got that from Billy's claim. I saw him whenever he would drop off, I saw him using Chat-GPT on his screen. How could he see that? Can you see what I am looking at right now? You cannot. Why did he say that? Because Billy was sitting there with his butt in that chair, frantically typing into his phone. Why was he typing in the phone, everybody? I thought he had the knowledge. No, he was asking Chat-GPT about things.
Well,
And
I mean,
he actually, and I have
again.
evidence. I have evidence. And guys, be very, very gracious with the new guys, even if they're jerks. Just let them go, because we're going to be very gracious this time and letting all sorts of things be said.
Yeah. Moderators,
So-
let the idiots speak, right? There's a chance that they'll come to realize they've been scammed by Billy if they're here. If you block them, they'll leave.
So if you block them, they'll leave. Don't block them for this time. Don't block anybody. So anyway, even if they're really nasty, just delete really nasty.
Well, I mean, if
stuff.
someone's like spamming,
Yeah, if you're
vulgar
spamming constantly,
things, that's a
then just,
different story.
yeah.
But the people who are engaging, sort
That-
of,
and
leave
that,
them alone.
that's fine for now. So what I will show you that he uses Chat-GPT, because that's where he got his supposed receipts from. That was his rebuttal. He didn't go to the original text. He did not go to scholarly articles, because he has never read a scholarly article in his life. He did not go to his own translations, because he doesn't even know what the English language is. And I will show that in a moment too. He didn't go to any of these things, and instead he went to Chat-GPT. He screenshotted its answers and put it into his slideshow. That's what he did. So that's why I say anytime Billy Carson is insulting someone, he is speaking about himself. And did my volume drop? Did I bump it? I don't think I
There
did.
was like a tiny little glitch, but no big deal. We got what you were saying.
Okay, cool. All right. So, and you can use, doctors can use Google, but here's the thing. He didn't know these answers. Doctors use Google whenever they're looking at something super obscure. This is like ABCs. I had heard of the Codex Sinaiticus or Sinaiticus or Sinaiticus. All of those are correct pronunciations depending on where you are. But I had heard the Codex Sinaiticus from like 20, 30 years, like teenager. I knew about this. This is ABCs of biblical textual history. He can't even say the word in any form that is one of the ways that you can say it. And so says Sinai Bible, because he cannot pronounce the word. That is how little he knows. So I will show this in a moment. So let's finish his claim that he doesn't get a chance to rebut, and then we will give his first big claims about three things: the Sinai Bible, the Book of Barnabas, and the Book of Jesus' wife. So go ahead and play through this.
Yeah. So, I mean, I couldn't care less who was using Chat-GPT or not, because that doesn't provide any explanation whatsoever as to why why Billy had no knowledge on this, right? If Wes has no knowledge, that has no effect on Billy's claims. And if he was deep faked into saying these idiotic things, then how come the exact same things he said dozens of times on dozens of different podcasts? Really bizarre. Really, really bizarre claims here. That's all I got to say about that. So you said go to the next clip.
Nope, finish this one up.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did I already load that or
and
not?
everything else, and it's no good, and it doesn't exist, and blah 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 blah, or it's fake or whatever he's talking about. I'm like, okay, well, let me get my rebuttal in on this fakeness, but I never got a chance to get my rebuttal in because I had something very important to say about that, which I'm going to talk about tonight, about the gospel of Jesus' wife.
Okay,
So-
we will see whether or not he
So
has
can I ask you a
anything-
question,
Yeah.
Mary? Does he actually ever give anything resembling a rebuttal in this entire 3-hour thing?
He gives his Chat-GPT answers, but he admits that Karen King has said it is a fraud and a forgery now. But he tries to trick people because a lot of people don't listen closely to him. They try to trick people into not understanding by mispresenting the order of things that Karen King was originally duped and fooled by a rather not terribly great forgery into thinking that was genuine. and then later admitted that it was not. And he pretends, first of all, that she didn't go back. He presents it in such a way to confuse people, and then says, well, if she did go back, it was only because of all of these nefarious things. But the text that he uses that says it's nefarious shows that it is not. And we will go over that text.
Look at the screen. Look at his eyes. 80% the reading on screen. Yeah, that, you know, like when he reaches back
I'm
and
reading
literally
the chat.
grabs the book off his bookshelf and turns to the page and shows it to the monitor. That's
Yeah.
because he got from Chat-GPT. But again, even if Wes knows nothing and was just going based off what he read off the internet, it still doesn't explain why Billy has no answers. Why does your hero have no
Right.
answers?
And he said
African?
that he did not get a chance. So we will find out whether or not that is true.
Yeah.
So-
He didn't have a chance, but he does acknowledge it. Is that what we're about to see?
We're about to see his
And
main
I'm gonna play a
claims
couple
in
of
another
excerpts.
context. So if you
Okay.
can just jump to
All
the
right,
next
so we're going to see the claims that were deep faked for many
No,
times.
no, not the deep faked ones. These are ones on other podcasts that he
I
actually
know.
made that he
But
hasn't denied.
anything that he said that was embarrassing was a deep fake, right? So these must also be deep fakes, is what I was getting at.
Meaning of certain
I'll give you
things.
one big translation that's off is they say, well, Jesus was crucified.
Whoa.
Well, that doesn't exist in the Sinai Bible.
What happened
It
to
doesn't
him?
exist in the book of Barnabas. He didn't.
It's a fire name, Barnabas.
I know. He didn't. But they left that out of the Bible on purpose, by accident.
So how did they kill him?
They didn't kill him. In Harvard Library, there is a book of Jesus' wife at the Harvard Seminary School. And they found that about 8 years ago.
Jesus' wife is the Mary Magdalene?
Yeah.
So she was not actually...
They're assuming it's Mary Magdalene. It doesn't specifically say, but we're assumed that it is, which means he probably had kids, and his Merovingian bloodline is still probably walking the land till this very day. Yeah.
That's in, what was that great book, the Dan Brown book?
Gosh, so much.
Notice that's in the Dan Brown book. He recognized it. So he recognized it's from Dan Brown, and he's just copying Dan Brown, fictional book that he's made into his whole career. Now, notice his claims. Does the Sinai Bible, what he calls the Sinai Bible, does it have the crucifixion? Yes or no? Everyone in chat, all of you people who follow Billy. Billy says, does the Sinai Bible contain the crucifixion? Yes or no? Not maybe, not might, yes or no. He says what? He says
it
no.
doesn't.
He says it does not.
He says no. But
What
you know, it was
about-
deep faked when he said that.
Yeah. What about the book of Barnabas? Does it have the crucifixion?
Well, it doesn't.
It doesn't in the same way. Well, it depends.
Well,
The
it has
book of
a
Barnabas,
crucifixion,
doesn't
right? But it
even
claims
exist.
it's not Jesus.
Right,
It claims
right.
it's another in its place.
Right. So we'll talk about Barnabas. He calls it the book of Barnabas in a number of places because he doesn't know that there are multiple books of Barnabas, by the way.
Right. Yeah. Book of Barnabas isn't actually the title of anything.
It's he
Just
means
like
the
Sinai
gospel of
Bible
Barnabas.
isn't the
Yeah,
title of anything.
isn't the title of anything. So, and we're moving on. The book of Jesus's wife at Harvard Seminary, he says, do you know how big this fraudulent fragment is? It's a tiny, tiny scrap of parchment. So, of course, it wouldn't have anything. It's part of a tiny conversation, right?
Plus,
It's
even if
forged.
it's an obvious fake. Every scholar says it's a fake. But if it was real, the claim was that it was like a 4th or 5th century document.
Right.
It wasn't
The
even
claim
a
that-
claim to be a 1st century document by the forger.
And at best, Karen King dated it to the second half of the 2nd century, as we will see, and she does not believe that it's one of the original texts or anything like that. So,
Yeah. So
I want
theoretically, right? So theoretically, there could have been a text written by some random person that said Jesus was married, and it would be totally meaningless to historical fact, just as meaningless as Dan Brown's novel is to historical fact, or Billy Carson's claims are to historical fact. People can make claims. That doesn't mean that, oh, there's a conspiracy hiding this. That's the only explanation for why someone hundreds and hundreds of years after the fact would write something different than what you find in the gospel accounts.
So going to the next one, we'll see what Billy actually says that he's been saying. So we see there what he actually said. Now let's see what he claims on his rebuttal that he's been saying all along.
All right, let's see this.
So, what's the question? In podcasts, I have been noted as saying it's quite possible I said they discovered the gospel of Jesus' wife. Fact. And then I go on to say in maybe 3 podcasts, it's quite possible that Jesus never died, that he may have been married. And his Merovingian bloodline could still be on the planet till this very day. My wording is very specific and basic.
All right. So right there, his wording is specific and basic, meaning I think he means simple to understand. But his wording was
claim it, right? Hold on.
He was not crucified.
Claim it, but even in his own words, quite possible is a claim that it's likely to be true.
Yeah, but he said several other times in this podcast that all I said was maybe it's not in the Sinai Bible. It's possible it's not in the Sinai Bible. He claims he has the Sinai Bible, by the way. Yeah, he claims he has a copy of it. He says, I have one. You can buy it on Amazon, he says. Now I sound like Andrew Tate, but I think an Andrew Tate voice is appropriate for this level of scam. So he says this, that you can go and get it yourself, and he has it. He's read it. And now he's going, but I only said it might not be in there. Oh, wait.
I mean, it's a basic fact. Either it's there or it's not.
Yes, either it's there or it's not. There's no maybe. So let's jump to the beginning of the
Hold on a second. I want to put one other thing out here, which apparently he doesn't actually know what he's talking about. What does being in the Merovingian bloodline mean, Mary?
So that it means that it came into that Jesus's bloodline is somehow, it came into the Merovingian dynasty, because some really dumb people think that Mero sounds kind of like Mary, so maybe it's the same thing, and that they have because kings sleep around and stuff, and they have descendants and so forth. Like, I'm descended from the Merovingians, so oh my goodness, I must be descended from Jesus because I'm descended from the Merovingians. But all of this is a part of the conspiracy in Dan Brown's novel, right?
Yeah. So in Dan Brown, that's what I was trying to get
Dan
out of
Brown, and that's probably where he probably only got it from the movie, because I don't think he actually reads.
He didn't even read the novel. He just went.
I don't think he read the novel. I think he got it from the movie.
Highly possible. But the point, what I was trying to get from Mary is that in Dan Brown's fiction, right? In his fiction, the real story of Jesus is that there's a conspiracy to hide his bloodline. And the secret rulers of society, the Illuminati, if you like, have been keeping that secret bloodline all these times. And these are the people who actually control the world. Yeah. And he's posing that in all seriousness. Like, this is a real thing, right? Like, there's really some Merovingian bloodline conspiracy, and thus it's relevant whether or not Jesus is related, biologically speaking, to the dynasty of the 5th through 8th century.
Here's the thing: even in his version of this nonsense, it isn't significant if you're related to Christ or not. Christ just came to enlighten all of you.
So he just says it for no reason.
So he does it for no reason. He's just copying things. So let's go ahead and begin the actual discussion, where the discussion begins.
All right. So that was all from his
let's take a look at something here
from Billy Carson exposes fake debate video plus some clips showing that he's still full of nonsense, because even in his exposing, he continues to lie off his little behind. Now we're going to look at some of this deep fake debate.
If you listen to the podcast, the statement is according to the Sinai Bible. Okay, according to the Sinai Bible, Jesus wasn't crucified in that Bible. That Bible predates the King James version of the Bible, and the text there actually is about 12 to 14,000 differences between.
So I just want to point out one thing real quick, right? He every time he takes the snippets, because he's hinting that he's in on this conspiracy against me, but it's literally like in the middle of a sentence. So what's the conspiracy? Who knows?
The Sinai Bible and the King James version of the Bible, which came much later. And then also one of the things that were interesting is that they discovered the book of Jesus's wife, which is at the Harvard Seminary, which according to some scholars, that's a little controversial, but they claim that this is an accurate record that Jesus may have even been married, which then, adds more if that's true.
Literally no scholar ever claimed it was an accurate record of history.
Correct, not one.
To the hypothesis that maybe he wasn't crucified. I just personally believe.
Plus, he could have been married before he was crucified, so the two aren't even related to begin with.
That Jesus was an amazing human being. I don't think that he was the Son of God in the sense that he's God, but that we're all gods. As he said, ye are gods, and that we're to do greater things in him. And I just personally believe that the return of the Christ is the return of the Christ consciousness. When we can all achieve a certain level of knowledge, wisdom, passion, understanding, empathy, love that he came to this planet with, and we get that in our mind and our conscience, and we can act on those incredible emotions and that understanding, that the whole world is going to transform instantaneously. And I think at the second coming is the coming of the Christ consciousness to the planet, not a human being flying back to Earth to save people. That's just my personal understanding of how I perceived it over many, many years of going through this information and going.
many years of going through this information, he came to that profound conclusion.
The foremost expert in the world. Now it's his personal opinion from all of his many years, because he liked planes at 6 years old. Now he's an expert because he's gone over it for many years. So he's already backed down somewhat from his ridiculous claims in front of someone who actually has some actual credentials.
Yeah, he did step down a bit there, right? He did admit that this is controversial and not everyone agrees with it. Well, claiming that many scholars do, when in fact literally zero scholars, including the one scholar who was actually duped into thinking it was a 4th century or 3rd century text, never once did anyone propose that this reflects history. It would just be that some weird group had a weird belief. That's all it would actually mean if it was a real document.
Yep. And notice he says he doesn't get a chance to present his views. I think I got a pretty good chance there, right? So we can jump forward to the next one.
And by the way, Wes published this yesterday, 348,000 views. Wes has 107,000 subscribers. So even though most of the people have already watched the debate on other channels, many people watched on other channels, many people have watched clips, still massively ratioing Billy. Interesting.
If I ask a clarifying question,
sure.
When you say the Sinai Bible, what are you referring to specifically?
I like how confused he is, because he's like, what are you talking about? There is no such thing.
It's the biblical text that was written. It made it into you can actually look it up on Amazon. It's a Bible I have a version at home. It's called the Sinai Bible, right, from Mount Sinai. I'm assuming that's the mountain that they're referencing there. But they put together their own version of the biblical text prior to the King James Version being put out.
Sure. So when you refer to the Sinai Bible, would you be referring to Codex Sinaiticus, like the codex that comes? Okay. That's why I was trying to get some clarification, because so you can actually go and see Codex Sinaiticus is at the British Library. So you can go and see it. It's on display. And the British Library has actually digitized the entire manuscript. So I work with manuscripts in my linguistic work. I'm an expert on early Christian scribal culture, and particularly in Greek and Coptic manuscripts. I actually have a facsimile. So I have a photocopy that was done by the British Library of Codex Sinaiticus that I work with in my office. So I have it here.
Chat-GPT, everyone, Chat-GPT.
And the only reason I asked for clarification is because I want to make sure that what I'm addressing is actually what you mean.
Gotcha.
And not addressing something else. Because the Codex Sinaiticus in particular is just it's a 4th century Greek manuscript. Mm-hmm. It comes from approximately between 325 and 350 AD. And its text of the Gospels reads almost identical to the modern Greek text that we developed.
So before you jump in, Mary, I want to point this out from Marion, because this is a very good point, actually. So in Wes's video that he published a month ago, when he didn't even know if this would ever actually make it to light, he said, I will meet and talk with you in person. And then Billy tried to sue him to shut him up, and he said, I'll abide by your cease and desist order, even though it's legal bullshit, if you agree to have a broadcast conversation, right? Strangely, there's no interest in that from Billy, strangely. Mary?
Okay. Let me show. Actually, whoops. Wrong thing. Ha! Let me show my window again.
All right, while you're getting that technology, let me take a super chat from earlier.
Early, and this is indeed a sign, yet most of them are not believers. Give alone to Allah, give alone to Allah. Ride the wings of Gabriel, give alone to Allah.
So Ryan asked, can you OD on emerald tablets? Asking for a friend. Very valid question there. Thank you very much for the donation, Ryan. All of us conspiracy members or Kabbalists or whatever, we need those $2 or €2 super chats in order to survive. So thank you very much for.
Okay, I invite everyone to type into Amazon the terms the Sinai Bible and see whether or not anything called the Sinai Bible pops up. Is the Sinai Bible the name of anything? And it is not. You can share my screen. You will find when you scroll down a little bit after typing that in that you get Codex Sinaiticus. Codex Sinaiticus. There is no Sinai Bible. So why is it that he keeps calling it the wrong thing?
Yeah, and to be clear, he could have misspoke, right? That's kind of what he says. I misquoted. He could have misspoke in the moment, except that this is always what he's claimed on every single podcast.
He has always called it that, always, without exception. So.
And Wes doesn't make a big deal about it. He's just like, I wanted to make sure I had the right text. It's called Codex Sinaiticus, no big deal. Here's what it says.
And so what Billy says is, you can get this, just type it into Google or type it into Amazon. But it doesn't, that's not what it's called. So he's saying, just type it in Amazon. But you don't get it when you type in Amazon. You get something else because he doesn't know what he's talking about. So as Wes said, this is a 4th century codex, Codex is a name for a bound work. And it was a way to conveniently carry around what was essentially libraries at that time, because all works were previously made in scroll-sized documents. So you might have multiple documents together, but that would be considered a library. So you have a library bound together. Now, that does not mean that it is all scripture. They were all holy texts, but not necessarily scripture, because they bound things together, just like you'd have a library. Your religious library might have stuff in it that's not in fact, it has in it some Eusebian canons, which is just rules of the church. So that shows you that this is not a document that was strictly scripture. So that's one point. But secondly, this is the earliest of the books, of the codices, of the collections that have all the books in them together from beginning to end in Greek. That doesn't mean that's the earliest manuscript, but it's the earliest of those. And Wes will talk about that more in a moment, but I wanted to bring those things up. So I am going to show you, I want you guys to type into your browsers, all of you who follow Billy Carson, I want you to type in Codex Sinaiticus online into Google search and click on the first result. This is not hidden knowledge. The entirety of this Bible is scanned so that you can see the original pages, and it's nicely written in like the actual words and letters in Greek as a transcription, so it's easier to read because it's kind of hard to read this old style sometimes. They don't put spaces between words, so it's kind of exhausting to read after a while. And then they also have the translation of the text that is there. So we will see whether or not Billy's claims that The crucifixion is not in this. He has this book. He has read it. He has studied for years. Studied for years.
Mm-hmm. So real quickly before you reveal the answer to that, there was a valid comment here that says, I saw a clip where he said that Codex Sinaiticus is the Sinai Bible. I mean, that's highly possible, but he's still choosing it to call, like, it's highly possible he knew the proper name, but he's choosing to call it by the wrong name.
He can't pronounce it. We'll see what I can't remember what he says, but we will see him.
Yeah, sorry, that's probably why they put this Sinaiticus.
Yeah, Sinaiticus. That is what he calls it, and he calls it that in this stream. He calls it Sinaiticus because he can't pronounce it correctly. Is Sinaiticus in this? No. Sinaiticus. So, and this is,
I mean, I don't care. He can call it Sinai Bible. He can mispronounce the term. That the real point is he doesn't know what the contents of it are. That's the real point.
All right, and then we'll jump to the next one that says stop at 15 minutes. I think that this is where he.
So, you know, for all the Billy fans or anyone else, check the receipts. Actually check the receipts, you know, and find out this very basic. No, I guess, you know, it's a vast conspiracy theory and the search engines are hiding the truth or whatever. But surely you can bring some evidence to support this. You know, where is this different Sinai Bible, which
he got it on, he said he got it on Amazon, and that's what's on Amazon, the same one that's online. So he's not claiming that it's inaccessible except to him. He's claiming that's what the document that everybody else has says. So yeah.
He's not saying that like this is some secret thing that he discovered. He's like, anyone can go look this up, except it doesn't exist, right?
Exactly. So
strange stuff there. Let me get the next clip up. Whoops. Yeah. Well, that was the next link, but that's not a clip, obviously. That's the Amazon link that Mary was just showing.
Yeah, don't say that.
Wrong thing.
You need to bring it up.
Oh, sorry. We already watched this one. You had the same link twice there.
Did I?
Oh, so you have
so just skip forward a little, and you can just go from the at 12:05, and we'll just watch till 15.
Well, we already watched from 12:05. Is my point.
Yeah, start at 12:05, and we will watch till 15.
Oh, we watched 12:05. So you were going to skip a little bit, but you don't know how much. So we'll just.
Yeah, I don't know how much. It's like going to be 10 seconds or something like that. You didn't pull up nobody else can see the actual video, by the way, Thaddeus.
Oh, I'm sorry. You heard the sound though.
Yeah, but it's fine. He doesn't actually pull it up. This is where he will start frantically checking on his phone. He's not checking on anything where it could be brought up. So he's frantically checking on his phone because he hasn't even bothered to find out whether or not he's lying until this point. So now he's like,
yeah, I mean, so this is really bizarre, right? I think he actually did panic and is like, oh, maybe I said the wrong thing. Maybe I forgot. Except he's been saying this for years. So if he's admitting that he could be wrong, like he has to double check to make sure he's right. Like he literally is implicitly admitting that he doesn't know whether what he's saying is right or not.
Remember, one of the foremost experts on biblical texts, he called himself in the world. He is a world-class expert. According to Billy is a world-class expert. We've already shown that clip. So if you will go to my
all right, they didn't actually hear the sound there. So you want to summarize it?
No, we need to actually get this one.
We need to hear that. All right, we're gonna play it back. It was less than a minute anyway, so let's just play it back. My bad. Amateur hour here. I did not have the video shared, so playing it back now.
So my curiosity is just simply in kind of exploring when you say that it denies the crucifixion or that the crucifixion isn't there. I mean, I can go on right now, Codex Sinaiticus, and I can look up the end of, say, Matthew 27, where it has Jesus being crucified. And that's in Codex Sinaiticus, or, the John 19, or any of the other ones. So I think my confusion is that it doesn't read any differently. So actually, are you able to pull up a website with the viewers or listeners or whatever be able to see that?
Right now to make sure I have the right the version that I'm looking at.
While he's pulling that up, too.
There it is. We can stop.
So he's trying to pull it up on his phone, which is implicitly admitting, two possibilities. He's acting, which I don't know why, or he's it's occurring to his mind, I might actually be wrong here. Let me check.
And remember that he has been saying that Codex, the Sinai Bible, continuously has been saying
years
that it does not have the crucifixion of Jesus. Maybe I have the wrong thing. He's been saying what is in it for years as the foremost expert, world-class expert in the biblical text. No one can compare to him. Might have a few people who are equal. No one's better than him. He is a world-class expert on this. So if you will bring up mine, we will bring up what Billy refused to, as he was frantically.
Well, I mean, in fairness to him, it's not like looking at the Greek was going to do him any good. And
no, well, no,
know what the text said, right? Because
he says he can read. He says he can read all of these languages and he can translate them, which is also a lie. Okay, so again, I said that they have this physically online. It is the first Google result whenever you say Codex Sinaiticus text or online. I think it's Codex Sinaiticus online. This is first link on Google. Is physical pictures of the text, then the transcription, like them written down more easily to read, and then moving down. You're beeping all the time, Thaddeus. We can all hear your beeps.
Just don't worry about it.
Okay. And then here is the text, and we will read these. Okay. And we'll find out whether or not Jesus was crucified in the Codex Sinaiticus, because the Sinai Bible is not a thing. So, having spit upon him, they took the reed and struck upon his head. And when they mocked him, they took off from him the cloak and put his own garments on him, and they led him away to crucify him. So this is Matthew 27:31. He's being led away to crucify. And then here are the other details from Matthew 27 that continues to describe the crucifixion and death of Christ. You can go on the site yourself. I'm bringing the receipts.
Well, technically, that's the English translation. They could be lying to you. Maybe it's not in the Greek text.
Except I actually looked at the Greek text too, and it is.
Yeah. Of course, Mary, right? Of course, there'd be many scholars who point out this fact if that was actually the case.
Right. So, and remember, he talks about the English text in several places whenever he talks about the Old Testament. So, Mark. So, our four Gospels are Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. So, the first one, Matthew had it. Maybe Mark won't have it. Now, he will go later to part of Mark being missing. The very end of it is missing in the Codex Sinaiticus. And he's going to pretend that might mean that the crucifixion isn't there. But notice what it says here. Crucifixion is here. Pilate says, "What shall I do with whom you call King of the Jews?" They again cried out, "Crucify him." Then they say, "Crucify him." He's scourged again, and he is crucified. They released him. They released to them Barabbas, delivered Jesus after he had scourged him to be crucified. And you can go throughout and see the other instances. Every instance of crucified or crucifixion that is in your King James Bible is also in the Codex Sinaiticus. There's not one difference in references to crucifixion. Furthermore, I have an example here of the kinds of differences that there actually are in Codex Sinaiticus. So anytime there's something in blue, that means it is a different form than the Textus Receptus, and that it's a difference. It's a difference between what you normally have. What do you have here? You have
between Textus Receptus or the NA28.
It might be NA28. So anyway, one of the consensus most commonly used documents that this is variant. It's different. And it's different here at this word. This word means alike or the same or consistent or together or in agreement or something like that, right? And what's the difference? They didn't have dictionaries back then. People pronounce things differently. It's a dialectical difference. So some people pronounced it with an extra A, and some people pronounce it with an E kind of noise. I can't make this two different sounds. They're very, very similar. There is a dialectical difference in how people said this word, and this one has one, and another one has a different one. So there you go. That's the kind of difference that is vast majority, but you can't even translate this differently. It's not possible because it means exactly the same thing. There is no distinction in translation here. And those are the vast, vast, vast majority of differences are differences of this type. Now, moving on, Luke, third of the Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, right? Luke is the third one. Oh, what do we have? Luke 24, 32. And there were led others also, 2 evildoers, to be crucified with him. And when they came to the place that was called the skull, there they crucified him and the evildoers, one on the right and one on the other on the left. They crucified him and the evildoers. So there we go. He's crucified. Then in John 19, we get the same thing, right? So last of the 4 Gospels. We found it in the other 3. Now we're going to find it in the last one. 19:16. Then therefore he delivered them to be crucified. Therefore they took Jesus and bearing the cross for himself went forth to a place called the place of the skull, which is called in Hebrew Golgotha. And there they crucified him, and with him 2 others on this side and that, but Jesus in the midst. And it's not even just in the Gospels where it talks about Jesus being crucified. It's mentioned many times throughout the New Testament. We find in Acts 2. Men of Israel, hear these words. Jesus the Nazarene, a man eminently distinguished among you on the part of God by mighty deeds and wonders and signs, which God did through him in the midst of you, as you yourselves know, him delivered up by the fixed counsel and foreknowledge of God, you, through the hands of lawless men, did crucify and slay. Acts 4. Again, that he was Jesus Christ the Nazarene, whom you crucified. That's Peter and Stephen testifying to this. Romans 6, Paul writing.
What did Billy say? He's like John, Peter, and those other guys, I think is what he said, or something like that.
Yeah. So
like he couldn't even think of the names of the Gospels.
No. Knowing this, that our old man was crucified with him, being Christ. 1 Corinthians, is Christ divided? Was Paul crucified for you? And the answer, it's a rhetorical question, is no, Christ was crucified for them. And then here are a whole bunch of other ones specifically from 1 Corinthians that talk about crucifixion, taken from this site, from this text. And moving on to all of this is all in 1 Corinthians 1, I believe. And this is 1 Corinthians 2. Oh, it continues in 1. No, this is still 1. Wait, where is this? It's going to be. Oh, here we go. And then moving on to 2. For I determined not to know anything among you except Jesus Christ and him crucified. More speech about this. Now, something very important. Wisdom, however, we do not speak among the perfect, yet wisdom not of this age, nor the rulers of this age who are brought to naught. Their punctuation is a bit off in this translation. But we speak to God's wisdom in a mystery, the hidden which God ordained before the ages for our glory, which none of the rulers of this age knew, for had they known it, they would not have crucified the Lord of glory. So being against the crucifixion of Christ knowing what it accomplished is something that evildoers would be, according to this. So Billy, by denying this, puts his lot in with the evildoers. 2 Corinthians 13 likewise talks about Christ crucified.
So just so you know, Mary, Younger says this is a stretch. Billy is a genius. You people are disgusting. So
this is not a stretch.
The
this
source
is
document
the text.
Billy refers to is a stretch and makes us disgusting.
So Billy says this document, which you have your eyes on right now, does not talk about Jesus being crucified, but it does. He lied to you. So why is it that you love lies so much? How is he a genius if he's been telling you? Is he a genius? Is he lying to you on purpose? How is he a genius? Explain to me how he does not know that the word crucified, referring to Christ, does not show up over and over and over again. But with Christ, I have been crucified. So Christ was crucified. And Galatians 2:20, Galatians 5. And this is very important because it's the fruit of the Spirit that Billy is against and that he hates. Why? The fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, long-suffering, gentleness, goodness, faith, meekness, self-control. Against such things there is no law. But they that are Christ have crucified the flesh with the passions and desires. So you crucify the flesh, and instead you have love, joy, peace, long-suffering, gentleness, goodness, and faith, meekness, and self-control, all of which Billy is against because he denies this crucifixion and he rejects the fruit of the Spirit. Revelation, likewise, talks about crucifixion. And it says, their dead body is on the street of that great city, which is called spiritually, not literally, Sodom and Egypt, where our Lord also was crucified. Ephesians 5 talks about giving yourself up for Christ, giving himself up for the church. And again, this is what Billy is against. He is against this kind of love. He's against this holiness. Husbands, love your wives as Christ also loved the church and delivered himself up for it. To Billy, this is disgusting. Why would anyone love to the point where they would give their lives for something? He hates this. This is his enemy. That he might sanctify it. Holiness is disgusting to Billy. Having cleansed it by the bath of water in the world. Billy thinks he's already God. He doesn't think he needs any holiness. He thinks he gets power and money. That's what Billy believes in. That himself might present to himself the glorious church, not having spot or wrinkle or any such thing, but that it should be holy and without blemish. So men ought to love their own wives as their own bodies. He that loves his wife loves himself. So, continuing on, we have Christ dying, which is what he says this also doesn't have in. And all of these are in Codex Sinaiticus too. I just very quickly copied and pasted these so you could see all these other different places where it talks about Christ's death. All these places where it talks about Christ giving himself up. Giving himself, sometimes up, but giving himself. Titus and Timothy, which we have not even talked about yet. Just like, and now let's talk about giving himself without the word up. For God so loved the world that he gave his only son, his only begotten son, that whoever believes in him should not perish but have eternal life. And again, our fathers ate the manna in the wilderness, for it's written, he gave them bread from heaven to eat. And I clipped that on purpose because the next verse goes beyond that. So bread was given, literal bread was given as manna in the wilderness. Jesus then said to them, truly, truly, I say to you, it was not Moses who gave bread from heaven, but my Father gives you the true bread from heaven. So Christ is given by the Father. And then in Romans 8:32, he who did not spare his own son, but gave him up for us all, how will he not also with him graciously give us all things? And what's funny is that Billy will actually mention later on the Epistle of Barnabas being in this. The Epistle of Barnabas is not the Gospel of Barnabas. And, well, he only mentions it in passing. It's often dated the 2nd century AD. I think it might actually be late 1st century AD because some of the stuff
I would agree with you, Mary. I think it's late 1st century. It's certainly after 70 AD because it mentions the destruction of the temple explicitly. First document to do so. I would guess second half of 1st century.
Yeah.
Maybe
I
like
would agree. Like 90s right? Is probably maybe 80s. It could be as early as 80s. But it also mentions the crucifixion of Christ. For to this end, the Lord endured to deliver his flesh unto corruption, that by the remission of sins we might be cleansed, which is clean through the blood of his sprinkling. So it's his death. For the scripture concerning him containeth some things relating to Israel, some things relating to us. And it speaketh thus: he was wounded for your transgressions, he hath been bruised for our sins. By his stripes we are healed. As a sheep he was led to slaughter, as a lamb is dumb before his shearer. We ought therefore to be very thankful unto the Lord, for that he both revealed to us the past and made us wise in the present, and as regards the future, we are not without understanding. Now again, in Barnabas 6, it says, what saith the prophet again? The assembly of evildoers gathered around me. They surrounded me as bees around a comb, and for my garment they cast a lot. For as much as he was about to be manifested in the flesh and to suffer, his sufferings were manifested before him. For the prophet said concerning Israel, woe unto the soul, for they have counseled evil counsel against themselves, saying, let us bind the righteous one, for he is unprofitable to us. Now, we just covered the casting of lots while Jesus was on the cross. So that is tied to the crucifixion. Barnabas 7 declares Isaac as a type of Christ. Billy really hates the story of Isaac, and he misrepresented and lies about it. But what it teaches is that no, while all the other pagan people surrounding them were doing actual human sacrifices, Abraham was willing to give up his only son, though he had faith that the son would come down with him and he would be resurrected. But God said, no, you will not die for your own sins. Instead, there's a substitute for you. In this case, it was a ram in the brush, but it became the Lamb of God. And that was a prefiguration of Christ's death. It would be perfectly normal in that context to sacrifice your child. And again, Isaac was willing because he, in his mind, that might be something a God would demand. But the true God does not actually demand human sacrifice, but rather takes our place. That he does not demand payment for sins from us, but pays for it himself. How can he do that? He has the authority as the creator and the ability as in the incarnation by becoming man, and thus having the two things necessary to have the authority and ability to take on the sins of the world. He chose that. And that's what's talked about here, about the crucifixion and how it is prefigured in the sacrifice of Isaac that was interrupted. And so again, this is detailed more. Now, we can move on.
I think you've beat this.
It's gone. Mary. It's gone. But I did want to bring up that specific. Here, let me unshare. I did want to bring up all the instances in the Codex Sinaiticus, because this is the one that Billy's been running on about all this time. This time.
Yeah, and of course, if this was like remotely true, like the real scholars talk about textual variants in the Bible, this would be a well-known fact, right? Just like it's a well-known fact that the longer ending of Mark is not found in all manuscripts, it would be a well-known fact that Sinaiticus, of all things, doesn't talk about the crucifixion in the dozens of places that it's talked about in the New Testament. Just for the audience's illumination here, Mary, why is Sinaiticus actually an important document? Why would Billy even refer to this in the first place? Assuming that he's not just pulling some random name out, which is questionable. Although I think you did point out a very good thing. He probably latched onto this specifically because it has Epistle of Barnabas, and he had no idea that was a totally different text than the so-called Gospel of Barnabas that he quoted.
Yeah, I think he figured it out eventually, though, because he didn't actually do that. He didn't actually.
But I think that's probably why he originally.
Yeah, but I think that's probably why he originally latched onto it. By the way, the Shepherd of Hermas also talks about Jesus' crucifixion. So the two things that they like to go to, oh, that didn't make it got cut. They both talk about Jesus being crucified in detail. They didn't make the final cut into the canon because that wasn't a canonical collection. Again, it had the canons of Eusebius included in the binding. Why?
Yeah, no one cares about that, Mary. I just wanted to know why we would care what Sinaiticus says in the first place.
Well,
I just wanted you to say that it's
one
one of the most important manuscripts because it's a nearly complete copy, or possibly complete. I say nearly complete because it might be missing a few words here and there, but it's basically a complete copy of the New Testament. It is one of the earliest copies, considered one of the best manuscript witnesses. Any text discussion of textual criticism on what is the correct original version now it's not definitive, right? They're not going to say, well, Sinaiticus says it, therefore it's definitive, but it's a very, very important witness. It carries a lot of weight in such discussions. That's what I wanted to get out of you. But no worries. I should have just answered it myself. Let's go on to the next segment here. Or actually go back to where we were continuing from.
Well, no, we're not continuing from it. We're going back to his claims and his rebuttal video. We're jumping back and forth because I really want to give it in context.
Well, okay. So Mary, you asked me to play till 15 minutes.
Oh, 15. Yes. Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. So you do want me to play till 15?
Yes, because the 15 minutes will have that will have his response, which is important. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
If you say it's a forgery, I'll go with that, but I don't agree.
Scientists traveling the world and linguists. I don't even know how to pronounce it the right way. Like me.
Yeah, linguists.
What cyanide? I keep thinking of cyanide, like the poison. Sinai Bible. So is that like a version? So from my own knowledge that I know, like when I really studied all this, what I thought was interesting about the Bible was how many like different eyewitness. I studied C.S. Lewis back in the day. How many different eyewitnesses and stuff there were, and they went on purpose to mention so many other names that they were able to like cross-reference throughout history and throughout those times, from my understanding. And those were different things that I always thought were kind of interesting, that I felt was a good concept of proof. And then I want Billy to answer, and also I'm just curious, like the Sinai Bible, where was that piece discovered?
All right. So real quick here, I paused it after he finished talking because I wanted to bring up this from Zarn here. I assume you probably weren't here at the start. It says, can we please comment on the SNL style debate host in the middle here? So this is actually not a debate. I know, like formal debate. It's a debate in the sense that they're disagreeing and they're going back and forth, but it's not a formal debate. He's not a moderator. This is actually his podcast. He's the host of the show, so he's asking questions because it's supposed to be an interview, right? So he's gotten a lot of crap for no reason. He's the only reason any of this came to light, and I think people should stop complaining about him. Is the gist there? But now let's get the response to the question.
Text where I was referencing, actually, I was misquoted. I misquoted there. It's the Gospel of Barnabas.
Okay, yeah. Well, so that's good. So let's deal with that too, because I've actually worked with, there are two manuscripts of the Gospel of Barnabas. The Gospel of Barnabas is a really interesting document because it is a known forgery. And so that's why I think it's important to get to these sources. So at the very start of the Gospel of Barnabas, which we only have two copies of, one is in Italian and one is in Spanish. We see right off the bat that the Gospel of Barnabas, not to be confused with either the Epistle of Barnabas or the Acts of Barnabas, which are two apocryphal documents from the 2nd century, but the Gospel of Barnabas in particular, we know it's a forgery because it does things like in chapter 92,
I think you've gone too long.
It says that Jesus spent 40 days on Mount Sinai, and then he came to the Jordan River and he walked.
You told me to stop at 15.
Oh, sorry, it's my fault. I put one thing in the wrong order. Go ahead, finish up this, and we'll have to jump back away from Barnabas.
Where you told me to stop. I
fault.
don't know what you really wanted. I only know what you told me to stop.
Yep, you're correct. Sorry. Go ahead.
So NTU says, I went to focus. Let me. Well, it's very simple. Stop spamming chat with random nonsense that has nothing to do with the subject and listen. Pretty simple, right?
Because I've already shown the Codex Sinaiticus that he wrongly calls the Sinai Bible that has all the things in it that he says that it doesn't. So now let's see his claims about this previous thing that he had no chance to rebut. if you can pull that up. And you notice it's not true. He just doesn't.
All right, so I'm going to the one that says Billy claims about this, correct?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure because there's some confusion about
Jerusalem.
And I keep getting told I'm doing it wrong when I'm just doing exactly what you told me to. Anyway, NTU says I can't bring evidence. You the one in the video. You can put your evidence in chat just the same as you can put anything else in chat. Plus, if we have time, we will open it up to discussion. So bring your evidence, please.
And I'm human. I might have bumbled the Barnabas text for the Sinai text or whatever. It doesn't really matter. What matters is I never got a chance to answer any questions or get my voice heard. That's what really matters. But I'm going to break down the Sinai Bible tonight, and I'm going to break down the Gospel of Jesus' wife and some other things tonight as well.
What about Barnabas?
I'm going to break them down the way that I wanted to talk on that video, but never got a chance to say anything. And then what they did was they're pretty slick. So every time I had something really important to say or a deep question to ask, Defendant Number 2 video would just magically.
So we heard that claim earlier there, but he wants to break down the text, right? He wants
but notice
to break
he says
down the
that
text.
it would magically disappear. Did you see him magically disappear and then stop and fumble around and pretend he was missing and all this stuff? No, it was seamless. So he is lying about this. Billy is lying that this would happen. And he's trying to give a declaration that, oh, like you're going to see something that's like edited and has jumps in it. And those jumps are there because all of this other stuff happened, but there are no jumps.
Well, they both edited it out and didn't allow him to respond. If he wasn't allowed to respond, but by the way, you didn't see it there. Mary didn't have the clip. But after, Wes goes to that long thing about all the evidence that Barnabas is a fraud. He says, well, if you say it's a fraud, okay, let's talk about something else. That's his rebuttal, right? Please change the subject. I don't want to talk about Barnabas.
Yep, and we actually do.
But just for everyone, NTU says he wants to focus and you all are disturbing him by responding to his many off-topic comments. So here's what we're going to do. Everyone stop responding to NTU. If he continues to put those comments in, then I'll have to make sure he can't be distracted and put him in timeout. But I don't want to do that, right? Don't want to do that. But he wants to concentrate. He wants to concentrate. So no one say anything to him. And we'll see how well he concentrates.
All right. So
I'll go to the next one here. Oh, wait, no, there's... Yeah,
okay, then there is...
I did finish that one. So let me go to the next one.
Let me see if this one's not talking about Barnabas, I actually have stuff for Barnabas here too at some point.
So this
was the
this is back to the Sinai Bible. So is there something you wanted to say about Barnabas?
Yeah, I think that I need to bring up mine now because I think that's his rebuttal. He doesn't actually say anything about Barnabas.
No, he didn't say he would. In fairness, he didn't say that I'm going to break down Sinaiticus. I'm going to break down the Gospel of Jesus's wife, which is like 3 words or 3 sentences, I mean. Okay. But he doesn't talk about Barnabas. I guess that one's too embarrassing for him to try to break down on his own podcast.
Yeah. Okay, so the Gospel of Barnabas was first mentioned in a text by someone else in 1634. It was mentioned again in 1717 and 1734. More people became aware of it. The first description of the text is of an Ottoman work on Turkish paper, which the scholar at that time dated to the late 1500s. This is now lost, and 17th century copies survive. That one was in Italian, and this was likely the original or very close to it. The original language was either Italian or Spanish, because those are the only 2 languages in which it survives, and it shows evidence of being composed in these languages. It was probably Italian, especially due to a word-for-word quotation from an Italian text, and likely Turkish in origin, but other Morisco, meaning Spanish, Christian background people, forgeries are known as well. So some hypothesize that a native Spanish speaker studied in Bologna, because that was a popular place for people from Spain to study, which would account for the particular dialects of Italian that were used, as well as the Italian language mistakes made in its production. So maybe the original writer wrote it in Italian first, quoting from the Italian text, and then he translated his own into a much, a non-faulty Spanish. It has wildly wrong geography, as he mentioned. It puts Sinai inside Judea. It doesn't know that the Feast of Tabernacles and Sinophagia are the same feast. Nineveh is described being the Mediterranean Sea. It is very, very far inland. Tyre is described being near the Jordan, but it's quite far away as well. It actually is on the sea. And then in chapter 82, it says that the Jubilee occurs every 100 years. Now, the Jewish Jubilee is every 50 years. Pope Boniface VIII proclaimed in 1300 that it was to be the first Christian Jubilee. And then he said that there should be a Jubilee every 100 years after, which is probably where he got the idea that it was every 100 years, because the actual biblical text says every 50 quite clearly. And the Jewish Jubilee has always been every 50 years. Now, the actual pattern among Christians varied, but that would get into your mind that it should be every 100 years. It also says that Jesus is the Christ, but claims that Muhammad is the Messiah. So this person is not very smart in either Christianity or Islam, because Islam agrees that Jesus is the Messiah. And Christ and Messiah are the same thing in two different languages. So that's like saying, this is my dog, but this is not my perro, right? So it also copies details from Dante's Divine Comedy, which was published in 1321. That means it has to happen after what it's copying. It has 9 heavens, even though Islamic sources have 7. This was something produced for an Islamic audience. And it also copies the phrase Dei falsi e bugiardi. Sorry. Bugiardi. False and lying gods. And it copies this word for word 3 times. It's Dante's catchphrase that he uses and he invented. And so it isn't ancient. That's the point. It's very recent. And yet this is the only text that has Jesus not having been crucified and no one, in this way that he wants to go to. This is like the smoking gun besides the Codex Sinaiticus that he just lies about. Well, this one actually doesn't have Jesus being crucified because it's copying Islamic ideas, just doing it really badly and copying from very recent things, showing how incredibly late it is.
And Mary, he's got you. It does predate the King James Bible.
It does It does. It was written before the King James Bible,
like
but who cares? It's just a translation of a text that's the same, right? But he always plays the King James Bible, 1611. King James Bible, 1611. It's a translation. That's like saying, you carry around the NIV? Don't you know that it wasn't made until the 20th century? It's a translation. What's the underlying text and how different is it? So you can continue on to the next points. Sorry, I got
just real quick. We had I don't really know what NTU's deal is. They might just be having fun here. But he said, I'm getting billied. And I think it was a typo. I think he meant bullied, but it was just so perfect. He's getting billied, right? We should make that a verb, getting billied. Which means like sabotaging yourself by revealing yourself to be a fool.
Yeah, and Zarn pointed out something. He asked, sorry, I don't know whether or not you're he or she, but I'm saying he, asked whether or not does denying the crucifixion cause the world to turn against you? Because that's what Billy's main claim is. The whole world will be against you if you dare deny the crucifixion. What has Billy done? He knows nothing, and he has made hundreds of thousands of dollars off of tricking people into the crucifixion, claiming that the crucifixion isn't in Codex Sinaiticus. Right? So clearly the world is not against him. It got him on the Joe Rogan podcast. Does that mean that the world is against you? It got him on all kinds of podcasts.
Literally the most popular podcast in the world means the world's against you.
Is the neoliberal social order deeply Christian or is it atheist? Does it hate Christ and his crucifixion? Would it love to deny it? That's the real question. Do Christians control the world. That'd be no. And I actually would give a good I would bet some good money that Billy doesn't own a real 1611.
Yeah, well, so I answered this in chat, but since you brought it up, it depends. Well, he probably doesn't have any kind, but maybe he would at least own one with modern typeset, but certainly not with the original typeset. There's no way he could read that, even though it's English. The characters look different, so he wouldn't know how to read the original typeset. He'd be like, "Why are there all these V's here?"
Oh, it gets better. It gets better. It's very funny.
And
all right.
Why are there so many S's? Anyway, silly aside there. Did you say what you wanted to say about Barnabas?
Yeah, let's jump to his rebuttal of Sinaiticus, because he's about to rebut us.
He's going to break it down. Break it down.
Now, wait 1 second. I want all of you to look at that. Do you see that pattern there? Do you see that pattern? That is Chat-GPT type output. That is AI output.
Okay, so
what he did, he asked a question. The question that was asked, can you tell what it is?
What is the Codex Sinaiticus?
What is the difference between the Codex Sinaiticus and the King James Bible? That's what he asked. No actual human would write something outlining that, because one is a translation.
I think actually he must have prompted it with Sinai Bible, because there's no way it would make that claim.
No, it just guessed, and no one would say it is often referred to as the Sinai Bible. The only reason that it exists in its large language learning model is because someone, Billy Carson, made up this term. This is a Billy Carsonism.
Just for confirmation, right? Just for confirmation, I did a quick Google search on this first sentence, not found, which means it is not copied from a website. It has to be from somewhere else. Is this from a book? Of course not. Why would a book say the Codex Sinaiticus, often referred to as the Sinai Bible, is a 4th century Greek manuscript of the Bible, unless it was an encyclopedia entry on what is the Codex Sinaiticus? But then it goes on to talk about textual variants. He definitely prompted something, whether Chat-GPT or another large language model. He prompted something for this, for sure.
And notice that heading style that is Chat-GPT, classic Chat-GPT type heading style there. So, and notice how the sources are cited too. Those are links to other websites where you can get more information that he did not even click on because they're still blue.
Well, maybe he has it so they're not set that way. But if he clicked on the... But forget all that, right? Forget all that. He's trying to prove that it doesn't talk about the crucifixion, right?
Right.
And it gives a couple prominent textual variants there. Do you say anything about crucifixion there?
No, there isn't.
The longer ending of Mark, you mean the exact thing I called out earlier in the chat?
Yep. The woman caught in adultery? That has nothing to do with crucifixion. A phrase was missing that Jesus was caught up in the clouds, but carried up into heaven. That phrase is not there. Oh, wow. That's a huge variant there.
Yeah,
I mean, changes the meaning. No, not at all. But
it doesn't change the meaning, but it's also not about the crucifixion. So this is his proof that Sinaiticus doesn't talk about the crucifixion.
Yeah. Let him explain it to 5:41, 1 hour, 5 minutes, 41 seconds.
Yeah. And
then
I know we're going to see what he says, right?
Yep. And then he's just going to read this.
This is funny. Scott, this sentence is so funny. This is definitely Chat-GPT or another large language model hallucinating, because it's combining two ideas that aren't the same thing. Anyway, let's just play it.
The information about the Sinai Bible, which has a lot of differences than the King James Version of the Bible. It's also called the Codex Sinaiticus. And what I
right there, Sinaiticus,
podcast, which probably only 2 or 3 podcasts I had mentioned, and of course reels, clips were made, and they were then edited and put.
I paused it by accident there.
Okay,
all over the place. Or that in the Sinai Bible, it appeared that Jesus had never been crucified. I said it's quite possible that Jesus was never crucified. Not once anywhere that say Jesus was never crucified. It says quite possible that Jesus.
So his conclusion from the Sinaiticus not having it is that he possibly wasn't crucified, but that's not the point. The point is the text says he was crucified. So you've just been
Yes.
blatantly lying about what the text says.
Right. So he's bringing up
Right.
this, which has nothing to do with his point, right?
Right.
He's bringing up this, which has zero to do with his point, to declare, and he's saying that I never said that it doesn't have the crucifixion. I only said it might not. First of all,
No.
he's
That's not what he said. That's not what he said.
No.
He said, I said that possibly Jesus wasn't crucified. I never said he wasn't crucified. I said possibly he wasn't crucified.
But he said he wasn't crucified in the Codex Sinaiticus, which is a lie.
Right. So he's changed subtly, but he's changed the claim here, right?
Yep.
He's not talking about what he said about Sinaiticus. He's talking about his conclusion based on what he thought was in there or not in there, to deceive you into thinking that he's answering, when in fact the question is, why did you make a claim about this text that's blatantly false? That's the actual question. Not how did you come to your idiotic conclusion, which you said was only quite possible, not certain. Okay, I'll give you that. You said it was quite possible, not certain. I don't care how you came to that conclusion. I want to know why you don't know what's in the text that you are one of the world's foremost experts about.
Yep, because remember, he said he's one of the foremost experts in biblical text, and yet he ran to Chat-GPT with a weird question to try to get this.
Yeah, I mean, he had to prompt it like something like, what is found in the Sinai Bible, and then like in parentheses Codex Sinaiticus or something. That's the only way he could get this, right?
Yeah.
If you go and you ask, what is in the Sinai Bible, I guarantee it's not going to tell you Codex Sinaiticus. And likely, and even more certain, if you say Codex Sinaiticus, it's not going to say Sinai Bible. He prompted it with both those terms to get that in there.
Yep.
Anyway, let's let him finish.
He might not have been crucified, depending on what podcast I was on. So this question came up during the defake as not a question in a way that it would be asked in a real debate, but it was an attack from the very beginning, because they thought they had answers that would debunk whatever I said in a podcast somewhere one day. So the Codex Sinaiticus, often referred to as the Sinai Bible.
Okay, Bob, just pause it here. He's just going to read the whole thing.
Yeah, I think you put 45, but it doesn't matter. You definitely want me to pause before you read through the whole thing.
Yep.
No one mentioned a podcast, right? That was what came after when people were reacting to it. And he is the one who brought the text up. They didn't bring it up. He brought it up.
Yes. And what did the podcast say? What did he say in the podcast? That Jesus was not crucified in the Codex Sinaiticus. He didn't say it's possible that Jesus maybe wasn't crucified. He teaches that Jesus wasn't crucified. And he teaches that the Codex Sinaiticus does not have the crucifixion, but it does. I showed you the pages. I brought receipts that anyone who did the least search could find. And this is important. It is important to ask yourself, if somebody said to you that your grandfather did something heinous and you really cared about your grandfather, you would check it out if you thought that they were at all persuasive. You wouldn't go, oh, this guy said my grandfather did something bad, so now I have to believe him. But some people are so easily and readily deceived about God. How much more important would it be to check if people are lying to you about the creator of the universe? He will be held responsible for his lies, but you will also be held responsible for believing them. You need to check these people out. People will lie to you for money. And he says he's converting everything into money. He doesn't care as long as he makes a bank. He doesn't care what people say. He's making bank. And notice his emphasis on his wealth and his acquisitions and how he makes money and how he sells things to his followers. Very important. So we can jump to the next screen. That he's just going to scroll down. Seriously, all of his receipts are this Chat-GPT stuff. So he's just going to skip to the next one, and we can pause it immediately.
Wait. So this is actually a screen share, not a screenshot, right?
This is his screen share of his presentation. No, it's his presentation. He copied pasted it into a PowerPoint, and he's going through the PowerPoint, but they're all copy pasted from images from prompts that he gave to his Chat-GPT or his large language model.
Yep. Very weird.
In contrast, the King James.
Why is The saddest part of this to me is that even though he faked this, right? Even though he didn't well, I guess he did, strictly speaking, faking it. Even though he didn't copy this from a reputable source, it still doesn't support him.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. And keep going. He will have the next screen of this. So don't allow us to say, "Oh, you didn't show all of it."
Well, something when
we can pause it immediately. He's just going to read this.
I'll have to get paid first.
So here, I have a question for you. Just pause it immediately. He's just going to read it. So, is the New Testament of the Codex Sinaiticus a translation?
Translation differences between Sinaiticus, a Greek text, a very important Greek text, and the English King James Bible.
Yes, and then it's talking about
translation differences, people.
Yeah, and but here's the funny thing. So, a limited set of late medieval Greek manuscripts and the Hebrew text available in contrast,
primarily
Sinaiticus is an earlier manuscript reflecting a different textual tradition. Tell me about the Greek. It was written in Greek. It's Greek. It's Greek. Billy doesn't know that the Codex Sinaiticus is written in Greek, or he would have realized that this paragraph is nonsense. He would not have realized. He either didn't know that the Codex Sinaiticus was an original Greek manuscript, or that the autographs from which it came, the New Testament, was Greek. One or the other, he didn't know, because he thinks that the New Testament is a translation. And then note theological implications, and this is absolutely because I've tested some of these large language models. Absolutely, the style of stuff that they say that just doesn't have any content. It can lead to differing theological understandings. He might have vetted all of these terms to get these. Because look at this. For example, the absence of certain passages, such as the long reading of Mark, affects narratives concerning resurrection and ascension. And what's the theological difference? What's the theological difference in Mark? If Mark does not have the ascension in it, is there a theological difference? No, because it doesn't deny it. There's no difference. It's just a text that stops midway through abruptly.
Well, I'm
without
going to have to correct you, Mary. There is one very important theological difference if you believe in snake handling.
That is true. If you believe in snake handling, then there's a theological difference. If you don't, there's no difference. None. And that is incredibly important, that this is just garbage being spat out, because garbage in, garbage out with these things. You can get them to try to create text on all kinds of topics that aren't actually real. So what are the theological implications? Like, well, there's some. And then doesn't explain what they are, because they don't really exist. Mm-hmm. So we'll jump to the next one. He's going to do, once again, straight in.
I get that you didn't want me to you didn't care about the sound, but he was actually talking about money.
Well, that's the one that I had you play earlier about how he's changing everything into money.
He's making so much money, guys. That's why he's suing everyone to not have this come to public light, is because he's making so much money off of it.
Sinaiticus and the KJV, due to their distinct textual basis and translation methodologies, the estimated...
Wait. Why is there a second section that says translation?
Because he asked Chat-GPT again, because he wanted more details. So he just asked again, and he's so lazy, they didn't even bother to incorporate it in a coherent way. So he asked it again. So again, translation differences.
Translation methodologies.
We're talking about the Gospels, which are in Greek. Codex Sinaiticus is not a translation, and Billy does not know that Codex Sinaiticus is not a translation.
Oh my God.
Astonishing.
Yeah. I mean, we already knew for sure, but if nothing else proves it to you, this has got to prove it to you, right? No scholar would ever write, due to difference in translation methodologies, the Codex Sinaiticus and the King James Version are different.
Yeah, and then so then
And by the way, this 14,800 thing that it keeps talking about, that's the total number of textual variants across all Greek manuscripts, not between Sinaiticus and the King James version.
Yes.
They're totally unrelated facts.
And the reason why you get these kind of errors is because these are the kind of mistakes, especially in numbers, that these large language models pop up because they don't understand what's being asked. They're just predictive. So sometimes whenever people start talking about these conversations, when people start talking about, textual differences, that's a number that often shows up.
Yep. But it's not talking about King James version, right? Anyone who uses that number and actually even like remotely knows what it's about would talk about Greek manuscripts and only Greek manuscripts, because it's difference between Greek manuscripts. And you know why there's so many? Because there's so many manuscripts. Every time any manuscript ever has a difference, that counts as a difference.
And again,
right?
like I said,
and a lot of it's word order, spelling
because of dialects and because people didn't have dictionaries. Like there were different ways that people wrote how they pronounced things. So if your local area pronounced things differently, you'd write it differently. You just would. So
or they accidentally double a letter or leave a letter out. I mean,
yeah,
this happens, but it's totally meaningless, right? No person who cites that number as some kind of evidence has any clue what they're talking about. They're just trying to deceive you because it's a totally meaningless number. It has no bearing on any discussion of the authenticity of the text.
So King Kang here is a little bit confused about textual history. Did the Greeks write the original manuscripts? Yes or no? Okay, I know you don't know history, so I'm going to help you out. There was a really strong king. His name was Alexander the Great. Alexander the Great conquered a huge territory. After he died, people after him took over those areas. His generals did, the 4 generals of Alexander the Great, and they formed different empires and kingdoms, and all the people on the top spoke their language, Greek, and this is called the Hellenistic period. So many people spoke Greek, and after the Romans conquered the Greeks and many of these small kingdoms as well, these people continue to speak Greek as the common language. So the common language for writing and for people from different places to communicate with each other is Greek. The autographs of the New Testament, that means the original writing of the New Testament, were all written in Greek, and they were written with Hebraisms. So that means that Hebrew type, Aramaic type speaking people who learned Greek but still had little bits of their own language patterns in it, when they wrote, that would show through. And that is what you find overwhelmingly in the New Testament material. So this genius
seems to think that Latin is the original manuscripts, I guess. He says it was the lingua for Greeks. I wonder why he said lingua. Maybe he's remembering lingua franca and not understanding what the term means. But anyway, the world spoke, and that language adapted from. Wait, no, he's saying Greek is adapted from Latin.
Greek is not adapted from Latin. Sweetie, no.
Like this, Latin is a more language than Greek. What are you talking about, buddy? Yeah,
it was, sweetheart. All right, so let's just continue a little bit more.
Hold on. We got to get the last word from King here. Original manuscripts was not Greek. For anyone reading, watch out for these Christopher Columbus cats, bro. Chronology, always check the timelines.
Exactly. Your timeline is skewed because you never learned history in high school. Just like Billy Carson does not know what first, second, third. He can't do things in order.
Somehow he came to the conclusion that I'm not 100% certain, but as near as I can tell from his text, that the Latin is the original text. Greek evolved from the Latin, and then English and other European languages evolved from Greek.
I don't know. He's just very special.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So
good to know.
Jump.
that was fascinating to me. That was fascinating. That was really something.
Yep.
All right, let's get the next one here.
So if we're talking about, say, Codex Sinaiticus, that's in the 4th century. Now that is, I would agree with you, Billy, our oldest copy of the Bible in the sense of cover to cover, Genesis to Revelation copy of the Bible.
Right.
The problem is that we have individual copies of all 4 Gospels going back hundreds of years before Codex Sinaiticus. So I have a facsimile behind me of P66. This is a late 2nd century copy of the Gospel of John. I work with this particular manuscript. I can just show the screen right here. This is an almost complete copy of the Gospel of John. And it
Is that the
has the
papyrus
crucifixion.
by any chance?
Yeah,
That's
so
the first
papyrus is just the what it's made out of. So
I got that from Chat-GPT, by the way.
Yeah,
Sorry,
so
guys, I'm just
I can
trying to
actually.
So the host says, that's funny, right? Given what happened later, the host says, yeah, I was trying to figure out what the heck you're talking about. So I looked it up on Chat-GPT, which, again, he's taking a lot of flack for no real reason. He's not expected to know everything. That's why he's having this interview, to try to figure things out, right?
And that's specifically why he wants someone more knowledgeable, because Billy says that he is the foremost expert in the world, right? So why wouldn't you bring on another expert? Why would someone who really is not much of a scholar try to go against him? Because he talks about you two scholars. He believed that Billy knew what he's talking about going in, or at least kind of did, or had some kind of substance, because he didn't know any better. Like, he looked some stuff up and it didn't seem right. He didn't really do deep research. So yeah. Is that the last part of that section? Awesome.
Let me check what you said.
Oh, yeah. I was going to show I was going to actually show it, because he's going to say, oh, look, I can show this. And he can show it if you'll show my screen. And we can tell what goes in. This was the most damaged part of the manuscript, but we can tell what goes in those holes because we know what the base text should be. Why is that not working? Maybe I should try again. I'll try resharing it.
Hold on a second here, Mary. I think there's a bug here on my end, so just give me one second to refresh that.
Yep. And so the reason that we can tell what goes in there, because letters are certain width, and so you can fill in, since we already know what the base text is, what the text usually looks like. We know that the usual text is what fits in here because we have those other exemplars. So we know it's the same thing. And it's telling the same story. It's the same verses. And that's quite important too. So
again, African, I timed you out and you're back. I'm glad you're back. But let's, again, type in the chat. So I know there's a delay. So I'm putting this in the chat now, but you won't have heard it until a little while later. So I'm turn on sound.
Yep.
I'm talking to you now, African. If you do not hear this and you don't acknowledge that you heard this, then I will put you back in timeout, because there's no point engaging with you if you're not listening to what is being said. Now, again, Wes was using Chat-GPT. Look at his eyes when he asks questions. Let's say you're right. Let's say he's using Chat-GPT. Who cares? This isn't about whether Wes is knowledgeable or not. It's about whether Billy is knowledgeable or not.
Right. And Wes
could be being fed information. He could be reading it from a book. He could be reading it from Chat-GPT. It's irrelevant. Billy should know the answer to the question regardless of where the question came from.
Yes. And Billy does not know the answers to the questions, and he lies. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where it came from, even though it's so evident that Billy's the one who uses Chat-GPT to do his research, and he does it badly. So, yeah, let's go ahead and throw in the next one, and we'll get the next. We'll go with that. Let's go with that. We'll see whether or not Billy was cut off, or whether or not Billy just concedes.
Mm-hmm.
In this next section.
We got that one there. Let's get the next one.
Oh, it's not showing up. You'll have to go back, add it to the.
I hit add. There it goes. There.
All right.
Thank you, Mary. Let's go back a couple seconds.
System. So P66, what I showed you earlier, that's this on the categorizing system. It's the 66th manuscript that was put into the system. It's from the Gospel of John. I also have, P46 and P47 on my shelf, which includes all 4 Gospels and Acts from the 2nd and 3rd centuries. So the only hesitation I have with what you said, Billy, is that we have single copies of the Gospels that can be dated to the 2nd century that all do have the crucifixion. And so if we're relying on something like the Gospel of Barnabas, which is...
It's the right one. I just accidentally rewound too far.
Oh, rewound too far. Okay.
It's going to... What you wanted is about 10 seconds from now.
Is not just like... It's not that there's debate about it. It's that it's a known forgery. I mean, no one's referring to the Gospel of Barnabas as anything other than...
If you say it's a known forgery, yes, but I'm going to go with that. Let's talk about the Old Testament a little bit and leading up into the New Testament.
Hold on, because...
So there, you got it right. If you say it's a forgery, let's go with it. And then he tries to change the subject, but, he's cut off and not allowed to immediately change the subject because he wants to drop Barnabas, drop Sinaiticus, drop Gospel of Jesus' wife, and go to the Old Testament.
Right. Did he try to rebut and was stopped, or did he try to jump subjects and was stopped? That is the question. African Intelligence does not have his volume on, so I put him in timeout.
Apparently not.
So
I'm very happy to engage with any Billy fan. I will put this in the chat after the message. I'm very happy to have an entire live stream of nothing but engaging with you, word to word, back and forth. But you got to actually listen to what's being said. I can't engage with spam.
Yep, you need to actually
have your volume on. How are we supposed to engage, right? So just putting the offer out here, and I'm going to put it in a pinned comment. Any Billy fan or Billy himself, whatever, anyone who wants to debate any of these topics with us or with me, just email me. Email is in the description. Yep. Set up a time. We can go into all the details live. I don't think you're going to actually do it, though, because you know that you don't know anything, and you just blindly think that Billy does, even though he doesn't know anything either. All right, let's get this next clip.
Do you mind if I address?
Oh, never mind. That's where you wanted me to cut it off. So let's go to the next one, which is on Gospel of Jesus.
Address the Gospel of Jesus' wife?
Sure.
Hold on, because do you mind if I address the Gospel of Jesus' wife?
You told me to stop it at 2010, then your next one starts at 2010.
Yeah, well, that's the next one I wanted to do.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Because we were going to make a comment, but we've already made the comment, so we'll go.
I'm commenting on nothing important. Let's just go.
Sure, go ahead.
What was her name?
Yeah,
I'm like trying to write notes like I know what I'm doing, but I'm just curious.
So the Gospel of Jesus' wife doesn't actually mention. So oftentimes what happens is that the text of the Gospel of Jesus' wife is kind of paralleled with the Gospel of Philip, which mentions that that Jesus would kiss Mary Magdalene on the mouth. And so those are kind of used in parallel to kind of for this argument that Jesus was married. So the Gospel of Jesus' wife is in the Harvard Library. However, the reason we know it's also not legitimate is because even though the manuscript, the papyrus that it's on, was carbon dated to the 4th century, the text was actually copied from a PDF version of the Gospel of Thomas known as Grandin's Interlinear. And there was a mistake in the Coptic text of Grandin's Interlinear that was copied into the Gospel of Jesus' wife. So we know that this is not a legitimate document, even though the papyrus is ancient, and this happens a lot with forgeries. I have a couple of friends who have actually worked on projects that have revealed forgeries within Dead Sea Scroll manuscripts and within other ancient Christian papyri. But the reason why we know the Gospel of Jesus' wife and that Karen King, who kind of vouched for it and she lost a lot of credibility, unfortunately, for her, and she's admitted that it's a fake as well, was because we can tie it directly to not copying from an ancient text, but actually copying from an online version of the Gospel of Thomas in a PDF form. And the mistake on that PDF form was copied into the text that was borrowed in the phraseology of Jesus' wife. So I just point that out is, once again, with our sourcing, I think we need to make sure that we're going towards not just early sources, but actually credible sources. And unfortunately, neither the Gospel of Barnabas nor the Gospel of Jesus' wife are credible sources in terms of actually, and agreed upon by not just the vast majority of scholarship, but I don't know anybody in the field of papyrology, paleography, historiography, who actually refers to these documents as being legitimate.
That's fair enough. I can respect that. So let's go into the old.
That's fair enough. I can respect that. Let's go on to something else. That's his rebuttal, right? That's his rebuttal.
So again, did he not have an opportunity to give a rebuttal? Was he cut off? No, he refused. He refused. I'm like, I want to jump to something else. I don't want to talk about this because
No, Mary, you're wrong. Billy Carson was cut off by Billy Carson.
Yeah. But see, look, he just frantically tried to get away from that. He didn't want to bring this up. And whenever it was brought up, he did not lack the opportunity to give a rebuttal. He jumped subjects, frantically trying not to talk about this. So again, Billy Carson is not reliable. He said, I was cut off. I couldn't give the rebuttal I wanted to give, but really he was running from the text, trying to talk about anything else. So if you will bring up mine, let's talk about Gospel of Jesus' wife in a little bit more detail. So the atheist Harvard professor Karen King, so she's not like some kind of devout Christian. I don't know why she would be or whatever, because the idea is that she like wanted to cover it up later on, right? No. She promoted this text publicly as authentic. She did speaking rounds on it. She went to news broadcasts, which is something that is kind of looked down upon in scholarly society. She was trying to get all the kind of fame that she could out of this. So she was already doing something that raised eyebrows. She refused to give the provenance of this. And what that means is she refused to say where she got it from. And one of the most important things when verifying an ancient text is by presenting the chain of who it was held by. And that helps.
Are you going to go into the provenance? Because that's a wild story.
It is a wild story, and we will. So anyway,
awesome.
Notice that even when she believed that this was authentic, she said publicly, the text does not prove that Jesus had a wife. Why? She noted that even as a translation of a 2nd century AD Greek text, 2nd century, too late. It would have been written more than 100 years after the death of Jesus. King also said that the text, which he suggested was a fragment from a non-canonical gospel, showed that some early Christians believed that Jesus was married. Now notice, their definition of Christians would include Billy. Billy would be a Christian because he says that he believed that Jesus came, and he is a follower of the Christ consciousness. So according to her, Billy's a Christian, and since Billy believes outlandish things, some Christians believe outlandish things, right? A Harvard News Office article reported King dated the speculative Greek original to the second half of the 2nd century because it shows close connections to other newly discovered gospels written at that time, particularly the Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Mary, and the Gospel of Philip, which we will talk about in a moment. King later, in a 2012 television documentary, commented on the possible implication. The question on many people's minds is whether this fragment should lead us to rethink whether Jesus was married. I think, however, I think, however, what leads us to do is not answer that question. It should lead us to rethink how Christianity understood sexuality and marriage in a very positive way, and to recapture the pleasures of sexuality, the joyfulness and beauty of human intimate relations. So she thinks it's pro-sex. She just made that up, but she thinks it's pro-sex, basically. So I just don't even know what to say about that. Anyway, until June 2016, nothing definite was known about the provenance of the papyrus. Before the appearance of a particular article, it was reported that an anonymous owner had acquired the fragment in 1997 as part of a cache of papyri and other documents. This cache was said to have been purchased from an American-German collector who in turn had acquired it in the 1960s in East Germany. Among the other documents in the cache were a typewritten letter dated July 15th, 1982, addressed to one person named Laukamp from Professor Dr. Peter Munro. These are real people, which only mentions one of the papyri, reporting that a colleague had identified it as a 2nd to 4th century AD fragment of the Gospel of John in Coptic and giving recommendations as to its preservation. So this is an unrelated letter. It's a real letter. It's unrelated. It's about the Gospel of John in Coptic. And then an undated and unsigned handwritten note in German, and which was seemingly referring to the Gospel of Jesus' wife fragment. According to this note, Professor Fetched, who is a colleague from the previous one, and so was used to like supposedly bolster the fact that he's a real professor, believed it to be the only instance of a text in which Jesus uses direct speech to refer to a wife. Professor Fetched was on the faculty of Egyptology at the Free University of Berlin. Laukamp died in 2001, Fetched in 2006, and Munro in 2009. So they chose really old people to cite. Then, in June 2016, this journalist published an article which identified the owner of this fragment as Walter Fritz, a German immigrant living in Florida. The article discredited the story that Fritz told King about the fragment's history, including its alleged formal ownership by Laukamp, whose relatives and associates say never had such a papyrus. You have published it. Would have made him very famous. And then 1982, Dr. Peter Monroe, which also appears to be a forgery. Oh, wait, so that one's also forgery, which is even extra silly. Sebar's article also provided further evidence for supposing that the papyrus was a forgery. Fritz initially denied being the papyrus's owner, but later he admitted it. Fritz was a former Egyptology student who dropped out of the Free University of Berlin in the early 1990s after the chairman of its Egyptology Institute accused him of his intellectual plagiarism. Fritz acknowledged studying Coptic, the language in which the papyrus was composed. Later, he left his job at the director of the Stasi Museum in Berlin after items from the museum went missing. So he's a fraud in his academic work. He's a thief, and he studied the language. After moving to Florida, he ran a successful hot wife pornography websites featuring his wife, an American who believes that she could channel God and Michael the Archangel. She had even published a book of sayings that she believes God transmitted to her. The Atlantic speculated that Fritz may have been, what?
I said awesome. You're going into the whole thing.
Yeah. Fritz may have been motivated to forge the text by financial issues, a desire to make the Da Vinci Code a reality, or to embarrass the academic establishment that had spurned his ambitions. In addition, he claimed to have been sexually abused by Catholic priests while growing up in southern Germany. He denied that he forged the Gospel of Jesus' wife, but admitted that he might have been able to do so had he tried. He also stressed to the Sebar, the guy who wrote the article, the journalist, that he never once claimed that the Gospel of Jesus' wife was a genuinely ancient text. I never said it was real. In his 2020 book, Veritas, a Harvard professor, a con man, and the Gospel of Jesus' wife, the journalist reports discovering a modern forgery that Fritz submitted with his job application in 2013 to the Sarasota County, Florida schools, a fake master's degree in Egyptology from the Free University of Berlin. When asked about it, Fritz declined to comment. So he's also a known forger. Now, what did people say when King got taken in by this? Because she wanted it to be true, because it aligned with what she wanted to do to Christianity, just like the Gospel of Barnabas is something that Billy Carson promotes.
Yeah. So can you pause there for a second? Because I don't think you'll probably go into this. But even after all this was revealed, King held to it. And she's like, no. It doesn't matter. Hit the background. The provenance doesn't matter. I did the tests. It's a legitimate manuscript. She did eventually renounce it, right? But she held on to it for a good while the whole world was laughing at how pathetic this situation was.
And she held on to it because she desperately wanted to believe it, even though it was clearly a fraud. She had staked her reputation on this thing because she wanted to be famous. and she was taken in very easily by a fairly clear fraud. So notice, immediately after her presentation of Fragment in Rome, doubts began to be expressed about its authenticity. So people didn't go, oh, this is probably real. Oh, wait, it's not. No. Further investigation of the language and script in comparison with the clearly forged Gospel of John belonging to the same group of papyri corroborated the initial doubts. Oh, and that was what was in that letter, that previously fabricated letter about the Gospel of John text. So that was fabricated to bolster this other clear forgery. So they are absolutely linked. So this corroborated the initial doubts. By the end of 2014, there was a consensus that the papyrus was a fake. Eventually, the journalist tracing of the provenance to Fritz in 2016 provided the final proof. And then King conceded that the evidence pressed in the direction of forgery. Others noted that the handwriting, grammar, shape of the papyrus, and the ink's color and quality made it suspect. One professor said they published a paper on the papyrus fragment suggesting that the text was a patchwork of text from the Gospel of Thomas, which had been copied and assembled in a different order. In the summer of 2015, Professor Watson edited and introduced 6 articles in the journal New Testament Studies, all arguing against the authenticity of the text. These articles have been put online by a different professor of Duke University. King commissioned the first laboratory tests. And by the way, the first ones that she commissioned came back with the correct century, which is what
because
what people do. They take old papyrus.
Sorry. Hold on, Mary. Let me pause you there just to explain this to the audience, how it can be both an old document and a forgery. Wes alluded to it, but he didn't explain it. This is the way good forgers work, is they find a blank piece of paper, often like the cover page of a book or whatever, and then they make their forgery on that. So the paper is actually that old. And since this is a tiny fragment, it wouldn't even have to be a whole page. It could be ripped off the bottom of a manuscript that was stolen from that museum in Germany. And then he wrote on that. You can't really test the ink directly. So all you get is the age of the paper.
Yeah, you get too much of that. You'd get too much of the paper. You can't test the ink directly. You can only tell what it's made of, basically. Now notice that radiocarbon dating done by third party not invested found a mean date of 741. So this is one place where I need to correct Wes Huff. He probably read the early report, which I had too, that said it was an even earlier text. But this needs to be a 4th century piece of paper for it to be authentic, but it's not. It's an 8th century piece of paper, piece of papyrus, right? The early medieval date upended King's claims that the papyrus likely dated to the 4th century AD. So whenever she had her cronies date it, it came back with a false date. Though King sought to claim the 8th century radiocarbon date was still evidence of probable authenticity, the date was historically problematic. By the 8th century, Egypt was in early Islamic and Coptic Christianity was Orthodox, making it unclear why anyone in that period would be copying a previously unknown heretical text about a Mary Jesus. A Raman spectroscopy analysis found that the ink was carbon-based and in some respects consistent with inks on papyri and the Columbia Library dating from 400 BC to AD 700 to 800, but more advanced subsequent testing on the ink would find similarities to modern inks and differences from genuinely ancient ones. So you can use carbon black or oak gall to create authentic styles of inks in the same way that they did. And because you can't test the age directly, the best you can do is a substance. And if the substances are the same, it still proves nothing. Most likely they found the differences in the binder that was used, because it's really easy to use oak gall. Like I can go out now and do it in my yard. Anyone can use carbon black. You can get it from like the soot of a candle flame. It's no problem. So anyway, in a presentation at the Society of Biblical Literature's annual conference in San Antonio, Texas, in November 2016, the Columbia scientific team would declare its findings about the Gospel of Jesus' wife consistent with the manuscript as forgery. Taken together, various scientific findings are consistent with the scholarly community's prevailing theory that the modern forger took a blank scrap of old papyrus, but not old enough, and wrote the Gospel of Jesus' Wife text on top of it using a simple carbon-based ink as easy to make today as it was in antiquity. In his 2020 book of Veritas, the journalist, reported that 2 of the leading scientists King had commissioned originally to make the case for authenticity had no prior experience with archaeological objects, and that both the scientists had undisclosed conflicts of interest. One was a family friend of King's from childhood, the other the brother-in-law, the only other senior scholar to initially believe that the papyrus was authentic. These interpersonal relationships were not disclosed to the public or to the editors of Harvard Theological Review, which published the scientific reports in April 2014. So notice, and then Wes Huff talked about Grondin's online PDF interlinear of the Gospel of Thomas and how there was a mistake that was put into it from that online text that had been copied wrong, right? And so Bernhard has shown that every line shows evidence of copying from Grondin's interlinear. Given the extraordinary similarities between the 2 different texts, it seems highly likely that the Gospel of Jesus' Wife is indeed a patchwork of Gospel of Thomas. Most likely it was composed after 1997 when Grondin's interlinear was first posted online. Now, another thing that's really funny is that another professor found it ridiculous. The word "my" and the phrase "my wife" is written in bold as if to stress the idea that Jesus was married. He also said that he had never seen bold writing used in a single Coptic text before. The effect is something like, "My wife," get it? "My wife," you heard that right. The papyrus fragment seems right from Monty Python sketch. If the forger had used italics in addition, one might be in danger of losing one's composure. That's what he wrote. So another one says that a linguistic analysis of the text shows that it was a dialect which fell out of use before 741, and it must have been written on a fragment of medieval papyrus by a modern forger. Again and again, there are a whole bunch of different things that says. Another one says that the sister fragment, Gospel of John, which was a forgery.
Yeah, I think we don't need to go
et
in any more details there. You went through quite a bit. My favorite part of the whole thing is that the forger basically eventually admitted it. And it's like, but by my pornographic work about the naked goddess.
Yep. Yeah, I forged this, but now that I'm famous, by the pornography that I make of my wife. Really stand-up guy. So here,
his wife, but also a goddess, right? He claimed that she was a goddess, like a literal goddess, not like a compliment. He claims she's a literal goddess, and he's trying to start a new cult. And he's like, "See, I'm really smart. I tricked a Harvard professor into wild tale." And this is the somewhat controversial text, according to Billy.
Right. So here is the actual text, which Billy presents this as if this is a book. It's this tiny fragment. It says, "Not maybe to me. My mother gave me life." It's all broken up, right? There are pieces missing. The disciples said to Jesus, part broken up, "Deny." Mary, broken up, "Worthy of it." Broken up. Jesus said to them, "My wife," broken up, "She is able to be my disciple. Let wicked people swell up. As for me, I'm not with her in order to," broken up, "an image." On the other side of the text, so again, here it is, "My wife," broken up, "She is able to be my disciple." And again, this is the Thomas.
Yeah, I was
with
gonna say
the extra word "my wife" in it. That's the thing that's added to it.
Yeah, able to be my disciple, right? That's the phrase that comes from Thomas.
Well, the whole thing except for "my wife" comes from Thomas. He only added those 2 words.
Well. I mean, the other parts are just a couple words. So.
Yeah, but it actually is from, he wanted to get the grammar right, so he copied all of them fragments from Thomas, and it's just put together. And part of the reason why he broke it up is so that you couldn't tell quite as clearly. There was just a copy of Thomas.
Well, yeah, to be clear, it did take a long time to discover that particular typo, for lack of a better term. But people knew this was a fake long before that particular piece of evidence came to light.
Yep. And then the other one on the opposite side, it says, "My maybe mother, 3/4," and that's it. So now let's
I am
look at
in
the
fact
gospel.
David Wood with a wig on, just so you know.
Yep. That's him. That's him. And I can't stream today because apparently his software gets mad.
Right. For those who
it's
don't.
Never happened ever. Not even once.
Have our camera on, but today we're having some weird tech issues. So
Yeah. So here is the Gospel of Thomas where it was taken from. So let's see. No, that was the Gospel. Where is that? She's able to be my disciple. Yeah. Yep, here it is. Able to be my disciple. Okay. So Simon Peter said to them, Mary should leave us, for females are not worthy of life. Jesus said, see, I'm going to attract her to make her a male so that she might too become a living spirit that resembles a male. For every female element that makes itself male will enter the kingdom of heaven. And this is not, I didn't actually copy the exact fragment that they copied from. She's able to be my disciple, that sort of stuff. But notice, I'm going to, or lead her to make her a male. This is the context. The idea is not like in
I know,
the original
it's not
text.
women's rights.
It's not women's rights. It's not sexy times. It is women do not have the divine spark that allows them to be immortal. They are not worthy of life. And Jesus agrees. Yes, women are unworthy of life, but don't worry. Women can become spiritually male so that they can become worthy of life. And that same idea of female unworthiness that becomes worthy is in the Gospel of Philip, right? Look at the context. And this is supposed to be the one that, oh, he's kissing her. He must like love her and want to have sex with her. No, Gospel of Philip is a twin with the Gospel of Thomas. It's from the same community. Now, here is what the Gospel of Philip says. And the companion of the break, Mary Magdalene, blank, probably Jesus, loved her more than all the disciples and used to kiss her often on her blank. There's a hole there. Now, what can fit there is feet, forehead, or mouth are the ones that people have thought of that could fit. But we don't know. And Wes Huff just took it to be, oh, it's mouth. And now I do think that probably is mouth. Why? Because that's how the kiss of peace was given at that time. This does not indicate sexual amorousness. And no, usually the kiss of peace was not done between men and women. It is done here because Jesus is doing what? He's making her into a male. So he not only makes her into a male, but he now favors her over the born men, this new spiritual man. And they said to him, why do you love her more than all of us? So this is jealousy, not of sexual favor, but of spiritual favor. The Savior answered and said to them, why do I not love you like her? But when a blind man and the one who sees are both together in darkness, they are no different from one another. When the light comes, and he who sees will see the light, and he who's blind will remain in darkness. So anyway, he's saying that she's been given special knowledge. Now, the Gospel of Mary kind of gives you an idea of the context that these communities thought this special marriage came in. Because the standard Gospels were accepted and read by everyone. Everyone knows about these standard Gospels. You have to explain why you're teaching something totally different from that. So in the Gospel of Mary, which is quite short, it begins with at the resurrection and Jesus visiting them and all this stuff happening according to the canonical Gospels. Then, after Jesus walks out and isn't there anymore, she suddenly stands up and declares that Jesus secretly taught her all about Gnosticism. So all the stuff that Jesus taught you all along is not the true thing. I'm his secret disciple who knows more than all of you. And that's why you should listen to me. So, after Jesus leaves, they're like, oh, how shall we go to the Gentiles and preach the gospel of the kingdom of the Son of Man? If they did not spare him, how will they spare us? Now, notice also that this is saying, hey, the Gentiles will really like this teaching. Why? Because it's Neoplatonism. Because it's what they already believe. It's a Gentile religion hit with a Jesus stick. So here's the answer. Then Mary stood up and greeted them all and said to her brethren, do not weep or grieve or be irresolute, for his grace will certainly be entirely with you and will protect you. But rather, let's praise his greatness, etc., etc. He has prepared us and made us into men. So this is another one where she was also turned into a man. She was turned into a male. Mary said this, she turned their hearts to good, and they began to discuss the words of the Savior. Peter said to Mary, sister, we know that the Savior loved you more than the rest of women. Tell us the words of the Savior, which you remember, which you know, but we do not, for we have not heard them. So she has secret knowledge that nobody else has. Mary answered and said, what I have hidden from you, I will proclaim to you. And all of this is Gnostic gobbledygook about aeons and seven powers and kingdom of the flesh and these forms and all this other stuff. And then they go, oh, did the Savior really speak privately with a woman and not openly to us and tell you all those things? Should we turn about and listen to her? Did he prefer her to us? And then Mary cried and she said, oh, my brother Peter, what do you think? Do you not think that I have thought this up? Do you think that I thought this up all by my little self in my heart? That I'm lying about the Savior? And then Levi said to Peter, Peter, you have always been hot-tempered. Now I see you contending against this woman like the adversaries. So now you must believe that she knows all of this stuff, right? Believe that all of this is true. So again, this is the story of this Gnostic, Neoplatonic, pagan stuff. And they're explaining why it's not in the regular Gospels, because it was secretly given to Mary, who was turned into a man so that she could spiritually, she's a spiritual man, so that she is worthy of transcendence as a person with Gnostic knowledge. So that is it for the context of the original ideas, that this forger turned into this nonsense about my wife. That's one of the reasons why it's so ridiculous that you would think that it would be my wife, because you're a modern person reading, oh, he kissed her often, that must be sexual. When it's about her, that she can be kissed like the men can be kissed, with the kiss of peace, with the fraternal greeting between people of the same sex. Why? Mm-hmm. Because she's spiritually a man. This is anti-sexual. These folks were like, for all intercourse. And yet you're supposed to believe that this nonsense came out of it. Mm-hmm. It's just simple.
Yeah, so the many takeaways there, but to that last point that she also started with, our gestures of showing affection change over time. They're based on culture. So a kiss doesn't necessarily mean the same thing in different societies. And the modern forger obviously has no idea about that. Among the many, 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 many other problems, right? All right, let me take a super chat before we go on to the next thing. This one from Nissan Attic. Give it 1 second here. Had to restart it. All right.
Wasting your time on social media is one of the best deeds a Muslim can do. There's a huge need for it. You know this and I know this. So that makes the reward even greater. So give generously and Allah Azza wa Jal will give you even more.
And it didn't cut back, so you probably didn't hear anything I said. But I was saying thank you very much. Merry Christmas from the International Conspiracy. Thank you for that donation. And there is definitely an international conspiracy going on here. More than 100,000 people all working down to take down little old Billy Carson. But it's not going to work because he's independently wealthy and he can just keep doing this. He doesn't need you. He's got cars. He's got watches. He's got designer clothes. He's got mansions. So he's can't cancel him.
That he pays for.
That's what he said, right? You can't cancel me. I'm already rich. And you know what? You're just making me more famous. That's why I got 140,000 views and counting on my debunking of this, whereas the videos from much, 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 much smaller channels criticizing me have several million views. Because, he's big and bad and uncancelable. And that's why 80% or so of the comments on his video, meaning 80% or so of the 140,000 views, are critical of him. Yeah, for a little while, he definitely has increased fame. But let's see what happens in a month, right? Let's see what happens in 2 months. See if he's able to book big podcasts anymore to spill his nonsense. Maybe he will, right? Because a lot of them only care about views and he might bring views. But I also suspect that this is really quite damaging to his career and reputation. Anyway, thanks for the donation. That was a long rant to say thank you. All right, let me get the next clip up here.
We will get his rebuttal. He's going to bring the receipts on this, apparently.
Yeah, that's right. He's going to, and his tell-all proving that this is simultaneously editing, deep faking, him being cut off, Wes cutting his video at opportune times, drinking a drink to send that little signal. Yeah, you got to cut him. You got to cut him. I'm dying. But also, he had all the evidence all along, and here it is.
So here's his evidence, and you need to bring it up. I'm still looking at my.
Jesus' wife.
Nope, still looking at my screen.
Oh, right. Sorry, still has you. I got distracted there. I didn't realize. There we go. Real video.
I bring a gift.
Minute.
There's some marinara.
The next thing was about the gospel of Jesus' wife. That question came up. So, what's the question? In podcasts, I have been noted as saying it's quite possible they discovered the gospel of Jesus' wife. Fact. And then I go on to say, in many.
Well, fact, they discovered it when the forger convinced a Harvard scholar to talk about it.
Not 90, maybe 3 podcasts. It's quite possible that Jesus never died, that he may have been married. And his Merovingian bloodline could still be on the planet till this very day. My wording is very specific and basic. Now, let's take a look at something here.
Hey, he said something true. He's very specific and very basic.
But he also lied, just so we know.
And other nonsense, right? And other nonsense.
I mean, like he's lying about what he said in the past.
It's logically possible, people. It's logically possible that Jesus could have been married based on a 1997 forgery of an 8th century document that doesn't even say he's married. It just kind of alludes to it. Yeah, it's quite possible. It's basically a guaranteed fact, but I didn't say it was a fact. So what are they talking about?
Let's take a look at something here. I know these guys are jumping up and down over there. Oh my goodness, we got to debunk it. We got to go ahead and do what you got to do. Listen, man, I'm the king. I'm the GOAT. Okay. You guys are just riding on my coattail. You have no real knowledge. You guys know nothing. It's just a whole bunch of heretical, talk for looking for clout chasing and
clout chasers getting 2 million views. I get 140,000 views. You're hanging on my coattails. I'm the GOAT.
A whole bunch of stuff you guys are doing there, just trying to make it look attractive, but it's really just a bunch of trash. It has no real value for anybody. Nothing there you guys are doing is uplifting anybody. Nothing there you guys are doing is changing anyone's life. Nothing.
Okay, I got to stop him here. I know this isn't why you said this, but what do you mean it's not uplifting anyone? What do you mean it's not changing anyone's lives? Read the comments. Read the comments of all the people being like, my faith was shaken when I was listening to Billy, but I'm so glad that you brought the truth and gave me confidence. This has changed my life. There are literally comments that say this has changed my life. But
it doesn't say that you're God and all powerful. And to Billy, that's the only uplifting message. He believes the serpent in the garden. The serpent in the garden says, ye shall be as gods. And Billy's like, yeah, amen, brother. Satan, you are my man. You are the one I follow. You are speaking truth.
All right, let's see what he actually says about the gospel of Mary now.
Nothing you people are doing over there is...
I'm sorry, the gospel of Jesus' wife, not the gospel of Mary. It's completely different document.
Is helping anyone. You guys are spending tens of thousands of dollars on fake bots and fake YouTube accounts and sending people, hordes of people to attack and show their true Christian colors.
Debate is raging among academics and religious leaders over a recently discovered piece of ancient papyrus.
This one too, but we need to go back to where he has his Chat-GPT answer up. So if you can just scroll back.
Okay, I'm pretty sure.
Let me double check.
That makes a reference to Jesus Christ having a wife.
Remember, we're at 1:11:47, so I don't accidentally replay all that.
Oh, hold on, because do you mind if I address the Gospel of Jesus?
Okay, no. Let me send this to you in the chat.
Huh?
No, it isn't. Let me send it to you in our behind the scenes.
Yeah,
chat.
yeah. So you didn't send me the time.
No, I did. Hang on. I just copied it off of there. Where's chat? Here it is. This is the one that I need you to put up now.
Well, hold on. Is it 41.95? Is that
just click on that one?
Wife. I'll pull that back up in a minute.
Oh yeah, it's the wife. It just pause there. Go back.
No, that's exact.
Yeah.
Okay, see,
we need to pause on
the
that
one
first
that
one.
we were watching, Mary. Just so you know.
That's all right.
But you just wanted me to pause immediately for like the 2 seconds.
And then would watch the rest. But we need to pause on that. There.
But you didn't tell me that. This, right?
Yep, it flashed up so fast I didn't even see it. So if we can read that, it says, now you can tell what the Chat-GPT prompt is. That's the best part. Okay. What is that Chat-GPT prompt? It is.
Is it possible that
Karen King was pressured into stating that the gospel of Jesus' wife was a forgery? Or was it possible? I think it was probably, how is it possible that Karen King could have been pressured into stating that the gospel of Jesus' wife was a forgery? And so the answer is it is possible that she was pressured into stating, and here are the factors that may have influenced her acknowledgement. Here's the incredible point. The acknowledgement of the fragment's questionable authenticity. So she is acknowledging something that is fact, according to this answer in Chat-GPT. Scholars, especially those in high-profile positions, can face significant academic, institutional, and public scrutiny. And so that might feel like pressure because she's going to be scrutinized into if she will not acknowledge that it's not authentic. So academic pressure. The academic community largely dismissed it after critical analyses revealed that it was likely a modern forgery. So the fact is, it is a modern forgery, and reputable scholars.
You got to pause there. You got to pause there.
Yeah.
This is his source, right?
This is his source. That is these are his receipts. His receipts right here saying that.
But
yes,
by the way, if this was an
pressured.
actual receipt, he'd say what this was. But because he didn't write this text, but he could have, right? He doesn't say where it's from. He could have literally written this and be like, "Here's my receipt. I wrote on this piece of paper."
Yep, I wrote on this piece of paper. But it was Chat-GPT that wrote that critical analyses revealed it was likely a modern forgery. Reputable scholars published detailed examinations, and institutions emphasize rigorous standards. So rigorous standards, detailed examinations, and all pointed that this was a forgery. So that meant that King might feel an obligation to align with what? The evidence. The evidence. So public and media.
Okay, so I was laughing that whole time because I'd read that last part.
I know.
She was forced to align with what the evidence said, people. Right. It's a government conspiracy of Billy haters.
And I think that this is a copy paste of multiple things because some of them are numbered and the other ones aren't. So I think Billy kept on trying to rephrase it to try to get better answers and then just copy pasted stuff together as best he could. Public and media scrutiny. After the story gained international attention, there was considerable media focus on King and her research. Investigative reports such as the Atlantic's expose further cast doubt on the papyrus. This public spotlight might have added external pressure to respond how? Transparently. So to be honest. Stop lying, King. You need to be honest. And this terrible public pressure to be honest. This is why I say that I don't think that Billy Carson really understands English because he clearly doesn't understand what transparently means. Be honest, Karen King. Honestly admit that this is clearly a forgery. Institutional professional expectations. Harvard Divinity School, it's called Divinity School, by the way, not Harvard Seminary School. Harvard Divinity School and other academic institutions would naturally be cautious about potential reputational damage. Why? Because she was endorsing a fraud. It's conceivable that the indirect pressure arose from the need to maintain the integrity of these institutions. She was pressured to maintain academic integrity. If she had not done it, she would have damaged the integrity of her institution, according to Billy's receipts.
Pause. I'm sorry, but I read the last sentence here.
Oh, it's even better. Yeah, it gets even better.
No, I read number 3.
Yes, this is why I told you that the Chat-GPT was going to be gold. All right. Personal integrity was another reason she would feel pressure. King's acknowledgement that the evidence presses in the direction of forgery could also stem from her commitment to scholarly rigor rather than external coercion.
The next thing was about the gospel
So she's just he had already read that, so I wasn't gonna read it. Because here's the thing, he reads it in this monotone voice that makes you know that he doesn't actually understand what the words mean. So this even goes against external coercion. So this is an internal factor. She might have been internally pressured by personal integrity. Personal integrity might have been a motivation for her to deny it because it's a fraud. So then he skips on and plays a whole bunch of early Karen King clips while she was disgracing herself and in the media to gain fame, because nobody would have ever heard of her in popular culture. She hadn't discovered something like that. She had so much to gain from this thing, pretending that it was real if she had been able to support it. And so he plays all of those, and then he deceptively presents these early things like this is still her position. And that's the next clip. And yes, he read number 3 aloud.
He read that. Does he not understand what that sentence means?
No. Like I said, I don't think he reads
English.
English.
Thing is like, despite it just being a bot, not really understanding, it's actually more or less accurate, right? She could have been pressured by all of the evidence. She could have been pressured by her academic institution caring about the evidence. She could have been pressured by the media caring about the evidence, or she could have been pressured not from external sources, but from her own conscience that she was making up nonsense.
Yeah, so then he jumps back to present her early appearances as if that was her present position. So let's jump to that.
You see, this is the proof. This is the proof.
It is a proof. So these are his receipts. Remember, this is the best Billy Carson can give you is Chat-GPT that doesn't even agree with his position.
This is seriously one of the funniest things I've ever heard in my life, that he is citing this as evidence. He goes to a freaking chat bot, asks the chat bot to give him some text to help him out. Like, he primes it to get what he wants out of it. It tells him that maybe she was convinced that it was a fraud because all the evidence said it was a fraud. And he's like, you see, here's the proof that this might be legit. Oh man, I'm sorry, but I've lost it.
Yeah,
you weren't kidding, Mary. You weren't kidding when you
Yes, I told you. That's why I wouldn't tell you ahead of time, because I didn't want you to even think about how good this was going to be. I wanted this to take you by surprise. I wanted to delight you today.
Oh, man.
I texted him like, I found something out that's so hilarious, but I'm not going to tell you. I want to spring on you. I want to see your delight. It worked.
Yeah. So,
Merry Christmas,
guys, this is going to be my next video on the channel. I'll make a proper video out of this where I'm not laughing hysterically, but
yeah, go for it. Go for it.
This is gold, gold, gold. If you steal this,
you need to grab where he was claiming that Wes was using Chat-GPT if you can find it.
Yes.
I mean, because again, he keeps tattling on himself constantly. Anytime he says somebody else is doing something, he's tattling on himself.
Whew. All right, let's see those early video clips that apparently, nothing ever happened between these clips and today.
Is helping anyone. You guys are spending tens of thousands of dollars on fake bots and fake YouTube accounts and sending people, hordes of people to attack and show their true Christian colors.
Debate is raging among academics and religious.
No,
leaders
jump forward to
over
the
this
next one.
rediscovered piece
We're
of
not going. We
ancient-
don't want to put this.
Oh,
because
you
this
don't
is,
want you don't want the clip.
No,
You don't want the clips.
Well, we're not
My
going to
bad.
do.
I thought you wanted me to play the
actual ones.
clips.
Nope.
I thought you wanted to
nope.
go back where I was. I just misunderstood. I'll get the next clip here.
Yeah, where he I just don't want to play mass media clips because they
Yeah,
cut like crazy.
I mean, they're still in his video. It probably wasn't demonetized, or he'd just clip them out. But you never know. We don't need to see them anyway. Okay, so I lost.
Yeah, because we all know that she originally pushed these forward as genuine. So we know this. We know that she pretended that they were genuine.
Papyrus that makes a.
Let's see. So I had accident when Mary was like, "You played the wrong clip. You played the wrong clip."
Oh, sorry.
I was scrolling around trying to figure it out, but
so it's.
I got it. I got the next one. We're good.
Yeah.
It's tiny.
It goes on to talk about how much scientific testing has been done. She really believes, and she's gone on dozens of interviews.
Believes, present tense.
About this, that this thing was real. Now, maybe it's not real. Does that even matter? The fact that in my podcast.
Did he seriously just say that? Did he just seriously say that? Maybe it's not real, but who cares? It doesn't matter.
Yep. Let's keep going until he gets to the Chat-GPT again.
I'm sorry.
Oh yeah.
Maybe
like I've been stating
real,
everything on this.
I've only been citing it as evidence.
Yep.
Or podcast that I've been in, I actually blatantly say that it could be that Jesus was married, and he may have had a wife and even had children. Now, why would I still have that opinion after people, academics, come out and try to say that this thing isn't real? Well, let me talk about that for a minute. Let me pull back up my my PowerPoint.
Oh yes, please fill it up. I can't wait.
Okay, so go ahead and mute it. He's going to go back and like reemphasize stuff, so we can stop him there.
We already read this slide.
Yep. Well, he had it, and then he went away from it, and then he came back.
Yeah,
to it.
He was only up there
he's
for a couple
trying
seconds.
He's trying to get you to think that she still believes this. And notice he did not say, "Oh, maybe." In that way, he said, "No, this is evidence. Does it matter? Of course, it matters. It's your evidence." And notice he's academic in quotes. My question is Karen King his academic? Because Karen King now says that it at least is probably a forgery. And only 2 people in the entire world ever claimed that it wasn't, said that they thought it was authentic. 2 academics. No one else did. And yeah, she had some academic.
I mean, in fairness, Mary, a lot of people were neutral. A lot of people said they didn't know one way or another.
Yeah, well, because they didn't have the expertise. But of the people who had the expertise, 2 thought it might be authentic, and everyone else said nah. And that's because they knew what these Gnostics believed to start with that made them raise an eyebrow right away, because all the other texts say that they were basically against any sex whatsoever, and men were supposed to be spiritually, or women were supposed to be spiritually men. Therefore, it was this ascetic kind of system that they believed in. These particular ones. There were different people who believed different things. Some of them were like mad sex addict people who think that you had to have tons and tons of sex to discover your divine spark. It's not like these people were coherent, right? So, but this group from which these texts come that are related would be nonsensical if she were a wife. So already before you even start looking at it, you kind of go, really? And then you look at it and you're like, no. So we can jump
so
to the next.
I want to point out one other thing here, though.
Go for it.
Right, because in the discussion, now he's saying, I don't really care what academics say. They got their biases. They're just trying to promote Christianity. Yeah, that's definitely the bias of academic scholarship. But it was him, right? It was him in the discussion. He's like, many scholars believe in this text. Now he's saying, well, maybe no academics do, but I don't care. Academics are just faking anyway.
Yep. And Karen King totally believes, even though she really doesn't.
He said believe. Present tense. He's trying to act like she came with all this pressure. She was forced to make a statement, but she really believes. She's a believer.
Yep.
All right, next one.
Okay, and we can just pause it immediately.
Another thing that came up.
The
Yes!
Nicaea.
Was this?
Go ahead and pause it.
I wasn't talking. This is all
Well,
the
he
talk.
doesn't even need to talk. So here's the thing. He asked ChatGPT, why did the Council of Nicaea exclude some manuscripts, which caused it to hallucinate, because this is a contrafactual. And tons of people talk about these false things that didn't happen. Why? And actually what he probably wrote was, why did the Council of Nicaea exclude the Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Mary, and whatever else he wanted in there? So he probably explicitly mentioned those things to get this answer. Because guess what? We have the minutes of the Council of Nicaea, and they do not involve any questions about the contents of the biblical canon. There were canons issued, but that means church laws, which were rules about how, when Easter should be celebrated, by which calculation, and women, what age they should be allowed to enter the order of widows. Nothing was discussed concerning which books should be in there. The Gospel of Thomas was not excluded. None of these people knew about the Gospel of Thomas at this time, like, who were actually in the Council of Nicaea. It was not a popular forgery, right? There were some popular forgeries. This was not one. The Gospel of Mary, they did not know about this. They didn't know, they had never heard of it. So no one thought to include it. They didn't even bother to talk against most of these because they had never even encountered them, because they were backwater forgeries in one particular area. The council favored texts that align with the proto-Orthodox views of the time. None of this stuff happened. This is why you have to be careful about ChatGPT, because it will hallucinate for you, and he got it to hallucinate through lots of effort.
This isn't actually the phenomenon hallucination. That's something different, but it will repeat whatever lots of people say, right? Because that's what it's really doing. It's predicting what text would make sense in this context. And lots of people say this, right? So that's why it will tell it back to you, especially if you prime it to give you that answer. But
yeah, if there are lots of fake
the
information,
people who write this, right? I didn't know what this was going to say. I didn't even know it was a ChatGPT thing. But as soon as I saw Council of Nicaea, I have a rule. Anyone who mentions Council of Nicaea has no clue what they are talking about, because no one would actually ever cite this as like some conspiracy doctrine handed down from on high, because that's not remotely what the council was about.
No, and notice the impact. These decisions help shape the New Testament as we know it, but sideline diverse early Christian perspectives, limiting the theological spectrum. The only thing that the Council of Nicaea dealt with theologically was Arianism. That's it. Because everyone else was Orthodox Trinitarian. That's all it dealt with.
Yeah, it dealt with the Arian controversy, which we don't need to go into details because he's not talking about that. It did not discuss scripture. It was not Constantine telling people it didn't invent Jesus or any of the other million stupid conspiracy theories around it. It addressed the Arian controversy and had almost 100% consensus on the creed that they came up with to explain the existing beliefs in more precise terms than the Apostles' Creed, which Arius said that he could affirm. That's it.
And note also what he's arguing here. He's declaring this. He's arguing this because he's saying that the Council of Nicaea changed the canon, therefore we can't trust it. Now, if the canon that the church wanted everyone to read was established then, would the church in the future have any problem with absolutely everyone reading the text that they made up or chose to promote their power and their beliefs? Would they want to keep that from people if this is what actually happened? Because according to him, this is them choosing text to invent Christianity, which is a false religion. So now they have these false texts from here on forward. So should they ever have any problem with anyone reading these false texts that they hand chose to trick people? Well, let's look at the next section and see what he declares there. And we will actually play this one.
Just play it.
Talking being done for me. So I caught this and I remember
the next one. Not here. He's just going to blabber.
Okay, gotcha. You said just play it.
I said just play the next one.
Yeah.
The next one, play it. Yeah.
You don't need to argue with me. I gotcha.
They're lock in. They're trying to lock in eternity. They're trying to lock in everything so they can live forever.
Oh no, is it still the same one?
In this magic.
No, it isn't. 4922.
And
4922.
They don't have the whole story.
Here we go.
The council favored texts that aligned with the proto-Orthodox views of the time, suppressing writings that presented alternative interpretations of Jesus' divinity or Christian theology. These decisions shaped the New Testament as we know it, but sidelined diverse early Christian perspectives. There's no hand of God here. Just a bunch of contrived trash like these.
So let's say that the council, 100%.
Oh, but it gets better. You'll love this. Hang on, Thaddeus.
Let's say the council did determine the canon at this time. Would that rule out the possibility of God influencing them?
No. And notice that this is before his precious Sinai Bible, the Codex Sinaiticus. This is before that.
And
Codex
before
Sinaiticus
his
is later.
Of Jesus's wife, right?
Yes.
Before that as well.
And before the Gospel of Barnabas.
And like a million years before Barnabas.
Yeah. So that's
people are doing with my video that they didn't have the right to actually utilize.
False, fair use.
You see? The suppression of the Wycliffe Bible, 14th century.
Wait, hold on. I just stopped him. Hold on. Before we get to the Wycliffe, I just realized what he's actually claiming there. He was claiming that the church suppressing texts is just like people.
John Wycliffe, an English theologian.
Who is suppressing that? Who is suppressing those clips? Not allowing those viewpoints to come out? Him. Yeah, he's claiming that he and the Gnostics are on the same side.
Yeah.
This is just like, me suppressing videos is just like when the church suppressed my people.
And once again, we have a display of scholarship with Wycliffe Bible. It's with Wycliffe, everybody. It's Wycliffe Bible. So,
the
people, he is not being full-blown attacked. He has been lying to people. He's been called out on lies, and he's threatening people. So, he is not being full-on attacked.
Wycliffe, I haven't read this, but, the Wycliffe situation's not great by any means. But what does it have anything to do with the canon of the text? Nothing.
Oh, no. But hang on. So, the church suppressed the true text, put in this false text. Now, this should be the false text that they should want everyone to read and believe. But see what he says about it. And again,
it says right there, banned his translation, right? Because at the time they thought you had to read the Vulgate.
And
what does that have to do with suppressing the ideas? Who knows?
Well, what does that have to do with being
English?
Hang on, you've got to scoot back. You have to hear this. You've got to scoot back a little bit. Not forward. Wait, what's happening?
I went back.
Okay. Oh, okay. You went 10 seconds back. Give me 1 second. So, again, what has been promulgated since this point is supposed to be this false text. So, according to his idea that it happened at the Council of Nicaea, that changed all the text to what the church wanted everyone to read. So then the Codex Sinaiticus should have been that thing that they wanted everyone to read. So it should have exactly all the stuff in it before. So why is he using it? The Wycliffe Bible, similarly, ought to have what everyone should read in any language. It shouldn't matter. The church should love this. If
it's
this
just
is
a
all a
translation.
conspiracy. But instead it was suppressed. Why? Because maybe it was what the church didn't want people to read at that time. Why not?
Apparently.
So let's see what he says about the languages. Listen closely. Like I said, I do not believe he even understands what English is. Listen.
Yeah, I'll let it play through. I'll try not to pause him again.
The suppression of the Wycliffe Bible, 14th century. John Wycliffe, an English theologian, translated the Bible into Middle English to make it accessible to lay people. Why? Because ain't nobody going to read that Latin, and nobody wants to read that garbage British. They want to read this.
Wait, what?
Yes, he doesn't know what English is. He thinks that, yes, nobody wants to read that garbage British. I think that he thinks that Shakespearean type English, aka the King James Version language, is garbage British, and he thinks that it's being translated into the language that he speaks.
Because people informally call that Old English, and this is Middle English. So he thinks that this is a newer language, right, than Old English.
Right, and he thinks that King James is Old English. Or, well, he doesn't think that I don't think he knows. I think he thinks that King James is actually like something else. I don't think he has any idea what it is. But no. He thinks garbage British is like, nobody wants to read that in
I think he's talking
British.
about the type of language of the King James. I think you're right. I think that he just came to that conclusion because he thinks
that he thought that was Old English. And so he thinks Wycliffe is in the vernacular that he speaks. That's what he thinks.
Yeah.
Even though John Wycliffe wrote in Middle English, the King James Bible was written in modern English. But he thinks that the these, thous, thys stuff is garbage British. So like I said, he doesn't even know what the English language is.
No one wants to read that garbage British, so he's translated it into Middle English instead.
Yes. So like I said, he says he has a linguistic mastery. He has said that he has translated cuneiform himself, except he calls it cuneiform because he cannot pronounce anything to save his life. And it's one thing if you're just a person who's reading stuff. And
I don't care about pronunciation.
Whatever. But if you are an expert in the field, you know how to pronounce the words of your field.
I hear scholars say really weird pronunciations of words all the time. Words in their field. So I don't know. I wouldn't use the pronunciation. But the fact that he doesn't know it Middle English.
Not that garbage British. No one wants to read that garbage British. It's just amazing. I love that. I cackled like a maniac when he said that originally. Like in my notes, it's dead is what I wrote.
Garbage British. Wycliffe, he was persecuted because he didn't want to use the garbage British, the upper class language, I guess. He wanted to use the language of the people.
Yeah, the common people. And that's another thing, that garbage British, that snotty these and thous. He wanted to use the language of the common, regular people, which is like what I talk, because I am an English speaker, not that fancy British stuff.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Brits, you don't speak English anymore. Only Americans speak English, according to Billy. So, and I want to quote another translator, Tyndale, another English translator. Many of the local clergy came to where Tyndale was, and it gave him ample opportunity to both be shocked by their ignorance of the Bible and to become embroiled in controversy with them. So he was shocked that the clergy did not know the Bible. And so to one of them, he said, "If God spare my life, ere many years pass," I guess that's more of that garbage Britishism, "I will cause a boy that driveth the plow I will cause a boy that driveth a plow shall know more of the scripture than thou dost." And by the way, that was the common English of the time. So what he's saying is that everyone needs to know the scripture. What scripture? It would be the same scripture that's been used all along, which is also the scripture that Billy here thinks was invented at the Council of Nicaea that no one should have any reason to suppress, according to Billy's logic, such as it is. So, and we can go. He's like, this Wycliffe Bible. Oh my goodness. They suppressed it. It's suppressed. It's gone. Oh, is it gone? Is it gone, Thaddeus?
No.
Bible
no,
study tools.com has
forget
what?
Bibles. I actually.
Do you have a physical one?
Had it on my own without realizing that's what you wanted to do. Pulled up the Wycliffe in my Bible software, so I'm going to share that.
Yeah, go ahead and share like Matthew 27.
That actually shows the way the text looks, which is pretty cool.
Nice.
That's why I want to use that one. Because you're going to...
It doesn't show the way the text looks. Oh, yeah. That one was in modern English. Yep. So here is the everyday common English of the people of that time. And as Moses lifted up a serpent in the desert, so behooveth the man is son, the son of man, for to be raised up, that each man believeth. Sorry, that is a V. To into him perisheth not, but have everlasting life. In Middle English. I'm sorry, my Middle English is pretty terrible. Forsooth God so loved the world that he gave his own begotten son, that eke man that believeth in him perish not, but have everlasting life. So, or leaf. Sorry, I keep forgetting what the correct sounds are. Softly God sent not his son into the world, that he eager the world, but that the world be saved by him. So he that believeth in him is not damned. It shall not die. Forsooth he that believeth not is now damned. He believeth not in the name of the unbegotten Son of God. So that is the common, ordinary English of the age that Wycliffe produced, and that he did not, that Billy thinks is like what people speak in Florida today.
Right. We showed him this text, right, as written here. And if it was actually handwritten, it would be even harder to read.
Oh, much harder.
Because the letters would look even less like you expect them to look. But
yeah, I can handle
that we were
it like this.
speaking Egyptian or something, right?
Read the original. Right. So, and yes, there's also the Geneva Bible as well. So we have all of these other sources. And guess what happened in this book? Oh, did Jesus die on the cross? Yes, it's the same. It's all the same.
Yeah, so he goes to the Wycliffe controversy for no apparent reason other than to undermine himself, as you pointed out, right? Because he's claiming that this is
it's all this
the conspiracy of the church,
right?
Except the church is the one that wants that text.
Wants this text according to him. So why are they suppressing it? So here's another one. His Dead Sea Scrolls pause, which is even better, Thaddeus. It's better than this.
What? No,
yes, it is. I swear it is. You're gonna lose.
That's impossible. It could get funnier. All right, the Dead Sea Scrolls. So you want me to immediately pause on this one, or?
Yeah, just we don't need to hear any more of his. Oh, they're all conspiring.
Oh, no,
play
the Dead Sea
Scrolls, 20th century.
Play this one.
Oh, play it?
So, yeah, Dead Sea Scrolls.
Y'all getting this in the live chat? Y'all getting this?
Hey, y'all getting this in the live chat? Y'all getting this? Y'all getting this slide that he didn't write himself but could have because he doesn't reference any sources?
Y'all getting this? The Vatican's handling of the Dead Sea Scrolls, 20th century. The Dead Sea Scrolls discovered between 1947 and 1956 include some of the oldest biblical manuscripts and other Jewish texts from the Second Temple period. Okay. For decades, access to the scrolls was restricted to a select group of scholars, many affiliated with the Catholic Church, and this secrecy fueled allegations of suppression or selective dissemination of information. Selective dissemination of information. Selective dissemination of information. Sounds like a hook in a song. How to Be an Evil Dark Person. That's the name of the song, and that's the hook. Critics
Okay,
suggested that the Vatican might have.
We can just stop here.
If he was white, that would have been a very racist comment. Just saying.
So let's look at this. The Vatican. This means that what did he do? What did Billy do here? He typed in, how did the Vatican suppress the Dead Sea Scrolls or something like that? Because here it is absolutely making things up or possibly repeating some things from other sites because it's stupid. Chat-GPT doesn't know. Show my screen. Who owns the Dead Sea Scrolls and whose hands is it?
Well, I haven't seen your screen yet, Mary, but I believe it is an Israel society, a Jewish society.
And where is it physically? Is it in the Vatican?
It's in Israel somewhere. I don't know the exact city.
Now, if you can share my screen. Upon their discovery in 1947 in what was then the Mandatory Palestine, the Dead Sea Scrolls were first moved into the Palestine Archaeological Museum following the Jordanian annexation of the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, in the aftermath of the 1948 Arab-Israeli War. The museum's management became the responsibility of Jordan, etc., etc. Then the Palestinian Archaeological Museum fell under Israeli administration, and the Dead Sea Scrolls collection held there was moved to the Shrine of the Book. Israel claims ownership of the Dead Sea Scrolls collection, currently housed in the Israel Museum. So Israel has ownership of the Dead Sea Scrolls. It is not
which
owned
we all
by the Catholic
know.
Church, and the Catholic Church has no authority over it.
Conservative Jewish authorities, they definitely want to promote the Catholic Church.
Yes, and notice that this was beginning to be published. When was it published? 1990s. No, I was just making up absolute nonsense because it was translated almost immediately. So here is, wait a moment, let me, discovery and publication. I'm sharing a different screen now. All right. So found a bunch, beginning with the Shepherd in 1947. And they located it, brought it in, began buying them, amazed to see biblical text. So first three works was a complete manuscript of the book of Isaiah, a sectarian book called the Community Rule that basically involved the rule of the community there. So it wasn't like scripture. A commentary on the book of Habakkuk. Goodness. So again, commentaries, not all scripture, whole bunch of material, including like, there are some accounts there, for example, right? So notice this person acquires and publishes selections of 3 scrolls. What is that? Oh, they're published when? 1948. Already something's being published. 4 were smuggled out of the country. These 4 were sold, and then they were joined with the 3 already located at Hebrew University. The Shrine of the Book is built.
Mm-hmm.
Aftermath. So, remains of over 900 manuscripts, and we're still occasionally finding scrolls, a lot of which are not associated with this this particular community, but are often still called that anyway because they're in the Dead Sea area and they're scrolls. So, oops. So here they are, scholars working on the scrolls in the 1950s.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the important scrolls were discovered over a brief period of time, but as Mary said, they continued to discover things. And I actually saw a documentary not that long ago about, they found a cave, right? And they were hoping to get this great new manuscript or whatever, and it was a blank piece of paper. But good thing they found it, because otherwise a forger would have totally made a fake Dead Sea Scroll with that piece
And that's
of
what they say. So scrolls contents, and they've started publishing large amounts of these in the 50s. Like my grandfather has a book. I have a book right over there that I inherited from my grandfather that has the Dead Sea Scrolls on paper from the 80s or 70s or sometime like that, because that's when he bought it, right? Not because that's when it was first discovered, or that's what was first done. So, here we go. This is the one that my
while you're pulling that up,
I have what I have is the first one is, so the most complete revised one was published in 1996. The Dead Sea Scrolls, the new translation.
So just
right?
to be clear, there is debate over some symbols in some of the texts. You see like the pictures of the great Isaiah scroll and you're like, wow, that looks pretty good. But most of these texts are super degraded, almost impossible to read. So there is some dispute over some letters in some of these texts.
Which is why modern imaging techniques helps a little bit. So discoveries in the Judean desert published between 1955.
You didn't share anything in case
let me,
you intended to.
Let me share this now. Again, there. Here it is. Here is the initial between 1955 and 2009. So as they were translating it, finding a bunch of stuff. And this one says in 1953, Harding and DeVoe, sorry, my French is abysmal, appointed an international team of scholars to begin the publication of the scrolls. So 1953, there is an international team to publish the contents of the scrolls. Let me find 53. I don't know why I couldn't find that earlier. Here we go. As the team began work at the Rockefeller Museum, piecing together fragments of over 900 manuscripts, a complex historical puzzle emerged. So immediately they formed a team to publish this. Now, they did restrict access to great experts in their restricted fields.
Well, why would they do that,
what did
Mary?
it do? Yeah, so people can't just lie and make stuff up. And now it prevented the speedy publication of the text, so they had not completed everything. They dripped it out from the 1950s through the 1990s. Now, my question for Billy is, what text in the Dead Sea Scrolls does he believe destroys the narrative of the church? Because really, it overwhelmingly supports the Christian narrative over any other
conspiracy sounding thing, right?
And he does. So
I want to put this back up here because look at what his own slide, right, that he copied and pasted. Well, first of all, it's saying like there was speculation. Vatican not actually involved, but because it took a long time, there was conspiracy theories, basically, is what it's saying. There's conspiracy theories about them hiding information. But then the last portion here, after decades of pressure and public demand, the scrolls were fully released in the 1990s, revealing important insights, but also stirring debates about the historical biblical accuracy. The irony here is actually that the scrolls, by and large, have resolved a lot of debates about the accuracy of the scriptures. They have been for lack of a better term, a total godsend, right? Because unlike the Greek text, there's very few Hebrew texts. Yeah. And so people just assumed that it had been vastly changed from the time it was written until we got the Dead Sea Scrolls. We're like, there's virtually no textual variance at all here.
And
what is up with that?
Destroyed the arguments of atheists against Christianity. People go, oh, but the Dead Sea Scrolls. I'm like, no, guess what? Our scrolls actually support what? They support the Christian text over even the Masoretic text. Overwhelmingly, it shows that the Christians have an excellent copy of the Bible and should be massively trusted. So that's what it shows, because these people were not Christian. They weren't affiliated with Christians, yet their text agrees with ours.
But to summarize this slide that he puts up, it basically says there was a conspiracy about the Catholic Church, but it was proven false. And this is his receipts.
Yeah. I mean, it's hilarious. It is hilarious.
It's like he didn't bother to read what he put up.
I think he figures that his followers are so brainwashed that they will just believe anything. So, because it's pretty late, I figure you probably don't want to go into the next section, which is the Old Testament this week. Maybe we should do that next week.
If that's the end of the New Testament, then that's a good place to cut it off.
Yep. And so this is Billy's receipts.
Yes, this is his receipts.
These are his receipts.
An on-sourced comment, which we are almost certain comes from Chat-GPT, is his receipts.
Yep. So his receipts are that he manipulated.
That contradicts his position.
He manipulated Chat-GPT into saying slightly ridiculous things, and yet it still consistently contradicts his position. And yet these are his receipts. This is the best that he can do. And he didn't even bring up Barnabas, because remember, he dropped Codex Sinaiticus saying that it didn't have the crucifixion. He's like, oh, fine. But Barnabas doesn't. Why won't he defend that? He couldn't even get Chat-GPT to spit out something plausible for that. That's how bad it is.
And I guess he was too lazy to write his own crap.
I don't think that he can write literate English. He needs editors, and he didn't want to hire one for this. So I really think that that's it. I mean, this dude doesn't even know what language people speak. That British.
They didn't want it. They don't want their translation in that disgusting British. They want it in English.
and by the way, I carefully chose Wikipedia as a source for a number of this stuff because I wanted to show how, when I didn't go to the originals, I often chose Wikipedia. Why? Because I wanted to show how easily available, widespread, and in agreement all of this stuff is. It isn't debated. It isn't questionable. There's nothing silly about it, right? It is the real, easily found information. The stuff that he says is stuff that he just pulls out of his butt, makes up in weird conspiracy theory stuff, and just fringe stuff. But he says that he is a top scholar, and yet is so easily debunkable that you can find these things very quickly on Wikipedia and then click on them. Find out what happens. Just go. It's fine.
So just out of curiosity, I put into Google Dead Sea Scrolls Vatican, and the very first thing it says in bold, highlighted, because it's trying to guess the answer to your question, which I didn't even ask it, did the Catholic Church suppress this or anything? It says, no, the Catholic Church didn't censor the Dead Sea Scrolls for a while or even a minute.
Exactly.
It's literally the first thing that pops up on Google. I was just curious to see, maybe if I could find where he's getting this conspiracy theory. Obviously it exists, right? If it's answering that question, then obviously the conspiracy theory exists, which is how Chat-GPT came up with the conspiracy theory. But it's just an idiotic conspiracy theory with no basis whatsoever because the Vatican never controlled the text. They can't suppress what they don't control.
Right. They cannot suppress what they don't control. They never controlled it. They never had any influence on its publication. They had no role in this whatsoever. And yet, if you manipulate the text enough, you can get GPT to argue for all sorts of, Chat-GPT to argue for all sorts of silly things. Mm-hmm. It's just general predictive text. It's predictive text, right? It's not fact. It's just prediction by stuff around there.
Misha says, this stream has kept me awake. I'm going to sue you guys for lack of sleep. Totally worth it, though. He just undermined his own claim that he was going to sue us. We've never seen that happen before. And along the same lines from Tribal Dad, I really hope he does sue Mark and Wes. I want to see how stupid he looks in court. You don't even know the half of it, right? So it will never go to court because it was never a serious threat. But if he did actually file a lawsuit, that opens up what's called discovery in a libel suit, which means Billy, has to produce documents, right? And you know what those documents were going to show? That he's making shit up, that he knows he's a fraud, all kinds of stuff like that.
Yeah, and it will do things like his Google searches and things like that, which will show him asking.
So it would totally expose him if he tried to go to court to this, because the defendant has a right to defend themselves. So when you file a lawsuit in a libel case, it opens discovery, which means the defense gets access to your information. Yes, the suer also gets access to the defendant's information because they have to try to prove that, this was intentional, damages was done. The standard of libel is very high, but it goes both ways, and he's not going to want that. No way.
And I I do not think that he actually has a lawyer at this point, because if he did, his lawyer would have had him take that down because it is so massively damaging, and just hope that people don't find it. Because that is still up, I do not believe that he has a lawyer. And someone else mentioned that he sent it at 2 a.m. of like the day of. No lawyer is going to prepare it at 2 a.m. He used it like they'd go, oh, I'll get that right out, Billy, and get it out the next business day. There's no reason for it to be sent out at 2 a.m. Nobody does that anywhere. Nobody does that anymore. We're probably defendants number 50,023 and 50,024 at this point. It's ridiculous. But I wanted to put next to each other Billy's claims of bringing receipts and the conversation, because I wanted the people who've been listening to Billy and who are fooled by his confidence and his style, I want to like bring that to them and see if we can, and see if they can see these things that happen. And it's kind of interesting because a lot of them got really quiet when this started showing up.
So Stackton's media, we actually did allude to this multiple times. The more you mention Billy Carson's name, the more famous he becomes. This man is a strategic genius. And I think that, you know, when he's saying that this will make him more popular and whatnot, he might not be wrong, because you can be well-known, you can be widely viewed for being a complete clown that everyone's laughing at. And if that's all he wants is more money and more followers, then sure, it could possibly work to his benefit. I'm not certain it will, but it could, right? It's a possibility. But if you want to be treated as someone who's credible and has good ideas and is taking down the man or whatever, then it's totally destroyed him, right? There's a reason he tried really, really hard to suppress this and almost succeeded, by the way. Again, this was more than a month ago that he had this discussion, and it's only coming out now. So he almost succeeded in suppressing this whole thing, really.
Yeah, and I think that this will really hurt his bottom line, because what he needs to do is sell his courses and sell his really expensive trips. So the mocking watching is not going to give him anything compared to the people paying for his stuff. And people like Joe Rogan, he won't get as many conversations if he's known to be a fool and a monkey. Like, if he's just throwing poo, then he won't be taken seriously. As long as he was plausible, because he avoided conversations with anyone knowledgeable, these people are like, oh man, you know all these words, you know all these ideas, you know all these things, you're really, really smart.
I've never heard of this Sinai Bible. He must be saying good stuff here.
You know, Sinai Bible, Sinai Bible, Sinai Bible, kind of thing. Like, when it's reduced to that and he's embarrassed, who wants to have him on and go, oh, you're a jokester like him? And no, I don't think that Joe Rogan cares at all whether or not the people he has on are honest, but he does care about whether or not this gives him credibility among some people, that some people are taking this guy seriously. And
yeah, so even if he does get more popular, which I very much doubt, but it's a possibility. It's not because he's a strategic genius. He didn't want this to come to light, right? It was an accident that it came to light. He's trying to sue the people who brought it to light. So there's no strategy here. There's just him being embarrassed by his pathetic performance, trying to suppress it, and it getting out anyway. But to address your other comment here, he's twice as popular and more famous. Dude's guy's name mentioned over 1 million times. The guy's going to explode to 3 million subs. Indeed, he has had his name mentioned over 1 million times, because some of the videos exposing him have more than 1 million views. There's probably 5 or 10 million total views on all this. You know what? His response video got 140,000 views.
Yep.
Doesn't seem like very many people are going, and that's considering he has 1.1 million subscribers and did before any of this happened. Doesn't seem like very many people are buying into his stuff, does it?
Right. So this includes all the people who care enough about this to even listen to it. 140,000, when other things have gotten many, many more. So
And I suspect that's going to continue, that, you know, videos about this are going to continue to get a lot more attention from people being critical of him than his fans.
Yeah. And Lucent says that he or she still likes how Billy pronounced it. Codex Sinaiticus. Sinaiticus, like Spartacus. Sinaiticus. And really, this really kind of shows you, because if you were serious about this, you would have heard lectures on it. And so you'd have the right pronunciation or a right pronunciation. There are a whole bunch of different options. You wouldn't go out there and do the, I've seen this written, but I've never heard it before mistake, which, you know, people do. It's fine. People aren't always great about pronunciation, but for the top expert in the world, Codex Sinaiticus.
Mm-hmm.
Ha! And Nisanatic points out, how do you capitalize on all this interest if people turn you down for interviews because they don't want to get sued? So if you have Billy Carson on your podcast and you don't, and he doesn't like what you say, he will try to sue you. That is the message.
That's a good point. Is definitely a good point. Who's going to take that risk?
And I think
probably not someone chasing clout, as he says.
Yeah.
Now, maybe someone who deeply cares about this issue and wants to expose his lies, they might take that risk. But someone chasing clout, I doubt they're going to take that risk of being sued.
Yeah, and you know what? I don't think that Billy might not even own his house. He might be renting his house, but I think Billy is knee deep in debt. I think he funds everything as the money comes in, the money goes out, because he needs to have this rich, flashy lifestyle. My house is nearly paid off. Working our butt off to pay off our house. Not millions and millions of dollars. Not millions, plural. Anyway, but like, I have games, I have flights, I have this, I have that. That all means that you don't have that money for something else. And I don't think Billy is the kind of person who builds up a big war chest and follows the Ramsey plan or whatever. Don't think that's him.
So last comment along these lines, but from Timothy, I'll admit I didn't know much about Billy until this came out. Any publicity is good publicity. I had never heard of the guy. I mean, to be perfectly honest. And if all you're chasing is fame, then that's not quite true. There definitely are things that you can do to get yourself a lot, you know, to make yourself irrelevant. But generally speaking, yes, publicity is good. I mean, you got the Logan Pauls of the world, right? Who are very famous for being very bad people. But again, it's like, what do you want? Do you just want credit? Do you just want fame and fortune? Well, then maybe. Do you want to be treated as someone who's serious and is able to sell courses to people who want serious information? Then no. And I do think that this is going to be a 15 minutes of fame type situation where in a couple months, all of the criticism remains, but none of the buzz remains, and he faces the consequences of his actions.
Yep. And yeah. And I'm not bragging that I buy old cars. We live frugally. I've still got to remodel my incredibly ancient kitchen that's older than I am, and I'm in my 40s. So, like, it's about living frugally and having resources at your call if you desperately need them. Do you have an emergency fund? I doubt that Billy Carson has an emergency fund.
Yeah, I don't care about his finances. He could be fabulously wealthy, and it wouldn't make the slightest difference to me. Let me take some of these super chats, which of course are making me fabulously wealthy.
Sir, how can we contribute financially for your organization? They get in touch with me. And very easy, people know where I am. And once they get in touch with me, to contribute without causing problem, to contribute in big amounts. And many people call me for lunch, and for dinner, and for meal, and for every meal they give big amounts, alhamdulillah. So those who really want to contribute, they come and meet me.
If you want to contribute to Zakir Naik and you don't want to be labeled as donating to a terrorist organization, all you got to do is come meet him. Thank you very much, Tarana Blade, for your donation. No comment was made, which then defaults to this text because I haven't fixed that bug in my code.
Yep.
But at least now I know that. So I don't accidentally accuse people of making a joke. I was going to put this one last, but since I already brought it up, Dean says, all he needs to do is set up a formal debate to prove himself while we wait for her to possibly return. This one from Ryan. Why did that not work? There it goes.
Not yet. Here I am.
All right. So that time, I think that the blip might have been on my end. Anyway, we had an internet blip there, and I seem to have lost the cat cam. I don't know why it's not coming up. Whatever. We got a super chat from Ryan. Awesome stream. God bless your work. Thank you very much for that, Ryan. Nissan Addict says, well,
Can you just imagine giving £100 and it's a sadaqah jariyah, meaning it carries on going even when you are gone? Just imagine being in your grave and getting the rewards. In your grave, you will not be able to come back to this video to donate. So why not donate now?
Yeah, why not donate now? You know, you got your opportunity there. I forgot that pulling up the member chat, you get one free super chat a month, basically, as a member. So I forgot that would also trigger the animation. But he says, well, we're focusing. You all just lost the game. Forget the context this was said, but I agree completely, even though I don't know what I'm agreeing to.
So anyway, I expect...
I do have a couple more super chats, but what did you want to say?
Oh, I was going to say that I have 0 qualifications. I debate them. None. No official qualifications whatsoever. We have the same qualifications officially. So we should be able to have an official... We should be able to bring up the same receipts. We should have the same access to receipts. I do have an advantage because I know what language people spoke in Britain and that it was English and not British. But aside from such ridiculous advantages of my very superior education that no one else could possibly have, I officially have all the qualifications that he does. Or the lack, so even.
The blip happened because this is a deep fake. You see? This is the proof.
You see, this is the proof. This is the proof.
I just found this Billy Carson guy. Seems like a real genius. Yeah. I think that definitely there is a substantial possibility of many people finding a new source of guilty pleasure entertainment when they watch his videos just to laugh, just like Ancient Aliens, right? Yes, there were some people who bought into that show, but the vast majority of people who watched Ancient Aliens did so just to laugh at how stupid it was. And the people on the show kind of knew that and played into it even.
They very much played into it.
I think that is... I think that's definitely a possibility for Mr. Carson, if he so chooses, right? He'd have to swallow his pride to go that route, but hey, it's a possibility. All right. Early on, Nissan Addict gifted 20 Reason Answers memberships.
Early, and this is indeed a sign, yet most of them are not believers. Give alone to Allah, give alone to Allah. Ride the wings of Gabriel, give alone to Allah.
Thank you very much for that, Nissan Addict, stepping up and helping 20 more people become Reasoned Answers members. Get early access to the video and members only live stream. But most importantly, you get to use the very cool set of custom emojis that we have where you can see things, send things like you see or the miracle of 19. So if you're interested, check that out, or just wait till Sinaitic or Jack Ray gives you a membership, whichever. Appreciate that very much. Glad you had a good time today.
Yep. And
Adam,
I just with the remodeling and everything that's going on, I started making my slides. I'd listened to everything before, but you have a screenshot and pull stuff out and do all of that stuff at 10 a.m. this morning, and I just about died getting this together. But I really want to cover it now because I was afraid that the Billy Chat-GPT was going to get buried. So Billy Chat-GPT, somebody needs to make that happen.
That's so funny. I'll get to the funny thing here in a second, but Adam Troy says, I really thought you was David Wood, but then I realized he doesn't have long hair. LOL.
It's about time you expanded your own knowledge.
You know, just because we're a critic, we're both critics of Islam, about the same age, both white guys and with beards and whatnot and glasses. That doesn't mean we're the same person. Come on. But I do love David. He is awesome. Let's see. Super chat from Ryan.
Wasting your time on social media is one of the best deeds a Muslim can do. There's a huge need for it. You know this and I know this. So that makes the reward even greater. So give generously and Allah Azza wa Jal will give you even more.
So Ryan says, when Mary says she has the receipt, she has the receipts. Indeed, she does. I believe this is Ryan's first time on the channel. I don't know if you're still in the chat, Ryan, but this is exactly what Mary does every single week. Obviously not usually against Billy Carson, but no matter what subject it is, even if it's something incredibly silly and stupid, that which we do sometimes, she still has all this massive scholarly research behind it. 34 dislikes. Wow. I did not even notice that. Man, nice. 34 dislikes. That might be an all-time record for dislikes.
I think it is. So
I'm impressed. Billy's people they represented. There's definitely not 34 of them that said something in the chat.
No,
but I seriously doubt that my usual Muslim audience came and disliked this stream. So
no, we didn't get them here. I think they've all become familiar with it. They're like, that guy again. I want to talk about that.
Yeah. So I think that most likely all 34 of these, or at least like 32 to 33 of them, were from his fans. So they represented. Only like maybe 5 of them even said anything in comments, and only like one guy kind of half engaged. The rest were just spamming like, he was ambushed. It was faked.
I think
he
the
was,
ones who want
and by far the most common response was, Wes was just using Chat-GPT.
As if that matters if he's right. But the funny thing is, again, who is using Chat-GPT? The dude is taking Chat-GPT screenshots.
Right.
And presenting it as if you won't know.
Thank you, Bobby. I assume it was you who gave the 35th dislike.
Look, come back next week and we will talk about whether or not the Enuma Elish has things about the orbits of planets and things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so he was like really eager, right? Billy, I mean, was really eager to change the chat discussion from the New Testament's conspiracies, which in fairness is not his bread and butter, to the Old Testament conspiracies. He thought for sure he had it there, and then, well,
and here's the quote
next week, but he didn't do any better there.
Yeah, here's a quote that I typed from Billy. Literally, Genesis is literally almost word for word from the Enuma Elish. So we will find out whether or not Genesis is literally almost word for word from the Enuma Elish. And he doubles down later on it being word for word, but I think I only clipped one because he repeats himself a lot.
Yeah, you know, I didn't realize how much I should have, right? I know Mary well. I didn't realize how much stuff she would bring. So the new animation wasn't even relevant today.
I know, I'm sorry. But I really wanted to get all of his receipts in, because he said he's going to bring receipts about the New Testament stuff. He never promised to bring receipts about the rest, so I guess he's just content with being wrong about that. But he was going to bring receipts on those two things.
African intelligence popped back up and says Christians are Muslims.
Hey, he's listening now. Awesome. You turned on your volume. So we are, in fact, Christians.
Yeah, because the fact that he said that, he must have heard me talk about my usual Muslim audience. So,
yep.
Just to be clear, not so much for him because I doubt he cares, but in case anyone else who's not familiar with this channel is still tuned in, on this channel, we defend the truth of Christianity with a focus on outreaching to Muslims. So we usually talk about Islam, most of the interface between Islam and Christianity. I mean, most of the time. Only occasionally do we go and address other criticisms of Christianity.
Right. And which is right? Well, I'm not going to type in the chat because I want to make sure that he's listening. So if he doesn't listen, he doesn't get an answer. No one else tell him either. But Christianity is true, and Islam is one of the most obvious false religions. It's just as obvious as Billy is if you actually do any of the research. Billy says do the research because he has confidence that most people who will give him money won't do the research.
And I don't know if this is a joke or a serious comment. I think it's a joke.
It's a joke.
This says, I read the Enuma Elish. It says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
That's hilarious.
Which, of course, is why he goes to the 3-word phrase, waters from waters, right? Or 4 words, separated waters from waters.
Ready for a spoiler?
It relies on the English translation, right? So.
No, it's not in the English translation. He just lied. The concept is, so Wes granted him that because the concept of division is in there. But actually in the Enuma Elish, it doesn't even talk about division of the waters at all. Like it, and in fact, Tiamat is I think a water goddess, but her consort is not actually recognized as being the other water, which usually is the case in most of the contexts. So you would have to go outside the Enuma Elish, as far as I can tell from my very fast read of it today. So you see it's verbatim.
Yep. So confirmed joke. Good job. I was pretty sure it was a joke. But
thank you for listening. And yes, it is.
And African intelligence is listening, right? Because he says false religion. Your language, my sister. Yes, very vulgar language there, calling something false.
Yep. All right.
And
yeah,
I don't know if
is going to have a fun time.
Is really a fan of Billy Carson, or he was just a troll having fun. Yep. Either way, I'm glad you're still here. I'm glad you participated, and I hope you come back next week.
I almost fell off my chair.
All right, let me finish this last couple super chats and such. We'll be done in just a few minutes. A gifted membership from Jack Ray.
I can't answer this question in a 20-minute interview, nor is it wise to do so, which is why I never brought this topic up myself. You will not find one lecture of mine about this issue. It should never be brought up in public. And I don't like these idiots, and they are idiots, wallahi. This is not something you discuss amongst the masses, ya akhi. It's not wise. I encourage anybody who is really interested to go deep to take the class. I do this class. It'll be 1 year later.
Jack Ray gifted one reason enters membership. Thank you for that. I do feel like we get Yasser Kadi most of the time for the gifted memberships, which is, it's fine. It's not a good idea to talk about gifted memberships. Yahi. Jack Ray gifted another one after that immediately.
Brothers and sisters, why to lose this great opportunity? Remember, when the person is on his deathbed, the last minute, he will ask Allah Jalla wa Ala to be delayed for 1 second to do what? Not to pray, not to do other things, but to give sadaqah. Because sadaqah, you can give it just like this, in 1 second.
Thank you again for that and taking that 1 second to give your Statica. Kitchen Table Polemicist said, in the beginning, big inning, God scored 3 runs on 4 hits. Very good. Last gifted membership from Jack Ray.
I can't answer this question in a 20-minute interview, nor is it wise to do so.
We don't need to see Yasser Qadi back to back. Well, not quite back to back. I prevent it from doing back to back, but every other one. We don't need to see him again. So thank you very much for all 3 of those gifted memberships. And then the comment that I laughed at and said, very funny. Jack manually typed, Jack Ray gifted infinite subscriptions.
Who ate the apple? You ate the apple. The whole apple. Yes, the whole apple. You ate it. But a small seed, you left it. You put it back into the earth. What happened? Allah, through His power, caused that to grow and to give you how many apples? Thousands.
And that wasn't a bug because he used his member chat to do that. So that actually was supposed to be triggered
that's
there.
Hilarious. I was wondering why it actually looked like that. I was just completely confused. And Marion says that Sinaitic gifted 20 memberships, which I missed.
Yeah, I did that one.
Okay, you did that one.
But yeah, he gifted 20 and Jack only gifted 3. So,
and somebody asked
who's more special today.
Somebody asked me what Rivals was, and then I dropped my heads or my microphone and banged the keyboard, and now I can't even find the person's name anymore. But I have no idea what it is.
Yeah, I did.
I don't know where it went.
I didn't know the context or anything.
Is it a game or a movie or tried Rivals? I assume it would be a game. I just play what I play.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Oh, it's a shooter. Yeah, I don't really play shooters. Sorry. I play some top downs, but not many.
So I did see a comment here, which I think might be a serious comment. Sorry, because I was looking for that Rivals thing. I lost it. Here we go. What makes him right because he articulated himself better? I assume, right, I'm going to fill in the pronouns because I'm guessing this is what you meant. What makes Wes right because he articulated himself better than Billy? No, what makes him right, and I don't think he articulated himself better, frankly. I think they're about equal in the rhetorical skill. But what makes him right is the facts are on his side. That's
exactly.
Right. And he has the receipts to show that, whereas Billy's just making stuff up and saying, well, I didn't say it was true. I just said it was very likely. That's not the same thing as saying it's true. So they're just playing games here. Yeah. I mean, it's a logical possibility that Jesus could have been married. That's not sufficient reason to believe it, however, because everything basically is a logical possibility. Last 2 comments here. Misha says, definitely Illuminati.
He just deleted it as we were live. He's deleted it. I'm so glad you downloaded it.
I downloaded the whole thing.
Yes, send it to me. Send it to me. I'm like, Thaddeus, you have to download this. His
Hold on, I still got the screen share. Let's see what happens. Right? We were just playing this earlier. I hadn't closed it.
Limited access to avoid challenge.
This video is unavailable.
Yes,
there's a couple seconds buffered there, but
hey, maybe we had him in the chat here. Maybe he went, oh no, I've destroyed my case. Maybe he finally answered his lawyer's frantic calls, if he even has one.
Wow.
Fantastic. We already downloaded it.
Yep, it's saved. We were playing it from YouTube, but it's also saved on my computer. So nothing lost there, nothing hidden. He made the mistake. It's out there. He'll have to live with it.
Fantastic.
And if he tries to sue me, I don't think he will. He probably has no clue who I am. And there's so many videos. He's not going to find them all. But if he tries to sue me or copyright strike me, I'll take it to court.
Well, it's actually harder for him to copyright strike you now because he's taken it down, so he has nothing to compare it to immediately. That makes it
depends
more
on if he made it
difficult.
private or he actually deleted it.
Yeah, that is possible. He may have just privated it.
And there's no way. Let me get out of
yeah,
this.
I don't think that there's a way to tell. But I am not the YouTube genius here.
It does actually tell you. So this video is private. So he didn't delete it, strictly speaking. He made it private.
So he's probably going to try to copyright strike this, but
I mean, this is the most obvious case of fair use in the history of fair use.
Yep. Because I began playing the longest section that I played to prove that nothing was causing Billy damage and that he was welcoming this.
Yep. Yeah, he himself said it, right?
And those are the longest sections I played, was him saying, you are making me more powerful than you ever imagined. He's like, strike me down.
So, Shakur, I'm going to take this as an honest question here. I'll come back to that. I'll make this how we close out the stream, but what makes Christianity true? Answer coming right up for you. Marion says, produced after 1907. Might this be the reason it was omitted from the Bible? Nah.
Amazing.
And then Nori just put in a super chat, so let's get that before we close out as well.
Wasting your time on social media is one of the best deeds a Muslim can do. There's a huge need for it. You know this and I know this. So that makes the reward even greater. So give generously and Allah Azza wa Jal will give you even more.
Using the rage quit animated emoji, whatever you call it, super sticker. Thank you very much for that. Never a more opportune time to use that when he literally deleted the video while we were live after we'd finished playing our clips. But before we wrapped up, I think there was a substantial possibility that we could have literally been playing a clip as he deleted it. Didn't quite work out that way, but pretty close to it. Jack giving another reason to answer his membership, so I can't close.
We're asking you to give a loan to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and believe me, that will be paid back in ways you can never imagine.
Who is it that would loan Allah a goodly loan so he may multiply it for him many times over?
Allahu Akbar. I love that verse. Every time we donate to projects, we're giving a loan to our Creator, the most generous, who will return it to us in this life.
Brothers and sisters, can you afford to miss out on this opportunity?
Thank you very much for that. And believe me, Allah is going to pay you back, Jack Ray. I'm speaking this on the same level of authority that Billy Carson speaks. All right. So got a new comment here. From Bobby 4F, what makes your faith-based religion better than the next faith-based religion or the original? From Shakur, what makes Christianity true? I'm going to close with this, answer both questions at the same time. So I'm glad you asked this. Let me give you a 5-minute answer that reflects an answer that could take 12 hours to explain in great detail. I'm not just saying these words, in other words. I have all the receipts behind what I'm about to say. So why Christianity, right? Is it just about faith? Is it just about believing without evidence, as atheists will falsely define the word faith? Or is it about what the biblical word translated as faith means, which is trust based on evidence? Well, thankfully, due to all of the scholarly attempts to debunk the Bible, to disprove Christianity over the last 3, 4, maybe 5, as much as 500 years, academic criticism, right? Academic criticism, this type of stuff that Billy pretends to do, done by actual scholars. What we have found is that the Bible the New Testament in particular, and one particular event, the resurrection of Jesus Christ, stand up to any level of reasonable scrutiny. Now, can you deny it? Sure, you could deny all of ancient history, as atheists have done, in an attempt to avoid the implications of what the texts say. But we have methods to test a book, a scripture, a writing, whatever, of any kind, for its historical authenticity. Every ancient text, and if we're being honest, really, modern historians too, but especially ancient histories, they don't believe in this concept of disinterested engagement of the determination of the truth or whatever, right? Every ancient text, I'm talking about secular histories here, not the Gospels for the minute, secular histories, they are written for a purpose. In other words, if you're going to say because the Gospels are written for a purpose, you can't trust them, then you can't trust anything from ancient history. Historians know this, right? They know that these are written for a purpose. They know that there's a possibility of people getting things wrong accidentally or intentionally exaggerating things or distorting motives or anything along those lines, but they have ways of determining the truth or the most probable conclusion about what the truth is, examining these documents as if they are biased texts. When you apply those exact same standards used to analyze any historical text to the Gospels, what you find is that these are not just good, not just acceptable, but exceptional. Some of the best historical text ever written by the standards of history. Does that prove the truth of Christianity? No, but what it does do is rule out one very important possibility, that people who had no clue about this or were just completely fictionalizing made stuff up. Now, what actually proves the truth of Christianity? Well, we have these accurate historical records that record that Jesus made a particular set of claims. He claimed to be the Messiah. He claimed that he came to die and that when he died, he would resurrect. Lots of people in history have come and claimed to be the Messiah. You know what happened to every single one of those people? They eventually died, usually in circumstances where they were trying to overthrow the government or some other very dramatic public act. They end up being caught, being killed, dying for their cause. They were martyred, if you like. You know what happened to every single one of these movements? They ceased to exist. Some of these movements, by standards of historical estimate, were probably substantially larger than the number of followers that Jesus had. But then there's something very strange happens, right? According to these records, this historical records of Jesus' disciples, they kind of didn't really get it, right? They expected that Jesus would be just like those other Messiah claimants, that he would come and he'd overthrow the hated Roman government in this case. However, he didn't do that, right? He came, he ended up being put on trial, ended up being executed. His followers were distraught. They all abandoned him. They're all going to go on with their lives. Man, we made the wrong choice. We backed a false Messiah. It wasn't the guy we expected. And then something happened. One by one, they began to encounter what they believed was the risen Jesus, and a expectation that they could not have found in their culture, right? No one expected this. It was weird. It wasn't what anyone imagined would go down. And additionally, besides encountering the risen Jesus, one by one, the authorities, who very much wanted to stop this growing movement called the Way at the time, they began to try to counteract this. What did they say? Well, here's the body. What are you talking about? He's still here. No, that's not what they said. You know what they said? They said his disciples, they came in the night and they bribed the guards and they stole the body. That's why the tomb is empty. It's not because he resurrected from the dead. He stole the body. But wait a second. If the disciples stole the body of Jesus Christ after bribing the guards, where are all these guards that they bribed? Why are they hallucinating and thinking they're seeing the risen Jesus if they themselves know that they stole the body? What do they have to gain? Every one of these, according to the best historical records, with possibly one exception, will go on to die for the truth of the message they start preaching. Can people die for a false message? Yes. Would any sane person die for a message they know they themselves made up and is utter nonsense, when they have absolutely nothing to gain except for pain, suffering, and an unpleasant life? No, no one would. So can you come up with an alternate explanation for any given fact? Sure. Can you come up with one explanation for even two of those facts? No. The only viable explanation for the facts, if you allow the possibility of not pre-assuming God exists, but just assuming that it's a logical possibility that there could be a creator behind the universe and there could be a plan, then you come to the conclusion that this is the best conclusion to an examination of the historical facts. And I can go into all those facts in much greater detail, but I think we'll close it there for tonight. So if either of you who posed that question or anyone else is genuinely seeking, genuinely wants to talk about this, I would love to have that conversation with you. My email is in the video description. Drop me a line, Thaddeus@reasonanswers.com, and let's have that talk. Because the reason I'm a Christian isn't faith, as you would imagine it, but rather I am a Christian because Christianity is true. No other reason. I have spent the last 20 plus years of my life looking at the evidence in great detail, and I have come to the conclusion that as certain as a human being can know any knowledge, Christianity is the truth. Anything you want to add, Mary? All right.
I just want to add, yep, I'm still here. I just had to pick everything up and unmute because I wasn't holding my mic. I will actually have a mic stand soon. Yay. Got it for Christmas is actually when it's coming. So I just wanted to say that this isn't about hating on Billy because he's a black guy and has uniquely black beliefs, because this isn't. This is not a uniquely black belief. And the weird conspiracy stuff, it all started with white people. It started with British Israelitism and them believing that they're the Israelites, and all of this kind of nonsense is with Zachariah Stitchin was a white guy. I'm 99% sure. I've never looked at what he looked like, but it sounds like a very white name to me. But this isn't like, oh, well, you just want to keep the black guy down, or oh, only black people would believe in this either. There's tons of white people are on those ancient alien nonsense sites. It's an appeal to pride, an appeal to being special, an appeal to being into the knowledge that other people don't have, while at the same time allowing yourself to be lazy enough that you don't look it up. And that is something that all classes of people are susceptible to. So I just wanted to make that as a final statement.
All right. Yeah, there was a lot of, for lack of a better term, racist comments in the chat today about how we're only doing
what are usual people
white or whatever, and I just ignored all those. Skin color is nothing different than hair color or eye color. It means absolutely nothing. So I couldn't care less what color your skin is. I couldn't care less what my skin color is. Had absolutely nothing to do with anything we said today. If Billy Carson was a white guy and Wes Huff was a black guy, every word would have been exactly the same. That's all I have to say about that. Thank you all for joining us today. Tune in next week at the same time, give or take a few minutes, 7 p.m. Eastern Time, Tuesday, December 17th. We will look at Billy's claims about the Old Testament, because we looked at his claims about the New Testament today. We'll look at his claims about the Old Testament next time.
Woo-hoo.
Thank you for watching. Have an amazing rest of your day, whether that's about to come to an end like me, or you are just waking up. Until we meet again, God bless everyone. And we will close out in a channel tradition. I know you're not all familiar, but the channel tradition of the words of a fellow we like to call Pastor Jake, but is actually a Muslim apologist.